Hey, and welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Guys, we're looking into the 2 year anniversary of the Idaho murders, sadly. We're going to be looking into the Idaho case tonight, 2 years later, where we're at, what's going on, what has gone on, and what we're waiting for and looking forward to with this case. I hope you're all into it. I appreciate you all for joining me tonight. Please, guys, if you would, share this out. Hit that like button on the way through the door if you would, and let's get this one rolling. Hello, governors. Welcome back to the cafe. And thank you guys for joining me again tonight. Like I said, guys, it's been 2 years since the horrible University of Idaho murders. Of course, they have Brian Koberger in custody. We got some time to go till we hit the trial. Everybody has gone crazy with this case. It just doesn't seem like it's been 2 years. You know, and today we're gonna go back, take a look at everything, talk about it, mainly talk about it. I think, um, just to get people's thoughts and opinions and feelings on it throughout this period, everything that's gone on up to the point where we're at now. So, in some senses, I guess it could seem longer because it's been there's been so much involved with this case. Truly, there really has been. Um, so that does make sense too. So come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable if you will. Grab your pens and pencils, your notebooks. We'll probably do a couple polls tonight as well. SR Triple B. Um, like I said, it's just 2 years here, and we're still a ways out from the trial, and I think a lot of people still want answers, which we're not going to get till the trial, obviously. And I think a lot of people just want to see this case behind us now, I'm one of them, just to get justice for the families and the victims and move on. 2 years it's just wow. There was a lot involved with this too. It's crazy. So come on in, everybody. Please get comfortable if you will. Grab a seat. Let's see. Come on in. Come on in. Let me see who we got. I'm going to go backwards on this and see how this works. So far, if I can get to the top. Miss Taylor, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Truth Exposed in the house. Good to see you tonight. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure. Oh, you went white. Leslie's white again. Doodlebug, always a pleasure. Good to see you, Doodle. Alicia J, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you. SR BBB FarQ, welcome back. Let me see. Miss Wisdom Speaks, Sherry, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Mythic Butterfly, always a pleasure. Ange Carter's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Ange. Thank you for joining us tonight. I think Ange is having a Dago anniversary tonight as well. Let me see, where'd it go? Right there. 2 months for Miss Ange Carter. Congrats, Ange, and welcome. Appreciate you being in the sauce with us again. Appreciate that so very much. Miss Barbara Hall, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you for being here again. Much love to you, dear. And much appreciation. Victoria Burgess, same to you. Thank you for being here with us. That goes to all of the Blue Crew. Whether you're here or not, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for joining us and for everything you guys do, because I couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't try to do it without them guys. They make it happen. Melissa Iorio, thank you for joining us. Robert Bell, always a pleasure. Um, Let me see here. Steven's Adventure, always a pleasure, my friend. Welcome back to you. Let's see. Thomas Sharp. Miss Charlotte's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Charlotte. Miss Cal, hello. Welcome back to you. Demon Dog in the house tonight. Good to see you, Demon. Rowena, welcome. Good to see you, Ro. Thank you for joining us tonight. Sarah Tequila, welcome back, Sarah. Good to have you here tonight. Wonderful. Donald D. Nice, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Great to have you back. Miss Cal, her day anniversary tonight too. 7 months. Congrats, Cal. Thank you for being part of this family, part of this team, and part of this community. We appreciate you so much. Come on in, everybody. And of course, Walt Harris, Dago here. Good to see you, Walt. Walt is our sportscaster when he decides to start for the morning show. Let me see here. Congratulations again, Kelly or Cal. Sorry, dear, for being a member for 7 months. That's awesome. Thank you to all the meatballs that are members. We do appreciate you all being in the sauce with us and jumping in here and spilling it every day when we do, morning and night. Y'all are so very much appreciated. I don't know if anybody's going to join me tonight, Mom. I was thinking about opening the panel back up again for this because, everybody's going to have a lot to say about this. So that's kind of what my thoughts are with this tonight as well. Kind of important. On it. Like I said, it's a 2-year mark. I would love to hear everybody's thoughts. And of course, guys, the main thing I'm going to say, I'm actually going to request it, and I'm begging you guys because I respect you guys. Please respect each other's feelings, thoughts, and theories on this case, no matter what. We're not always going to agree. People are going to think Brian's guilty. People are going to think Brian's innocent. People are going to think this. People are going to think that. It doesn't matter what we think, folks. Just we can all have different opinions and feelings and theories, and we don't have to go at each other because of it, guys, because nothing we think or feel is going to make any difference in this case. Remember that. That's all I'm saying. So thank you, guys. I know you'll be very respectful of each other, whether in chat or on panel. And of course, when somebody's on panel in the chat, of course, I expect you guys will respect. I know you will. So no worries. Tech 9? What? It is odd, Demon. I agree. So the link is pinned up there in the chat on the YouTube side. Come on in. Oh, I smell it. It smells good. Thank you, Park. You gifted a membership that went out to Miss Shay. Congratulations, Shay. Welcome to the sauce. We got the member train running already. Thank you so much, Park. You driving the first one. That's awesome. Very awesome. Thank you so much for that. Oops. Where the heck did my phone go? Oh, there it is. I need one of these mods to remind me to change my microphone out. I keep forgetting to do it. Yes, exactly, Donald. That's a very good point, sir. Very good point. It did fly by and all the crazy stuff too. I mean, later, Alicia. Thank you for reminding me now. Oh, you guys are smart tonight. Ruby Slippers, hello. First time I see 30 likes and also in chat. I know it's you guys have been getting pretty good with that. It was like that this morning too. On point. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate it so much. Congrats, Miss Shay, for being in the sauce with the rest of us now. Ruby, wonderful to see you tonight. And of course, my doodle bug. I see the doodle. Hold on, I'm trying to check something here. Yes, you are looking lovely tonight, Miss Barbara. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've had a great day today so far. Come on. There we go. Nope, not going to work. Spanner. Sarah Tequila. Thank you so much, Park You, again for the gifted membership that went to Shay. That is so very awesome. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on in, everybody. Get a seat, get comfortable. I'm just going to wait a few minutes to make sure we got everybody in here before we get rolling. Oh, I smell it, smell it. My wife is making ravioles with sauce and garlic bread for dinner. I'm so excited. Truly. She pulled some of the ones that were homemade out of the freezer. We haven't had them in a while. So that's dinner. Quick and easy. And I love them. The cheese ones. I'm not a big fan of the homemade meat ones. I'll eat them from Chef Boyardee, but not homemade. I'm not. These are the ones that we filled them with ricotta, and it's a ricotta mozzarella mix. Very good. So I'm excited for dinner. That's for sure. That sounds good. Very keto-like. Very keto-like. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Donald Digo, my mom, you make a good DJ voice. Really? Well, tell her I said thank you. I didn't think I would, but okay. Cool. To try it out one time. 100.7 WMMS. Remember that stuff, Walt? Anybody else that might be local to that radio station? 100.7 The Buzzard. WMMS. That's how they used to say it. It sounded, the guy that did it was really cool the way he sounded. I loved it. I always wanted to be a DJ for that channel too. It's funny. I don't eat it all. I don't eat it all. And I don't eat it often because it is a easy weight gainer, Robert. But I do eat it. I like it. I'm Italian. It's one of them things. So listen to that on iHeart. Did they still do that same commercial, Robert? I haven't listened to them in a long time. But that was the opening what do you call it? For the radio station. For a long time it was a rock station, and then it went to something weird. I think it was alternative, and then it went back to rock, but it was a classic rock station back in the day. It was the best. But that was the best station around here in Ohio, based out of Cleveland. WMMS. That's a good point, Donald. It's hard to mess it up too. Truly it is. Unless you have bad sauces. Bad cheese sauce can ruin anything for sure. Doodle is always making something good. It'll be done here shortly. Yes, SRB. Probably by the if you get in the car and drive, you'll probably be here. What is it? 6:30. About 10. You could probably get here by 10, right? Maybe 11. I'll save you some. Miss Norma Fralin, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Cockney Cal back in the house. Good to see you, Cockney. Thank you for joining us. I see a lot of white, you guys. What's happening? Where's all my meatballs at? We need some more green in here. Before that, I thought you were further away. You were further north than or south than me. Really? How long would it take you to get to this area, SRB? Just out of curiosity. 2.5. Oh, okay, not too bad then. For whatever reason, I was thinking it was like driving towards Columbus for me. Well, I got enough here for you. WMMS, even the buzzard 100.7. Okay, we got a lot of Ohio people in here for sure. Finley, that's not too far away. Holler, Miss Cassie's in the house. Ermagerd. Bort. Do it, Doodle. Bort. What's that? You know, now Caden's doing it in the background. Doesn't take much to get him going. Yeah, it was the. I'll show you real quick while we're waiting a little bit. No, that was Caden at least. That wasn't Brandy. Brandy don't do stuff like that. That's my son. Gotta love him. Let me see if I can find it here.
Look at his name.
Let's see. This was the best radio station ever. Here, I'll show you a really old school commercial for it. Like I said, there's not too many people that might remember this, but there could be some that are at least in here locally.
I do.
Greetings from the home of the buzzard. Open your ears and minds and follow me.
WMMS 101 FM.
See, that was really old before it became 100.7. They called it 101, but let me see. The buzzard was the Crusaders. What they called it.
The Rock and Roll Crusaders, WMMS, Cleveland.
That was how the guy used to do it. I loved his voice.
Well, this is exciting because they are known as one of the country's best and most historic.
Former program radio station of being the soundtrack for our lives.
That's what we're trying to do. But these two guys created it together.
So, John, was it the Hinckley Buzzards or was it the Buzzards?
Best station ever. WMMS. Yep, Kel knows 100.7. I don't know when they changed it from 100.7 to, or when they changed it from 101. That's weird. The other channel we had was the Youngstown-based channel. It was called Hot 101. That was like a pop channel. It was weird.
That came out in like 2000s.
They used to have an awesome request line you could call into. They're one of the DJs was, they called him Spaceman Scott. They had a bunch of wild people in there. It reminded me a lot of the like WKRP in Cincinnati, the TV show. MMS was set up a lot like that TV show. It's pretty wild. Willard,
What's up, buddy?
how you doing tonight? Welcome.
I'm charged. Sorry about yesterday, man. This StreamYard just drains your phone if you're on a phone here, man.
Yeah. Yes.
It's crazy. You'll be at like 20%. You'll be like, all right, I got, 15, 20 minutes. Bang, you're down to like 3, 4. Quick.
Oh yeah, I can't do shit on my phone. It's too much.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even
is my volume all right?
yeah, you sound great to me. I don't know about everybody else, but
All right, cool.
welcome, Amy Conway. Buenos dias. I saw somebody else. Norma Fralin, wonderful to see you. It's been a while. You're in green. That's awesome. Mr. Steven joining us again tonight. Welcome, Steven. Welcome back. How are you?
What's going on?
Good to see you tonight, sir. So we got Willard and Steven and
So how do you guys do that? Is that like does your computer put your screen behind you when you sit down, or is that a green screen? How do y'all do that with like the background?
it's a background. You just turn it on. I could do the same thing. Like
Oh,
if you go
okay.
down, you're on StreamYard.
So it's not like a green screen.
It works better if you have a green screen behind you, but
Okay. So you could do it either way.
yeah, it just like okay, let me see if it worked. See?
Oh, okay.
But
it's probably a lot more clean with the green screen, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Do you have a green screen, Steven?
No, because a lot of times what people do, they'll download a logo and they put it right behind, and
Yeah.
it
Okay.
kind of does a little bit better.
Yeah. See, I could
some people, you have different things. People do different methods. Some people put loud stuff behind it. I don't really like that because sometimes it just gets a distraction. Sometimes.
Yeah.
So, but if you have a background like you
That's
got
pretty neat, Diego.
and in the background, someone put the lives in the background while you're doing live, where that kind of gives.
That looks actually clean.
It is pretty clean. I mean, you can see the cut.
But with your your fire in the background, kind of like goes along with it. I don't know because I'm young, but I don't know I don't know how all this technology shit works, man.
This is like the only thing I know, Willie. Don't feel bad. Usually, I'm not stuff I do. Now, if I put my green screen behind me and I put a light on me, it'll light up like it's supposed to look. So.
Oh, so you actually have a green? Okay.
I have a big one. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass to move around. When I move this whole thing around, I'm gonna have it all set up the right way so that, yeah.
So how did you make your back? How did you make that background? Did you just put like make me an AI, or like did somebody make that?
I just went and found it online and pulled it in and uploaded it, and that's where it gave it to me. So.
No. You're like the background of your whole stream right now. That's not a real picture. That's a cartoon-ish picture, right?
It's something that I downloaded, yeah, and then you can upload it into StreamYard and just turn it on when you're ready to use it.
Well, who the hell put a picture of you on the internet?
No, that's me on camera. That's real.
Oh, okay.
The background is what I'm changing.
It looks like. Oh, okay, because that looks like if you put find me an AI or something like that. It looks.
I mean, you could probably do that. I don't know. I don't mess with AI stuff yet because I'm not real good.
Oh, okay. I thought that was AI.
Molly could probably do some shit like that for real. Molly, she made our avatars.
Really?
That look pretty close to us. Mama Bear's, mine. She's working on Arctics, and she made Doodles. That's not how Doodle. The one that Doodle has up on the morning show screen, it's up behind us right now. That's not how she looks at all.
Well, that's what I mean. That picture with the.
That's all, and then the song that Molly did. AI's got a lot of new shit. Molly did the songs that she wrote for the morning show and for the Dago song, I call it. That was all AI stuff that she did. So it's pretty wild.
Jesus Christ.
You can do a lot with that shit now. I was surprised.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it all.
I gotta change this morning show background because it's not the morning show anymore. There we go. I could always throw up. That is what I usually run with. That's better. Or that.
No, I didn't. I was saying that was a cool picture. I just didn't know how that was made. If it was like a picture that was actually real that turned into a cartoon, or if it was a.
No, there's different ways. Like I said, there's so much of this stuff that I don't really truly understand.
I mean,
I'm learning.
People in chat are like, "Come on, get with it." I don't know what's going on. I'm just asking a question. I don't know.
I know it's hard to do a lot of that stuff on your phone. Like on the computer, there's tons of stuff. There's so many things to do nowadays.
Yeah. But the thing is like a lot of stuff looks hard, but when it gets down to it, it's like a couple clicks, and it's just the software does it all,
Mm-hmm. That's what Doodle had said. She's like, and I do the same thing. We both overthink it so much that's why we can't figure it out. A lot of it ends up being super, super simple. So
yeah. Anyway. So did you see the new interview?
I played it this morning. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again today because I played it in the morning show this morning, but not everybody saw it. So,
I saw what's his name playing it like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Is it the one where Christie's really upset in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same one I got. I found it in Idaho.
But are we sure that was filmed? Like was that filmed recently, or was that just uploaded recently?
I don't know if they filmed it recently because it almost matched up to the one that I showed from 3 months ago.
Okay,
but that I don't know. But it died. I'm calling it new because
gotcha.
I've never seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I never heard the channel that I found it on. I had never heard of.
So is that the channel they like? Is that the channel they sat down with? Like what?
I think so. Yeah, I think. Don't quote me because I can't find for sure. It was some web channel was the name of the channel I found it on. I put a link in the chat for it this morning. That's how I found it. But I was like, I've never heard of this before. It's an Idaho-based channel. I think it's
oh, okay.
I think it's like a college channel. You know what I'm saying? Because he said something go Vandals and blah blah blah. So
I'd be sitting down with anybody. That's crazy.
Yeah. Right.
I'm sorry. Like it's
No,
just this isn't something I would do. I just maybe once or twice go in the news just to kind of get the word out, but constantly, I just don't understand it.
I think that's what has affected the case in some ways, truly.
But then why keep doing it? Like, at what point is a lawyer like, yo, they moved the venue probably because, you're interviewing jurors. Let's not do that again. And they just go right back into the same regime. Like, I don't, whatever.
Agreed.
It's my opinion.
No, I get it. I did it. I mean, since you're up here, both of you guys, what do you guys think? 2 years already. Like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? Doesn't seem like it.
Here's what I think. I think Brian's screwed either way, whether he did it or not.
A lot of people are saying that, Willie. A lot of people are saying that now.
And they have the right to say it because it's probably the truth. But that's my opinion.
The way it sounds, I don't know. What do you think, Steven?
The way I would like it, if you commit the crime, you do the time. I mean, that's just the way it is in the judge. But sometimes, like the other judge, I kind of like him in a way because he was sort of calm and everything, and he was kind of getting things organized. And then they want to move the thing, and then that would kind of take the long process. And then they moved it over to this other judge, and this other judge is kind of like getting very strict and everything else. So I can tell you what they're going to do. I really believe that I believe that he's going to be guilty, and the reason why I'm saying this is because
he is guilty, or he's going to be found guilty.
He's going to be found guilty.
Gotcha.
Because that's what I believe. Because the way things are looking now, it looks like, hell is going to pay now.
Yeah.
Because this judge ain't soft. He's not giving no slacking. He says, I want to get this thing done and get it over with. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with Willie too. I gotta say, I feel like no matter what happens, he's gonna be found guilty. I gotta say, I feel that
way. Which is just a sad thing to say too, because that's not how it should be. I don't give a shit about influences, because if you take all the influences out of this equation, you take everything that they were doing in the beginning and the public pressure and all that kind of stuff, would they still really arrest Brian Koberger after doing a thorough investigation? I mean, they did a month worth of investigation. I mean, that's not a lot. I mean, there's some cases that take a year or 2 years to fucking solve, right?
Yeah.
But here we all need to rush because we need to get the kids back to school, which is just asinine in my opinion.
And I think I'll be honest with you guys, both of you and everybody in chat. I think I know there are two different cases, and I know a lot of people are seeing what happened with the Delphi case now and saying, well, Brian screwed, blah, 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 because I know that They are two different cases, but I feel like Idaho was rushed, and I feel like Delphi was rushed. And when you rush something like this, it's going to be shoved down the throat. And they need somebody to be guilty on this. They need somebody to be convicted. They need closure.
Well, let me ask you this. If next hearing, Brian Koberger stands up in the middle of the procedure and says, I'm innocent, is that going to change everybody's mind to think that he's innocent now? I'm just curious. No. So Brian screaming he's innocent ain't going to change shit. Am I correct or am I wrong?
I don't think it will.
Okay. like,
here's the thing. There's people.
What do people want him to say? Do people want him to be like Sarah Boone and just completely incriminate himself? Like, I'm so confused what people want here.
Probably. I think a lot of people want him to stand up and say, "Hey, I did it." That's what I think people want. Really. I'm dead serious. I think that's.
I believe you. That's the sad part.
Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. People want him to go, "I did this. Let's bring, start the fire." Truly, that's what I think they want. Nobody liked the fact that he stood silent. That drove a lot of people nuts. I mean, nobody liked the fact that he didn't even say not guilty because they wanted him to say something and he didn't. So, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people feel that. Kel's just said it. I'm serious. Why isn't he begging? He's just
who's he going to beg to? Who's he going to beg to?
That's who. Everybody expected him to say something.
Who's he going to beg to? Us? Who? Like, answer me, Dago. Who's going to beg to?
There is nobody. There's nobody.
I'm just confused who he's supposed to do all this to and plead with.
I think people expect him to have come out screaming, "I'm innocent, I'm innocent." Now he did make the initial statement, okay, and then that was that. The whole thing, and his attorney clarified that. That's the only reason why I go with that one. The other stuff, I have no clue that he said.
But how many serial killers have we seen be arrested that say in the beginning, "I'm innocent," and it turns out they murdered 30 people and plead guilty? If he said he was innocent, who gives a shit? Let's look at the evidence.
That's the truth right there. I didn't expect it. And when he said, "I can't wait to be exonerated for this," I was like, okay, whatever. Everybody says that. Because in the beginning, I didn't know. You know what I mean? I thought, okay, they got him good until all the bullshit
I didn't know
came
either.
out.
I was like, shit. I went to school with the serial killer. At first, I was like, this is nuts. But then when the PCA came out, that's when my mind changed. If the PCA made sense, I'd be on the boat with hang his ass. But unfortunately,
and he
didn't.
I promise you that the reason why he hasn't said a word is because he was directed not to say anything. He was directed to just sit there and let them do their job. And I'm sure, that's what he's doing. Whether I agree with it or don't agree with it, I don't know. I don't know anything about how I noticed how she's running her defense in some ways.
But you're a crime channel. What's your advice for people if they get arrested to do what? First thing you do, shut up.
Yeah.
So why are we expecting him to scream at the top of his lungs that he's innocent when it's going to change nothing?
I think it's because in a lot of cases, this is my opinion, of course, we've seen the suspects or the people that are in custody on trial say something. Brian hasn't truly. I mean, that's what I think people are saying is weird. Brian hasn't spoke once. He hasn't said a word other than when the judge spoke directly to him and he answered him. And that is what I think is weirding people out because he's never spoken.
But we don't know what he's saying to Ann because that's attorney-client privilege.
That's it right there. I'm sure he's speaking to her, obviously.
Ann's not going to come out and say, "Your Honor, my attorney or my client's innocent," and what's her name? The other chick to say it's an honor to represent him. So obviously he's saying something to them, and they know a completely different story than what we're being told. Just because they're not telling us, "Hey, Brian told us this and that," they're not going to do that. I don't know how people expect them to come out and just be like, "Yeah, Brian said this, and that." No,
everybody wants answers, me included. And they just it's taken so long that everybody is just like, what and why,
Yeah.
And I don't a lot of people have said, the rumor mill guys, and I'm not saying any of this stuff's true by any means. Every bit of what I'm saying right now is stuff I've heard other places, and it's all speculated, alleged, 100% just theory, and so on and so forth. People are saying that Brian's in charge, he's running his case, she's just a public figure. Brian didn't take law, guys. He took criminal science and like forensics and stuff like that. That's what he was in. He wasn't involved in law and this and that kind of stuff. He knows it, I'm sure, but he didn't study that. That's not what his thing was. So I'm sure that's another reason why he's not doing a whole lot of that stuff. Because at the beginning, I remember a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's going to represent himself," blah, blah, blah. But he doesn't have a law degree. He doesn't know what he's doing in that sense. And I never expected that. Welcome, Mikey. I never expected him to do that. Now, whether or not they're talking back and forth and he's giving his input, of course he is. Of course he is. And it could help with the defense and the investigation with some of the stuff that he does know as far as what his training's in, his education, I'm sorry. But truly,
his education's in cloud-based forensics now.
Right. That's it, guys. It's not law. It's not that. He couldn't.
And the first thing he does is take his phone. Sure. Okay. Whatever.
Right. That's a whole other thing.
Whatever.
Right.
I'll sit here and fucking pretend to. Like, this is crazy to me.
It's beyond crazy. It's we got the PCA, the whole case, and I know we're gonna have this conversation. That's why we're doing it. It's 2 years later, and nothing's any different except we now have a judge. I'll say this much. I didn't have a huge problem with John Judge.
No, but he was lazy.
He was very lazy. He was very lazy. He was very just, okay, do whatever. Now Hitler is showing what it's like to be a real judge. This guy's
imagine asking him where he wants to go to eat. Jesus Christ. Take him 3 days to tell you.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And it made me look back and go, wow, really? That dude was lazy. Hitler's not putting up with shit from either side. So that I have to say, I think is good. I think he's going to be fair for either side. Judge was just kind of like, well, I mean,
laughing, smirking, telling him to get along and shit.
Right. You're too lackadaisy for a case like this, brother. You need to get into this shit and pay attention and focus. Hitler's on top of it. I like this guy now, and I think he's going to be good for it. So, Steven, you were saying, or you started to say?
I think he was sort of like, he wanted to rush things. He didn't know really how to handle this case as this other judge is, because I think he's part of the Supreme Court system, and I think that's the reason why he had this other judge is a little bit more experienced than this other guy, because he's part of that system, that other court system, and he's more stronger. He said it. He said there's going to be more people watching Brian Kohlberger.
Yeah.
He's also probably not worried about his house being burnt down if he makes a decision either.
That's true too. That's true, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Judge, but he was weak. He had a weak persona, and it was kind of unnerving. Like I said this a long time ago. With everything that we've been through, everything that we've seen, how long Brian's been sitting in jail, I would like for it to be Brian, to be honest with you, because it would make some sense then.
But at this point, his life's. I mean, what kind of quality of life is he going to have if he gets out anyway? So
yes, he's trashed. The same thing that happened with Richard Allen. I'm just saying, but I want them to show this entire case, put it all out on the table on both sides. I want to see everything, and I mean everything, you guys. And then I'm going to sit back and look at all that I've seen and say, okay, what do I think at this point? Whether I thought he could do it or couldn't do it or did do it or didn't do it. If they show me something that I said is it. Undeniable that this man did it. Burn the fucker at the stake then, truly. But
yeah, I would have said it too if their PCA wasn't a fairy tale. But unfortunately, how many people don't believe it? I'm not the only one.
The PCA, okay, let's start at the beginning. The investigation was a giant mess. It was botched all to hell. It was a screw up. And again, I'm not saying it's because they did it on purpose. They were inexperienced. Nobody in a small town like this is expecting to have to deal with a quadruple homicide right out of the gate. Okay, they weren't ready for that. And again, this is another agency, in my opinion, that didn't reach out for help when they probably should have in the beginning. Okay, that's again just an opinion I have. And if they would have, it's all about, in my opinion, egos. Law enforcement agencies, we can handle it. It's our jurisdiction. We got this. We don't need you. But in this case, I think they needed everybody they could get. So that's where it started at. That was the problem where this all started in the very, very beginning. And then they waited, all this shit happened, and then they throw a gag on it. Well, it's too late. There's already all this bullshit going on. And then you throw a gag on it, that makes it worse.
Yeah. It actually did make it worse, the gag order, if you think about it.
I think it did. I truly think it did. I'm not saying the gag
unless they truly don't have shit, then I mean, then they're kind of just doing what I think they're doing, which is protecting the protecting the case. So at least they have somebody
Yes.
away for 3 years while everybody calms the hell down about the case. I understand that the community is probably, there's still some people that, are up in arms about it. But if you think about it, time heals all wounds. So like over time, people kind of go on with their lives.
Yeah.
And it's not as fresh. If that makes sense.
I think that, and that's true. I think that because I made a statement this morning about Moscow, or maybe it was not, maybe it was last night. Anyway, I made a statement about Moscow finding him guilty, period. But somebody made statements that they probably don't care at this point. They just want to be done with this, so on and so forth. That's probably true in some ways, that they're not it's not as raw. You know what I mean? It's not as fresh. So
yeah,
that could change that. That could change that. I mean, I'm sure there's people, they want justice because this happened in their town, but it's not going to be like it was 3 months after this happened. That's going to change that.
Hell no.
And the fact that they're in a different area now, and that's something too. We'll get into that here in a little bit, but that's something else. I think for the defense, the change of venue was a mistake. That's me. And I'm not saying I think it's a mistake. I think the defense.
Yeah, but you're saying that based on the judge or what? Because you're saying the change of venue is a mistake, but I mean, think where would you take your chances with the jury?
I would have wanted a change of venue for me if I was him. Yes. But I think in the defensive side, it ended up blowing up in their face because Ann wanted it so bad. She got it. And I think that if she'd have stayed there with Judge, things would have been easier for her than they're going to be with this guy. That's why I think it was a mistake on their part. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean it's true, guys. I'm just saying
but it'll be easier leading up to the trial, maybe. But the actual trial, when jurors have to be selected, and you have a town of 30-some thousand people, and 200 of them send surveys back that they're going to burn a courthouse. It's just not a pool that I would take my chances in. Is all I'm saying.
Right. No, I think that it needed to be done. Don't get me wrong, and I know that she's right for doing it. I don't think she expected the judge to be the way he was. I think she kind of was used to how Judge was, and we just need to change the venue and move forward. And they have a new judge now, and he's not Mr. Laid Back Smooth, Rico Suave now. It's like, oh shit, this guy means business. So now what? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he's retiring, so he doesn't care. I think he's happy he got out of it, to be honest with you. So Alba Rico, good to see you. I don't know.
You could tell he was uncomfortable. It was like he was my view, it looked like he was like both their friends and he didn't want to upset either or. So like he was just trying to keep the peace between both of them every year.
Yeah, he was more of a peacekeeper than he was being a judge. That's fact. I can agree with that.
What happened to that guy that had the beard? That was the older guy. That was
he's still involved. You're talking about Bill Thompson. He wasn't in this last hearing in person, but he was there via Skype, Stephen. He was on a computer screen. He was still there.
They told him to stop talking because every time Bill talked, he'd give us a little Easter egg on what they don't have.
He wasn't able to make it there because of another case he was covering or something, and the drive took too long, so he had to be there via Skype like this. But he was still there.
I miss Bill.
He's retiring, by the way. He's retiring too. And that other guy, that bald dude, I think he's kind of stepped in as Bill's spot, in my opinion. I don't know for a fact, but that's how it kind of felt.
And he's a little tougher too.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah. Like I said,
because I'm sure Bill. I'm sure if you look at Bill's track record, he hasn't had a lot of cases that he has done like this on this magnitude. So
Bill Thompson is captain of the plea bargain. That's what he always does. Okay.
And Judge seems like he's the captain of the let's make a deal.
Yeah, 100%. That's how I took him. He's too laid back. I felt like, okay, you know how you go to court, anybody's ever been to court, traffic court, whatever. You know that you go in front of a judge and you're sitting there watching him with the first couple cases he covers, and you're like, oh shit, this guy makes me nervous. Or this guy's a pushover. I would not, and I would.
I study them. I actually look them up, and I look at their interests and shit like that. So like when I get up there, I crack a joke about this or about that. Even though they don't respond to it, I still know that what I say will resonate somewhat in their life. Because the littlest people don't understand, the littlest amount of love from a judge can get you off of a lot of shit. Because if they're in a bad mood, you're fucked. It's all about what mood the judge is in.
Yep. If you watch, I always wanted to be first when I would go to court for things, because if you get 2 or 3 people in front of you and they piss him off, you're screwed. That's
exactly
how I feel. That throws him in a bad. I was in court for a ticket one time I got, and he was in a great mood when he walked in, and he was making jokes. Some guy comes up, and some other guy comes up, and then this woman comes up, and she got just smarted off to him. His face went red, and I went, "You asshole! I'm screwed now." You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's they're human beings.
But it just amazes me how many people get up there and they think like that's the time to act tough. That's what they think. They think that because the cameras are on or because the public's watching, that like that's the time to act tough. And that's the stupidest take to do, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. I agree. I do agree.
Like if you were the judge and I got up there and you were like, why were you speeding? I'd say, sir, I apologize. I was rushing home from watching the Commanders-Eagles game, and I know you're a Commanders fan.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to say, "Oh, yeah, that was a great game." You're gonna, you're going to move on, but it's going to resonate that, hey, this is an Eagles fan. Maybe I can get this guy some leeway. And that goes a long way.
That's very smart. That is very smart. I agree. I do agree.
This is people's lives. Like I said, and they go in there and they just start screaming and jump. That dude that jumped over the tape, jumped over the judges. What's it called that they sit on? Perch.
The bench. Yeah.
Yeah. Jumped right over that shit and tackled her. I think he got more time for that than his actual charge. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree. Absolutely. You don't want to piss them off. Period. They have too much power to piss them off. That's my opinion. So
when people say, "Oh, Brian shaved," and "Oh, look, he's really scruffy when he's not in court and he puts on a show," no shit. I'd put on a show too. I'd try to be dapper as hell. That's why he wants to wear a suit.
Right. And see, there's something else too that I noticed. I think somebody just said her name in here.
I don't know.
Rowena. So when Alyssa Massoff kept getting up and talking, he don't like her. I don't think he likes her at all. He kept dismissing her, shut her down, said, "Okay, your time is up," this and that. That's not good for the defense if he don't like somebody on that team. Okay. Which means he's not going to want to hear what the hell that woman has to say. And she was saying a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not good at all. I got the feeling that he don't like her. So
was that girl with the black hair?
Yeah.
Dark hair?
Yeah. Alyssa Massoff. She's the mitigator on that defense team. Don't let her talk anymore, Ann, because in my opinion, that was all bad. You could tell he was irritated with her. He shut her down a couple times, and then he basically just shut her up completely when he said, "Okay, your time is up. Bye-bye." So I got to wonder what Brian was thinking after that last hearing. I really do. I wonder if he was nervous, But
I'd be nervous as shit.
I would be too. 100%.
They're trying to shoot me.
Yeah. Yeah. And everything that Ann brought up, it was a very weak defense. I was really disappointed in the defense team that hearing. It really was weak. They were I know that's their job and that's what they're supposed to do. They had to do it like this. The way they presented it was the weakest thing I've seen them do yet. Okay, because he wasn't hearing it, guys. It's not going to get approved. I promise you that. It's going to be dismissed. He's going to deny it, and it's going to be, that's it. The death penalty.
We can talk about, okay, but here's the thing, Dago. Man to man. We could talk about what the defense is going to win, what they don't want to win, all the bullshit, jibber jabber law shit. But let's just be honest here. I'm not saying if he's going to be found guilty or innocent. Do you think he did this shit alone? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I can't at this point.
I'm not saying he's not going to be found guilty. Trust me. That's a very big possibility.
I think he would be too.
As far as like doing it, me getting there, they haven't got me there. So I don't know how they're going to get 12 people there to all agree.
I'm not saying that he didn't do it, folks. What I'm saying is I don't see how he did it. I don't see that. They haven't shown me enough information, which of course I'm hoping we get in the trial, for me to go, yeah, I can wholeheartly, comfortably say that Brian did this. I just can't. DNA is a huge thing to me. 4 people being murdered. 4, not 1, not 2, 4. Okay. The amount of DNA that should have been exposed to the world from those 4 people, and this kid has not one little speck of it on him.
Can we just take a moment to think of 30, 50-year-old cases that have been solved using, DNA that's been sitting in a fucking bag at the bottom of the ocean for 50 years, and all of a sudden they have a hit, and that's, and it's some real DNA, but yet there's nothing, not a trace in his car.
Nothing.
And you can't tell me douse his whole car with bleach and shit, because obviously that's going to show, and they're going to be able to.
Nobody's that good. Nobody's that good.
Dexter.
I don't care who you are. Nobody's that. Even Dexter made mistakes. You know what I mean?
True, he did.
Character, but he very slight mistakes. And Dexter was about as perfect as you can get.
But Dexter wore a whole, he wore a whole suit and everything, and there wasn't really any, backspatter. So what I'm thinking about backspatter, and then nobody can tell me he was in any. Nobody can tell me anything other than he was in regular clothing, because that's not what
there was time. There was no time.
But that's not what Dylan saw. The PCA doesn't state that Dylan saw somebody head to toe in a Tyvek suit. It states that she saw somebody dressed in regular clothing, saw his eyebrows. To me, that's not a geared up individual.
And that's my problem with that whole thing. Backing up, you guys. I'm glad we're talking about this. This is a big one for me, Willie. Backing up, okay? Everybody popped up with this whole, even including the Gonsalves, that he was wearing he had a murder kit, okay? Which consisted of the Tyvek suit, possibly masks, goggles, all this shit. When, first off, Dylan didn't see that, and we're supposed to follow that PCA. Okay, I am. That's not what she described in her statement, first. Secondly, this happened in a matter of 9 minutes, supposedly, okay? You do not have time to go in, do what he did, come out, strip down at the door without making a mess, dropping anything anywhere outside, pack it all into something, put that in your car and take off, and not make one little mistake and put any into your car in a hurry. The car is the biggest thing for me, that there is zero DNA in that car from any of them victims.
Exactly. So all I'm saying is Brian might have done this, but he didn't do it like that. That's all I'm saying. And when it comes down to, if this is crime, this is the law, then there's an issue with the case. And but you're an asshole if you say so. If you say that, people are like, rah, rah, rah. Why?
I know.
Why? Just the overall case itself. Look at what they have. Look at what they've screwed up so far. The crime scene's gone. Let's call it for what it is. The crime scene's gone. There you go. It's gone.
It is gone and never to come back. There's no way to replace that. They do have models of it, but they don't have the actual. But
like if you, playing VR and being at the actual beach is, to me, in my opinion, two different things.
Agreed. I do agree. I said that in the beginning, but I'll go along with the defense. We don't need the house. You say so. Whatever.
Sure.
But so be it. We'll see what happens at that point with that too. We'll see what the jury says when they say, "Where's the house? Where's the scene? Can we see the scene?" Oops. No, you can't.
And now is there an instruction? Will there be an instruction now because the defense agreed to it? Like in the survey that says something similar to, like, I don't know. Are you able to judge this case without a crime scene being presented? Is that something that they would ask the jurors before?
It might be one of the questions that they ask them when they're doing jury selection. Yeah, it could very well be. That's a good point.
Gotcha.
They're going to ask the questions that they ask. Are you able to be unbiased about this and that, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. All the questions. Do you think he did this? Do you think he didn't do this? That could be one of the questions. That's a very good point and a good question, Willie. I like that.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to make no points here or trap you. I was just generally asking you, do you think he did it or not? Because,
No, I truly, honestly, at this point, okay, no. I don't see how Brian Christopher Koberger went into that building, that home, and murdered 4 people by himself at that time of night at all. I can't make it match in my mind. It just doesn't fit to me.
I'd believe it more if you told me he ran there and did it.
Sure.
Because if you're gonna say 8 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever the hell you want, right? I'll even give you 12, 13 minutes. Let's throw an extra 5 in there. Why not? You still have to now bend that time frame from the back door to his car, because you can't give him any time to do shit, because he just took out 4 people with a knife. It wasn't a gun where you could just boom, 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 he's out. No, he's up close and personal. Who knows how many stab wounds there are, because each wound is going to take a second, 2 seconds.
There was like 50 some odd stab wounds, I believe, on Kaylee.
So that's 100. So say, give or take, that's
there was
70, 80 seconds, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Hold on. Good. I'm glad you brought that up. Hold that point, Willie. Let's add in the fact that he probably had to fight with Kaylee too. Okay. How much time did that take? Add that in. I know she fought back. I know she fought back.
That's what I'm saying. If you add in the struggling, if you add in him having to leave the home, then you really don't have any time from the back door to his car. So as big of a kid as he brought with himself, how did he even have any time to use anything?
That's the problem. That's why that doesn't make any damn sense, bro. None. It don't make. That's why I can't believe he did it. I'm gonna go with the 9-minute timeline, okay, which I don't think is right, but okay. 9 minutes. You came into this house, you went upstairs, you killed those two while wrestling around. I think Maddie was sleeping. This is just an opinion and pure speculation, of course, absolutely alleged what I'm saying. I think Maddie was sleeping. He did what he did. That was easy, the easy one, okay? Kaylee, I think, heard something and was in her room, came across the hall, surprised him, and they get into a tussle. He finally gets to take her down at that point, backs her into the corner. She's done. That took some extra time. Then he heads down the stairs, encounters Ethan or Xana, whoever first.
And how tall is Ethan?
Ethan's bigger than him, and he's a big boy. Okay, Ethan was a big boy. That's my other problem. I said that from the very beginning. You're going to tell me that this kid just stood there and let you do this to him without trying to fight back? No, he didn't.
Both of them sat in the room and watched the other one get attacked and just sat there and I guess did nothing.
Well, Xana had defensive wounds all over her hands, so she fought back too. That's time. That's more time coming off that timetable, okay?
And nobody ripped his mask or whatever the hell he was wearing off of his head.
Nope. Nope. What? Thank you. No, there was no blood all over his face because she didn't say. She didn't remember this. This is an important thing that nobody's ever talked about. We did not hear Dylan say, because she would have remarked about this, in my opinion, that he had blood all over him.
Or a knife.
Or a knife either. Thank you. Good point. I saw somebody 5'10" or so, clad in black, with a mask on. That's it. Nothing
with bushy
else.
Eyebrows. Hold on, bushy eyebrows.
Bushy eyebrows, of course, but that's anyway.
But that's a description, though.
She didn't say. Right, that's the point. She didn't say I saw somebody clad in black, dripping with blood. That would have been noticeable, and you would have said
running with a knife. Because now we're going to go back to the timeline. They said walk, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
So he was so exhausted afterwards that he just and so confident that there was nobody on the other side of the door that he just attacked two people in the room of, that he just calmly walked out of there. Let somebody open their door, look at him, waved at them, and walked out. He wasn't running, sprinting. He was walking. That's the term that they use.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Girl, wonderful to see you here. It's been a long time. I'm very happy to see you. Actually, I've missed seeing you in here. Your comments, and she makes a great point too, Willie. There were 4 vehicles out in front. The perpetrator enters the home with only a knife, because that's all we've been told. Did he know that they weren't armed? There could have been 10 to 15 or more people inside that home.
Who made that point?
Or parents. Mr. Girl saying that.
Oh, Mish. What up, Mish? Yeah, exactly.
It's awesome.
Exactly.
Big point. It was a big.
How do you know? And I like that point because I've said that before. But and then you also have to think of, how did he know 10 or 15 people were going to come out from the second story and first and second floor and meet him at the bottom of the stairs if we're led to believe that he went to the third floor first?
Right, and not
who the hell traps themselves, Dago?
Thank you very much. I said that a long time ago. That's a great point, Mr. Girl. Not to mention, it's great to see you in here, but thank you for that statement. That means a lot in this case, in my opinion. It was football weekend. There could have been parents in there, okay? They don't know, and that house is a known party house. Okay?
These are college kids on a Saturday night, and if that's a well-known party house into the early morning, that's the time that Brian Koberger, this methodical demon, picked to go do this. Mm-hmm. That's the best night that this guy chose.
Now, I'll say this: according to what we've seen and heard in the PCA, he drove around a few times. Okay, great. He was casing the house. We'll say that, but you still don't know who's inside the house.
But the light was on. Somebody ordered food.
Like I said,
why wouldn't he go in at 5?
What'd you say?
I said, why wouldn't he go in at like later than like they're putting him going in around the same time as the DoorDash is? Because in my opinion, they need to have at least somebody outside that saw something. So that's why they had to sprinkle in the DoorDash. But
Yeah.
Around the same time, you have doors opening, doors closing, Dylan's sleeping, and all of a sudden she's awoken.
Mm-hmm.
And if you actually read the verbiage, Dylan's awoken before. I mean, if we're gonna go by the timeline, if Xana posted on TikTok at what time? Was it 4:12 or 4:13?
4:12 a.m. Oh, I
All
got
right,
that.
4:12. So 4:12 a.m. she's physically posting. Boom, she hits post.
Yep.
Now at that time, is Brian upstairs? Is Brian upstairs doing stuff, or is he not in the house yet? What are we going with?
I mean, according to them, he was in the house by 4:08. Was it
So
4:08?
he's been in the house 4 minutes.
Yeah, according to them, yes.
And he don't have a care in the world. If he scoped this out, remember, he scoped this out. He don't have a care in the world that anybody below him is hearing what's going on upstairs, but above them. That's crazy to me, dude.
Yeah, especially if you've thought about what you're doing. If you're with the experience that you have, the knowledge you have, you don't think you thought of this before you went in and did it? Of course you did.
Because you have to come down the steps and now meet that person with your knife. And if somebody goes to the kitchen and gets out a bigger knife than him, then guess what? You're now at a disadvantage, whether you look at it or not. If you poke each other, and his is going to, and I'm sure Ethan's wingspan's pretty large. If we look at,
He's a big
Ethan's,
boy. Yeah, very big dude.
I'm sure he has a pretty big wingspan. And if he sticks you in the neck, your plan's kaput.
I want to know something. Yeah, that's a good point. Welcome, Sherry and Chris. Hold on one second, Lily and Steven. Sherry and Chris Dohaney, welcome, brother. Good to see you as well. Again, Michigan Girl, wonderful to see you. Welcome, El Barriqua. Good to see you tonight. Stitches, good to see you. CZ in the house. Good to have you here. Just making sure I didn't miss anybody in here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Robert Bell, great to see you as well. Miss Barbara, I've seen you. Sherry N, I just said that. Okay, I think I got everybody. If I didn't catch you, I will catch up with you. Cockney, good to see you. And congratulations, happy Digoversary. 1 month. We appreciate you very much. And I hope you keep on coming back. It's wonderful to see you here.
Damn, it's cold.
Demon Dog, good to see you. There it was. I knew I'd seen somebody else. Demon said, actually, I'm sorry, but if a person stabs 4 people that are even asleep, again, yes, and it goes smooth, you're still going to have a lot of DNA. Thank you. That will splatter. Okay, splatter.
Stabbing your shoes, for God's sakes. At least let's take gravity into the mix here.
Yeah, and if you stab somebody, what was it? I can't remember the exact amount. I have to go back and look. 52, 54, something like that times. That's gonna promote. It's gonna come back on him every time you pull that knife out. And I hate being gross, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm just being real. Every time that knife comes back towards you, there's stuff coming back towards you as well. Every time. So how did you end up with nothing on you in that car? There's no way. Okay, that was just from one victim.
Without changing.
Thank you. No
showering, washing your hands. We can't give him any of that.
Nope, not at all. Not at all. And this is what I wanted to do tonight. I wanted to have a conversation without people going at each other, being upset, because these things are facts, folks. We've talked about this before. Nothing's changed. But I still like talking about this because these things are facts, okay? And I can't imagine anything that the prosecution at this point can bring to the table to say, this is how we know we did it. Don't tell
sorry,
me.
Dude. I'm not going to come up here and play make-believe. Like, if we, in a common sense reality, I'm just thinking of 12 people sitting down at a long table and discussing what we know so far. And in my opinion, I don't see how the outcome of that would be. It's definitely him.
Yeah, no, agreed. And yes, Charlotte, yeah, from my understanding, Kaylee was pretty much unrecognizable. So there was that too, okay, which I think was all part of her defending herself. The defensive, I think that's why, because she couldn't be subdued.
But whoever did this, how did whoever did this, right? How did they even get from one room to the next room without, completely just leaving a whole trail from one room to the next? Like, you figure there'd be.
And
I'm not saying
you,
I'm saying whoever did this.
Yeah, whoever did it should have left a trail like you wouldn't believe. That's another one of my big problems. Okay, now if that's the case, that goes back to the 8-hour gap. Okay, that's what everybody has gone back to with that every time that somebody cleaned this up somehow. Now, Mr. Girl has another good point. I'm really grateful you're in here tonight, Mr. Girl. In Bloom's book, which we know, I take that with salt 50-50. He states that the blood was trickling down the inside stairs. That makes sense to me. It truly does. We saw blood trickling on the outside of the foundation. That's how much there was. That's a lot of blood, folks. That's a lot of blood inside and outside the house for there not to be one drop of it in his car. Miss me with that bullshit. I'm sorry. It never made sense to me, and it still don't. I want to see how the prosecution explains that. That's what I want to see. That's the main reason why I can't go to the side that he's guilty. WB's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. WB says, is Gunderson really the canine guy? I don't know, WB. That's a good point. That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. Thank you, Doodle, very much for that. She was in a shock phase, but was still able to text. Thank you. Another good point. Another good point. And I still will not ever believe with how gruesome, how brutal that was, where Dylan's room was positioned directly underneath Maddie's bedroom. I believe that was right when we looked at that before. You didn't hear the massive fight that Kaylee probably put up? Yelling and screaming? Come on. I want somebody in here to tell me that wasn't loud.
Careful, dude. You're trying to sound like me.
Billy, I've always sounded this. I don't. At this point, I'm so fed up with the.
So then what are we doing? What are we doing? Why is he in jail, Dago?
I don't know, but I don't know, because they have phone pings, because they have his car in the area, because they have.
But they can put it. I mean, if you could put 100 other people in the area, how do you do this to a human being? And that's all you got to tell us. Especially with that much public pressure, you'd think they'd put out something that has a little bit of meat. But we're all supposed to believe. Just wait, they have it. They're going to tell us at trial.
I don't think they're going to. That's what my biggest issue is, and I'll be really shocked, guys. I'll eat every word I've ever said with salt on it. I promise you. If they bring something out on the table, which I really am kind of hoping they do, from the defense, and said, "This is it. This is the smoking gun." I probably would like, "Thank you, finally, thank you."
Then he did it.
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
But as of right now,
Chris says, I wager it sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog, as Dylan said. I don't think it did. Did they play with the dog that loud?
But what time did she wake up?
She woke up around 4. Was exactly. It 4:08 or 4:09 or something like that? Somebody remind me of that one.
It was 4.
It was at 4 a.m. exactly.
I think that's what the PCA says.
I can't remember. I haven't looked at the PCA in like almost a year now, I think, or at least 8 months.
Woke up around 4. So let me ask you: Did Brian wake her up, or did the sound of the Grubhub guy or DoorDash, whoever the hell came there, wake her up?
If I can remember this, she said that she was woken up by the sound of what Chris was talking about, of what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Okay. So
at that time she wakes up. So saying that exact statement you just said, is that supposed to lead somebody to believe that the dog was making noise because somebody was being murdered at that time? Yes or no? What does that verbiage push somebody to believe right there? That she was awoke by the sound of Kaylee playing with her dog. Is that supposed to now put the murder upstairs?
Yeah. That's how it sounds to me. That's exactly what that states to me. But here's my thing. Let's go with that real quick, okay? Let's go with Dylan's in bed. She's sleeping. She said she was asleep and was woken up. Let's go with that. She's woken up because she hears what she thinks is Kaylee playing with the dog. Okay, or somebody playing with the dog up there. There's that. Now, once you're awake,
wasn't in the room.
Well, no, I get it, but you're awake. You're awake now because that woke you up. You don't hear now everything else going on up there since that's the time that this is taking place.
Whose room's closer?
She was right below Maddie's room. Okay, Maddie's room was right here. She's right under that, so that's a problem I have. That house was
I didn't know that.
Shit. Yeah, oh yeah. We did that virtual tour shit in here multiple times, but that house, the walls, the ceilings, all of that, they were thin. It wasn't a really, really good built house. Okay. So again, she was offset from Maddie's. Are you sure? I thought when we went through that SRB that she was directly below Maddie's room and that Kaylee's room was over here.
Okay. Well, when you walk up the steps, whose room do you hit first? Can we agree to that?
The back from the front door, from the front door. If you go up those steps, you come into the living room. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll turn to go back to Xana's room. Then you go past Dylan's door, and those steps are right there. You go up those stairs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember I'm gonna have to pull it up. I know I am, but she's gonna go look at it real quick. It's been a while, guys, so give me a break on that one. But I thought to
figure out how'd she hear the dog before she heard what happened.
Well, according to what that statement means to me, is what she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog is probably what was going on. Kaylee had the walkout patio. She was in the backside. Dylan was more towards the front, above Xana, maybe. Kaylee's room was above Xana's room, I think. And then Maddie's room was above Dylan's room, I thought, on the opposite end of that, possibly. Yeah, I was right. Stitcher says it too. Maddie's was over top of DM. That's where the murders took place, was in Maddie's room. Okay? So again, that's what my problem was. That you're sitting right below this. Once you're awake, you heard what you thought was her playing with her dog. You don't hear what's going on up there? You're not questioning what's going on up there? I don't believe that. I don't, and that's when I think they started texting her and Bethany. Hey, what's going on? Do you hear that? Is somebody fighting? Are they arguing? Are they screwing? You know what I mean? Not to be rude. I'm just trying to say that's the text message part. I think that's when it started. And you stayed out of that the whole time? You didn't worry about that whole time? I don't believe it.
What's making the dog go nuts?
That's my problem. That's what I said.
If they're saying she left her room to go into Kaylee's room, Maddie left her room to go to Kaylee's room, correct? Or other way around?
No, I said that. They said that the murders happened in Maddie's room. They believe the girls had went to bed together in Maddie's room and fell asleep, and then they were attacked in their sleep.
But they said one of them walked in on the but they said one of them walked out and locked the dog in the room and went into.
That was me that said that. That was my assumption or my speculation. They never said that. I think that's what happened. I think because Kaylee's bed was turned down a little bit, and I think that's why the dog was locked in the room. Okay, I think that she was in bed. The dog started tussling around because he heard something at the door. Maybe started whining. She maybe heard something. She gets up and goes to look and checks and sees somebody standing in Maddie's room, maybe a shadow figure or something, and goes to go in there and like jumps him. What are you doing? You know? And they start fighting, roughing around. She shuts the door behind her. When she leaves, the dog's stuck in the room. And that's what I think happened, guys. That's my actual opinion as to how this all went down. They've never said that.
Okay. All right. So I'll give her that. Say she's awake when she hears a dog and that's freaking out. Whatever. Then now you stay awake for the rest of the time that this guy sweeps the whole house and you don't hear nothing else. You don't hear tussle upstairs, him running down the steps, I'm assuming, and then all the commotion on the same floor you're on, and then you see that same person that you just heard do all this walking at you, and you hang out for 8 hours.
That's the next problem, Willie. Here we go. So he handles what he did upstairs on the third floor, comes down, and then he goes into Xana and Ethan's, the situation with them. Now we're on the same floor. Okay?
Yeah.
We're on the same floor. Dylan's door is here. They're what, like 12 feet away from her door when this all goes down, possibly, maybe a little bit more, maybe. You didn't hear that either? You didn't hear this 6'2", whatever
You
he
heard something
was?
because she opened her door 2 or 3 times, so she obviously was hearing. She was hearing something.
3 times she opened her door.
If she's
3
opening
times.
her door while this guy is murdering 4 individuals, she didn't hear nothing during the times that she was opening her door. Get the hell out of here.
I don't believe it either, bro. I don't believe it either. I never did. I can't. And that's another good point too. Mr. Girl says again, he knew the layout. I agree with that one. Whoever this was had to have known the layout because they walked directly upstairs, went directly into that room. I don't think there was any hesitation. Again, I'm just saying. And again, you didn't hear any of this, Dylan. You didn't hear Ethan and Brian tussling. Then you didn't hear Xana, because I'm sure Xana was yelling and screaming.
Nobody's yelling.
Okay. I don't believe this. I don't believe you didn't hear this. Unless you were completely knocked out of your mind, knocked out.
And then you see this person, and then you see this person walking at you.
Yeah. And again, all you heard was, I'm here to help you.
And then you hear silence. Then you hear nothing.
Now, let me ask you something too, Willie. If you heard those things, even those things, if you yourself heard the things that Xana claims she heard, and then you see that guy walk past you, heading towards the door to leave, you're assuming he left, you're not going to open your door one more time, make sure he's not there, and step out and see what the hell was going on, possibly?
You're not going to sit there for 20, 30 minutes while it's dead silent and try to figure out what the hell just happened?
You're not going to sit there for 8 hours. And
I'm trying to give her at least, listen, yeah, I don't know, 8 hours is wild, dude. Because like after that, I'm not going back to bed. Dude, I can hear a cat piss from across my yard here, dude. Like in dead silence, right. I can hear a lot of shit. So, you know, if she was really sleeping and she woke, bless you, and she woke up and you know there was noise going on and it was not normal, you're not going. Like people trying to make me believe like she kept dozing off, waking up, dozing off, waking. No, if she's opening her door, she's physically getting herself out of bed.
Hold on,
that's improving her hearing from 12 feet away, and she's not hearing anybody screaming for help, even after he leaves. Like if somebody was still alive, screaming for help, like nothing. You just hear a dog, I'm here to help you, this, that, and the third, and then that's all. Okay.
All right, sorry, I'm here. I don't even know what to think at this point with that part of it. She did say she heard crying coming from Xana's room. All you heard was crying, but you didn't hear screaming and yelling when there was this whole thing going on.
Who has time to cry?
And you heard somebody say, well, I'm here to help you, but you didn't hear screaming and wrestling and slamming and banging, and I don't understand this. Oh, then yeah, we got to go back to this too. So if the DoorDash was delivered at 4 a.m., Xana was up to get it. Why didn't she hear or see anything? Or whoever grabbed the DoorDash. Very true. That's something I think we all questioned a year ago, 2 years ago. Why didn't they see or hear it when they were walking to get, or did they hear that? And is that how they got involved in it? Did they hear something going on upstairs and they were like, what the hell? He comes downstairs and like, who are you? What the hell are you doing? And boom, 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 they go to town. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if all this
keep
is
going,
confined to,
Willie, I gotta grab something. Go ahead, bro. Keep talking.
But if all this is confined to 2 rooms, I'm just trying to figure out how none of that went down in the hallway or something of that nature. That makes no sense to me. Steven, you still there, bud? Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm alive.
What's up, man?
Oh, not much.
So, hey, what do you think of this shit?
Well,
What's your opinion on it all?
And I was just looking over some of the details. Like they have an update right now on the trial thing. And I said to myself, I said, a lot of it's like the same stuff that we're kind of discussed, but it's like everybody's waiting on that day of the trial, and I said, because it'll be next year before you even see anything or blah blah blah. So it's like I know the victims, like the the girl's parents that True Digger was showing earlier today. And I did see it again on the court TV with Vinny when he was asking a bunch of the attorneys and stuff. My idea on the case is like you threw a bunch of apples and oranges together, it will not exactly match up or whatever. Um, it just it's like you had that all in the court with you got the plaintiff and the defense team just going at it back and forth. Um, but they probably knew each other in the law, whatever, and they're going to be against each other anyway. So
Yeah.
it's like they know one's going to win and one's going to lose, but it's not really a win or lose situation. They still get paid.
Yeah.
Regardless. And it's just because that's what
We'll ask you that to ask you this. What other now that Delphi's over and the Karen Reed trial's over? Well, actually, I mean that's another one that's going to begin. But in my opinion, you can try that 1,000 times. That's a whole shit show over there. But other than the Karen Reed trial, what case out there do we know of where somebody's locked up based on such little evidence like this, and we're all questioning? Can you think of any other cases that are going on right now that are where they have absolutely shit just like this on a person that's...
I was watching the case of this girl, Shallow, the driver they call the Colt Baby, I think it is. And
what is it?
It's they call the Colt Baby. It's Shallow, and then another person was involved. It was like they killed a baby. It's like the Colt Baby Shallow. I think Dago probably seen it. It's on Court TV. And I was watching today. It's really a young girl and two guys that was with her, and they said it's like a cult thing.
Oh Jesus!
And it's like and it just amazes me. The young people is just like wasting their life away. It's like, come on, you got better things to do than this.
Oh yeah, but that's who they prey on. They prey on people that, in my opinion, are weak-minded, that they can try to...
Oh, she stabbed her baby. Is that Colt?
Jesus mighty! See, I can't watch a trial like that. It pissed me off too bad.
And so it's just it's like I was watching the court that I've been watching was the Young Thug, he's a rapper.
Oh yeah,
And when I was watching him, of course he got set free because he's got money. He's got so much.
Now.
Oh yeah, he had a good attorney.
I stopped watching on like day 125 or whatever it was. Like, it was crazy how long that circus was going on.
Mm-hmm.
But he got let go. He already paid his money and went. I mean, it's all about money. But them other guys that was involved, they're in trouble. So
yeah, no, I get it absolutely. And that's another thing too. Exotic asked, did there a police interview every single person in the food truck? There was not even just a food truck. Everybody that was at that house, everybody that was at that house that day, everybody that was at that house the night before, there was over 100 people there, the way it was claimed at this giant party they had. Every single person should have been interviewed, and I promise you they weren't. I don't believe they interviewed every single one of those people. I just don't.
Here's my thing. How do we know there wasn't something going on at the time of... I mean, if 80% of the PCA doesn't make sense, why are we believing the other 20%? Like, why are we believing that, like, everybody was just nestled in their beds, or not, like everybody was still up, maybe drinking, smoking, they ordered some food, they were doing this, doing that, like a normal house of that nature would be doing on a Saturday, basically a Saturday night, if you think of like college terms. It's just dead quiet. Everybody's sleeping. Xana secretly wakes up, orders food in the dead of the night. No. That's what we were led to believe, that everybody was sleeping in the beginning. And I don't understand that part, like you said earlier. Why lie? Like, wouldn't there be shit all over the room, thrown everywhere from these encounters? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I just, like, did he close the doors behind him?
Yeah.
You know, like.
Right. I think the rooms were trashed. They took they took wall panels, they took floor panels, all sorts of things out of the room. Thank you, SRB.
Like, why would you have to call somebody over? You couldn't just see directly into the damn room that this guy ran out of? Like,
well, see, that's the thing, though, is she claims she didn't. She claims that she didn't even go look. Okay.
What? Then how'd you know something happened?
They didn't know anything happened until. How did this go down now? I'm gonna pull the damn PCA up, and it's been a while. Give me a minute to pull it up.
I thought she called somebody over to help her open the door.
She called somebody over. She called somebody over and said something happened. They go in and look, and they find out, and then she comes running outside and faints while calling 911. That was the story we were told.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense to me. It never did, but that's what we're supposed to believe. And yeah, they claim they knew nothing until morning. I find that super hard to believe because with all that noise that had to have made, you see this man leaving your home, and he leaves. Okay, and then you don't go out and look around the house to see what happened.
You don't text everybody like, "Yo, what the hell's going on?" And everybody's not responding that you just heard playing with their dog.
Right. When you start calling them, you don't go looking see why they're not answering because you know they were.
He was driving a white car, didn't he?
Yeah, the white Elantra. Absolutely, that was him. Xana's door was.
I hear their phones ringing. Now remember, at this point, everything's silent for 8 hours. So when you're calling their phones, everybody's phones ringing, and you just hear their phones going off, no answer, and you and Bethany aren't on the phone like, yo, let's go see what the hell's going on, because I just saw some creepy guy walk out and I might have heard something. And they don't meet up to go inspect what the hell at least happened on Dylan's floor.
Well, that's right. That's the thing. So imagine you are calling. You're calling Kaylee's phone. You're calling Maddie's phone. You're calling Xana's phone. There's no other noise going on in that house at that time. You're not hearing their phones ring.
Yeah.
You should be hearing them ring from upstairs and next door. And if they're ringing, why aren't they answering them? But you hear them ringing, and you're not going to go check on that.
If we're led to believe that she heard somebody playing with their damn dog, then yeah, how do you not hear a ringtone?
Thank you.
At least one of the 4 phones had to have a ring on. Okay, let's say 3 were silent and 1 was let's at least give 1 phone credit of being on, because it's on the same floor as you or right up the stairwell of you, which is going to echo.
Yes.
Because I don't believe the door was closed upstairs. The door would have been wide open. He has no time to close doors behind him, dude.
Right. The only door that was shut and locked, which is why Hunter was called over, was Xana's room. It was shut. They couldn't get in there. Not that it was locked. I think it was because there was a body behind the door. She couldn't get in that room. So supposedly that's when Hunter was called. He came over, shoved the door open, and said, "Oh," and that's when they realized. Nobody else went upstairs, though. They didn't go upstairs after finding those 2. Why? According to them, no, he didn't. But if you find these 2, knowing that there's 2 other roommates in the house, why wouldn't you go check? I don't believe that either. I just don't.
I mean, listen. I can kind of believe that. I can believe that somebody could go in and see people on the second floor, run the hell out and call 911, because that's what I would do. Like at that point, I don't know how many people are in the house. I'm calling 911 because I need to get over here now. But that's crazy to me that it was so confined to that room that it took busting a door open to view what had happened. That's, I guess, my point. Is there's no blood coming underneath the door or anything of that nature? The door's not.
Right.
Who the hell locked the door?
Well, I don't even know that it was locked. I think it might have been, like I said, that there was a body on the other side of the door.
Well, then why they said they were sleeping?
That's what I mean. It's all a jumbled mess of shit. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
I just don't get their story.
Right. You hear one thing and then you see another, and then you see something else, and then you hear a different piece of that. That's what I'm saying. The story doesn't make sense to me. A lot of the stories didn't make any sense at all.
And this is their story. Like, this is crazy. This is their PCA, and I don't understand how you bring that to the table in front of 12 individuals. That's wild to me. So I think, in my opinion, they're going to change up a few things that they're when they present. I think a lot of things.
I do agree. Okay, here we go. I think I found it. Give me a second. It took me a minute to go through all this to find. Okay, 1 second here.
Cold out, bro. Fall's definitely here. Whew.
Okay, here we go. Here is the wondrous PCA. Okay, Chris says there's a lot of unsubstantiated claims. Yup. Never say nada about Ethan's phone. Maddie's Kaylee's missing stinks from day one. Stinks from 3. Yeah, yeah. I got you, Amy. I get it. All right. Let's see here. This is provided by Brett Payne, who by all means shouldn't have written this because he wasn't the first officer on scene. I think, it should have been done by that person, but whatever. He's the lead investigator when he finally got there in the afternoon. Okay. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow PD, Sergeant Blaker and I responded. See, that's when he got there, was at 4 p.m. To assist with scene security and processing of crime scenes associated with 4 homicides. The Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. So they hadn't done any of that yet. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor, directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Cornoodle's hereafter Cornoodle room. Now, see, that's something else I don't like. Why did you have to learn that through the driver's license? Why didn't you just ask Dylan or Bethany? Truly. But okay, we'll just go with that.
Sure.
Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached, I could see a body later identified as Cornoodles. I think I say it wrong. I'm sorry. Laying on the floor. Cornoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined. So they were both inside the room. Okay? They weren't in the hall. They were both inside the room. The door was open, as he saw. So that states that. Excuse me, sorry. And then that there has been redacted there. I then followed Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. Third floor consisted of the 2 bedrooms, bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee's. I later learned after Officer Nunez's body camera. Oh, see? Those were not shown either, the body cameras, which I don't know. They'll probably be shown in court, but there was a dog in the room when Moscow PD officers initially responded in Kaylee's bedroom. Okay. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her boyfriend, Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack that he and Goncalves shared the dog, then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. That's the bathroom that I believe was in between the two girls' rooms. It shared the wall with Maddie Mogan. Yeah, okay, that was right. As I entered the bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. And see, that was not how it was stated. It was stated that it was found underneath, and this is something I always struggled with this sheath thing too. It was stated that it was tucked underneath the comforter, underneath Maddie. How could you see that from the door? That's the one thing I didn't understand. Hey, AR, good to see you again, brother. Hold on here. Okay, Willie, no problem. Let's see. Mark and Betty, good to see you tonight. Let's see. Hey, yes, exactly, Mark and Betty. Just checking the chat, guys, while we're waiting on Willie. He had to step away for a quick second. Now I have questions about him too, Mr. Girl Enan, because one, the main reason I have questions is because he inserted himself like very quickly and did a lot of strange things. Let me see. Those are all great points. He collected knives, was adept at using them, had a crush on Kaylee, attended parties at the house, had a bird's eye view of activity at the house. Very good points. That ended up not being true, Norma, I do believe. Chris, I like the way you said that. Enan is a moth attracted to the light. That's a good way to put that, bro. Let me see here. Right. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, that's all the food truck video is worth. People wasted a lot of time on that stupid grub truck thing. There was nothing there other than to show the timeline that Kaylee and Maddie were there. It doesn't give anything else, guys. That was so overplayed and so it was ridiculous. I was slightly guilty of it myself. But I learned. I did learn. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh yeah, you've made some good points tonight, Mr. Girl, so far. They never focused on prior roommates of the house. No, they didn't. They didn't focus on anybody. Brian Koberger. That's who they focused on. The only person they focused on. There should have been a lot more people looked at, in my opinion. The Goncalves family themselves said that there's too many people that were what had they put it, that were cleared too quickly. I agree with that. And this was even after Brian was arrested. Okay. Norma said, look up Gunderson and Tolson's, the first two on the scene driving records. They have tickets for driving without. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't think they'll have any bearing on the investigation, but no, they do have some issues in their past. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, guys, please make sure you hit that like button on the way through the door. I really appreciate it if you would. And share this out. Please, please, please. Just trying to catch up with your chats real quick, guys. Sorry. The team lead for the cleanup crew said that it was the largest biohazard job they had ever had. She also said that Dan and Ethan's room showed that a fight for their life went on. Oh, yeah. 100%. I agree with that. I do agree with that. How did you not hear that in the room right next door? Thank you. That's a huge point, too. Another one, Mr. Girl. This is why this case has driven me nuts. Let's see. Again, thank you guys all for joining us for this tonight. Today marks 2 years, guys, that the Idaho murders happened. Very sad situation, but we're 2 years into this. We haven't made trial yet, but there has been so much that has happened within this case, too. And we've talked about so many different things. So I thought it seemed fit, again, to talk about it tonight. We don't really do it much anymore. Just to kind of go through everything again and rehash it all, guys. So thank you all for being here for that. I appreciate it so very much. That's a lot of people believe that, Charlotte, that there had to be more than one person, too. We have 4 people.
Surprised me was nobody never seen them.
What do you mean? As in,
like people was like, you know how when people was saw you know how when people see a cop or a sheriff or a fire truck in the house and they look,
right,
and they didn't. None of the reporters never went to the neighbors or whatever. They just kind of like, they were afraid to ask them anything. And I said, wait a minute, did anybody see them? And then, I mean, you saw the white car driving down was in the driveway or whatever. You didn't see the white car.
Right.
And then somebody said there was another car that looked like Brian or car. And I said, well, I mean, it must be, there's a bunch of white cars, but you got to figure out you got the right license tag.
Yeah, there was a couple that were identical to his car that were in that area. Actually, within that group of kids, one of their friends, a girl, owned a car just like it.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is it's gonna be a battlefield.
Yeah, definitely. Welcome, not today. Good to see you. In my opinion, the only motive that includes all 4 is that Ethan told the girls about the hazing deaths. Maddie Mogan told Adam, and the frat did what they had. Well, that's a whole other thing I've never even heard. That's interesting. Thank you for your input and your opinion, not today. Very much appreciated. Let's see. I'm checking chat again. Are you back, Willie, or are you still? Not yet. Okay. Again, guys, I pinned a link in the chat. If anybody wants to jump up here with us and talk about this tonight, you are definitely welcome to. The only thing I ask is that when you jump backstage, just to show me your face for a quick second, so I can make sure you're not trying to show me that you're going to show me your face and not your waist. That's all I'm doing, just to make sure. And we're talking about this tonight. I'm trying to stay on subject and not jump all over the place, just to make sure that we stay within the.
Sorry, I had to go do something quick.
No, you're good. You're good. Good evening, Sammy Reeser. Good to see you. Okay, so I have the PCA pulled up here. Again, back to that. As I entered the bedroom, I could see that we got past that already. I never did understand how they stated in the PCA where there appeared to be a tan knife a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. But we were also told that knife sheath was tucked up under the comforter. So how did you see it from the doorway? Is what I never did understand that. But okay, it's in here, so we're supposed to believe it. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, United States Marine Corps, Eagle Globe, and Anchor Sigma stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State lab located the single source of male DNA left on the button snap of this knife sheath. Now, here's another thing I always had a question about. So they have a knife sheath. Why does that mean that the weapon had to be a K-Bar knife? Just because the knife sheath's there, that does not mean that 100% for sure that they used the knife that came out of that sheath. That's something I always questioned, but, you know, that was never talked around. Let's see here. You still here, Willie? No, he must have stepped away again. Okay. Right. That's what I'm saying. Okay. They did find the sheath. I get it. There's no knife in the sheath, but because there's that sheath there, that automatically means that that was the knife. That is just something that I never did understand how they can just, if there was no weapon found, how can you say that clearly? And be clear, like say that verified, you know what I mean? They never found the weapon, so that's always bothered me as well. Let me see. In my opinion, bullshit. You can't see from the doorway. They lie. Say BK dead. They knew that they put BK in and went backwards. Okay, you back, Willie?
Yeah, sorry, my daughter needs something quick again.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No one dressed in black with a mask is going to carry a K-bar with a 7-inch blade and not have the sheath attached to a belt. Yeah, that's always been a problem too. Walking into a house to commit 4 murders and you have these things in your hand. That's weird to me, but okay. My husband has that same sheath, but different. See, that was my point. My husband has the same sheath, but a different knife in it because it fits that sheath. That's what I said a long time ago, you guys. Okay, we know that. Well, I'm going to give them this sheath that's there on the bed that they saw from the doorway that was tucked up under the thing that I struggle to believe that they saw. But okay.
And no DNA in the leather. Okay.
No, but that to me has always been a problem. Just because you found an empty knife sheath does not mean that a K-bar knife was used. You're assuming that a K-bar knife was used. There's no proof of that. Okay, again.
A sheath isn't a weapon, period.
No, it's not. It's a weapon holder. And you can put multiple different knives inside that sheath. Whatever. Okay. So anyway, as part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. They were both inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. See, there's that writing too. They were both inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides. So that's a clear statement that they were both there. Okay. And were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence, based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence. I have learned the following. Here it goes. On the evening of November 12th of 2022, Ethan and Chapin and Kernodle are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house on University of Idaho campus at 7:35, blah, 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 from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. Bethany also has estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road. We know that. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 Main Street. They can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 on the 12th and 1:30 a.m. on the 13th. At approximately 1:30, they're seen on video at the local food vendor truck. We know that too. We don't need to know all those little details there. So, Dylan Morton and Bethany Funk both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home at 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. So they both made statements. Why did they not put Bethany's statement in the PCA, folks? Can somebody please answer that question for me? I have always wanted to know that. If they both, and it says right here, they both made statements, why did they not put her statement in here? I've never understood that.
She didn't hear anything either. I have it right above her.
What's that?
I said, because I guess she didn't hear anything either that happened right above her. Oh, dude. Something's off.
I can agree. Candy Girl, what's going on, girl? Good to see you. Let's see here.
These kids and their freaking technology.
Are you trying to figure something out?
Yeah, I got this. What is this? Nintendo. This is a Nintendo Switch thing, but it's the one that you hold in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to download a game or something for my daughter.
My grandson has that one. Take your time, dude. No problem. Chris says because Bethany didn't see anything of any use to him. That makes sense. I get it. Okay, Leslie, I got you. Gotcha. Understand. Switch Lite. Okay. Oh, it's called the Switch Lite because it's the one you do handheld with. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I looked up a few like games or something because I was like, I haven't played video games in a while, and it was like $60 for to play like a handheld game that you download is wild to me.
Oh yeah, they're expensive.
I remember back when I had like a Game Boy, and a Game Boy Color and shit. The games were like $10, $20. This is crazy now.
Definitely changed.
For dude, not even a physical game on a handheld device, $60. That's crazy.
Yep.
So I'm trying to,
no problem.
Some of this stuff costs some money these days, dude.
I know. In my opinion, Linda Lane shows a real timeline that they leak, so it can't be used in court of law. Well, I don't know, Amy. It's interesting. Very interesting.
Well, who leaked that?
No idea. No idea. Truly no idea at that point.
Nobody knows?
Nope. There's been different claims of it, but I'm not going to put that out there. There was claims
but the owner of the house had to have given it to somebody, or would people have gotten it from long? Like, has it like?
Yeah, it was stated that it came from that guy Kane.
Okay.
And then it was leaked from others from there.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. Gotcha, Robert. Kane Francis. Yeah, that's how you say it. Thank you, Michigan. I didn't know how to pronounce his last name. I still can't say it. Frantic. I think it's Frantic or something like that. In my opinion, Cops University got from owner. Okay. Well, while we're waiting on this other stuff, I'm going to leave this up here for now. And there's something else I wanted to throw up for you guys, too. So give me 1 second here. This is from a while back. Hold on. I'm just going to pop this down here for right now and keep it up there. All right, where did it go? Let's see if it comes up this way. There it is. This was put out a month ago. Good old Nancy Grace. I'm going to throw this. We're going to check this out while we're talking about this stuff too. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us tonight. I appreciate everybody's input.
Listen, I love women, okay, as much as the next guy, but she's a pig. All right, she's a straight pig. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, Nancy, I know she's a very, very irritating.
Let's not get beside ourselves here.
Right. Brian BCK is Brian Christopher Koberger, Amy.
The aspect, Steve, which I know no one. The aspect, Steve, which I know no one likes to think about, but proving this case will require this. The lie.
Hang on. I grabbed the wrong one. There's two different versions of this. 1 second. 1 second.
She just annoys me. She set up a goddamn table in front of the house like she owned the place.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep.
Reporting live from outside the house. What are you doing?
A lot of these people did crazy shit like that.
I have no empathy.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. Breaking news, my butt. Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. This is the right one.
Tonight, the Brian Koberger trial. Joining us tonight, Kaylee Gonsalves's father is with us live. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
My niece called.
When was this?
And she was
A month ago.
very frantic. And she was asking me if I had talked to Kaylee. Kaylee's phone goes directly to voicemail. Start playing Maddie. Nobody's answering. It's ringing. So we turn on the TV and we see live news coverage at Kaylee's house, 122 King Road. Kaylee and Maddie are both dead. A quadruple homicide.
News came in that the police are responding to a call of someone found unconscious. That's the call that originally came in, and then they responded, and then they found the 4 additional bodies.
I know, Mr. Girl. We watched that this morning on the morning show here. It was a very odd interview. I'll tell you that much. Christy was obviously just horribly upset, which I don't blame her. It was definitely a different type of interview that I've ever seen them do. We watched it. It was with John Webb. That was the name. And we're gonna check that out in here again too, you guys. For those of you that weren't in the morning show, we're gonna watch that too here in just a little bit.
4 bodies of these students inside the home. It was originally a call not pertaining to 4 dead bodies, but that's what they found when they entered the home. It's shocking news to hear, especially coming from just the most quiet town.
Oh, shit.
Investigative reporter Ava Wainhouse. At the very beginning, we didn't even understand what had happened. At the beginning, when police were called to the King Road address, no one knew what was to unfold. As the news unfolded, it got worse and worse and worse.
You still don't know.
Us on the outside looking in. Joining me tonight is a very special guest, Steve Gonsalves. This is Kaylee Gonsalves's father. Steve, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. I appreciate you supporting these kids.
I really don't even know how to take that, because I don't know who in the world could not support you and your family and Kelly and the other children. There were children that were killed that night. I just want you to know before we start that you and your wife and your family are the objects of so many prayers. I know it's hard for a lot of people that have never suffered as a crime victim to identify or to relate to what you're going through. But I know from firsthand experience that it's horrible and that it never goes away. And I look at
she had a child that was killed.
You go about your life, and I've got to tell you, I am in so much awe and admiration about how you continue forward, how you put one foot in front of the other, and you get up every day and you keep going and you keep fighting. You were mentioning earlier.
I can't say anything about it anymore.
Wait, what did you say, Willie? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I didn't know she had a child that was murdered.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, dude. What happened?
I don't know the whole story behind it truly, but yeah, that's how she got involved in all this stuff.
No shit.
Well, not a child. It was her fiance. I'm sorry.
Her fiance was killed.
Yeah, he was murdered bad too. It was a horrible situation, from my understanding. Not his child, not her child, her fiance. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. Well,
but still,
never mind.
Big mess that she went through with it. She's
so much slack, Nancy.
Yeah.
She's sitting here with a whole monologue. Like, just get to the damn question.
She always does it.
How people ask you, hey, how did it turn out? What do you mean by that, Steve?
We have a Facebook page, so we've garnered attention from other countries, and I guess maybe from those countries, a perspective of 2 years, they assume it's over. They assume that we're done. So they'll chime in, they'll comment, they'll send us messages and ask us how did it turn out? People have their own lives, they're running around doing their own things, and then they catch back up. They're like, oh yeah, what happened there in America? And they reach out to us directly because we've opened up those lines of communication, and we have to tell them it hasn't even started. We have not even got to a schedule yet.
When you say it hasn't even started, I've got to tell you, going through the trial is going to be pure hell, and you know that, in addition to what you've already been through. I wonder how you and your family feel as you see other cases hit the headline and take away focus from what you know to be the most important case there is. I remember when my fiance was murdered, I felt like I had stepped off the world. And I look back, and amazingly, the world was still spinning. People were still going to work. People were still going out to nightclubs and movies and out to dinner. And I think it was just too much for me to take in because my world had stopped. I couldn't hear music. I couldn't even hear the clocks ticking in the house. It just, no TV, nothing. Everything had to stop. And I've been wondering how you deal with the fact that seemingly the world is marching on.
Yeah. You're reminded of that every day you wake up and you need to get up and go to work, and you have all these pressing issues. So yeah, it's part of the reason why we're fighting is to make sure that my daughter's case is going to get the right people and the right attention, and then, the right resolution. So you think it's a guarantee in America, but I think those times have changed. I think you really have to come up and you have to say something and you have to get people involved. And I've heard that from other people who have cases that were never solved, where they wish they could have gone back and picked up that phone or opened up that door where there was people, knocking on their doors trying to get the inside story. So I knew with my child, there wasn't anything I wouldn't have done to, make sure that I was talking and getting that information out and getting people's attention that we can't allow people to go to school, go to college, and be killed in their sleep from some outsider. There's terrible things going on, but a complete stranger, hunting your child down and getting them while they're sleeping is just you can't get that through your head that that's even possible.
Mr. Gonsalves, what you just said has been my theory from about day 3, hunting them down, because people always ask, of course, as you know now, the state doesn't have to prove a motive, but practically speaking, a jury will want to know a motive. And I believe with all of my heart, from what we know now, and that may change as the trial progresses, that the victims were hunted down. There is no motive that we can understand, normal people can understand. I think you're right, Mr. Gonsalves. I think they were hunted and stalked and watched. Now, I know the state came out in court and said there is no evidence of stalking. And I take that to mean in the legal sense, like sending Kelly emails or letters or leaving things at her doorstep, just showing up at her work, trying to date her. I don't think it's stalking in that sense, the way we normally think of it. I think it was more, as you said, hunting.
Yeah. I'm trying to be careful how I describe some of the things that is out there. But yeah, this is a criminologist. This is somebody who spent, probably a century studying law and getting the ins and outs. This person knows there cannot be a direct connection, an easy direct connection. That's how everyone gets caught. So you got to reverse engineer it back to what he was doing and the steps he was taking. I think this will go all the way back to his Pennsylvania home. In his actual room, you're going to find out that he planned this murder from that actual location. And
you can't do that, SRB. My understanding, that's not possible. Okay.
Left Pennsylvania with a thought and a motivation to go out and kill someone.
Steve, you are bringing up a lot of evidentiary implications with what you just said. I think what you're saying is entirely possible. So you believe, and I understand you are not divulging your source. You believe, and I'm interpreting, that Koberger was at Pullman, and upon going back home before he started school, he had locked into your daughter?
I don't know if he locked into the actual victims. I just know that there's signs that point to this individual had a lot of troubled past, and I believe they're going to show that this crime started back there. I think they're going to be able to prove that he thought and planned and strategized this murder and came out here, picked a community. I even think, this is my own personal feeling, I think he picked this area because of some previous killers in this area. And I think...
Oh, you hopped on?
What? How did I not ever hear this before? This is new to me. So Steve thinks that he came out here purposely for this reason.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Too many crickets.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be disrespectful because it's him, and I understand, but I gotta say I disagree with that. Okay. I do truly disagree with that. I think Brian came out here because it was one of the best schools for what he wanted. Truly, that's my opinion. I do not believe that he purposely moved here just to do this. Okay.
Of people he didn't know, that makes no sense.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that. Again, and with all due respect to Steve, I don't think that that's true. So, okay. Moving forward.
Yeah, I got a couple minutes. I got to hop down. I got to go.
Yeah, no problem, brother. I appreciate you popping up for any amount of time.
Yeah,
5
yeah.
minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is. I appreciate it.
course.
Always interested in hearing what you got to say.
Yeah, man. Good to have a nice conversation.
Absolutely. I need these conversations for sure. Absolutely. Onward we go.
He came out here thinking that he was going to outdo them. He was going to be that type of killer. The Northwest has a history of some pretty prevalent mass murder serial killers, and I think he came out here with an idea and a notion that he was going to show them how to do it.
I don't think there's.
No, I don't believe that. Why didn't he come here? We have multiple serial killers from this area or Wisconsin or somewhere else. Why would he pick there? Because I can't think of anybody of real prevalence that I can't go along with that. That's just me personally. But moving.
There's any question, Mr. Gonsalves, that he was motivated. And of course, I'm just a trial lawyer and a crime victim. I'm not a shrink. I don't think there's any question that his attack, and of course, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Exactly, Bobby. He enrolled in the university that accepted him into their program, and it was one of the better. That university had one of the best programs for what he was taking too. So that's why he came out here. There's no other reason. And again, I mean, no disrespect to Ted Bundy, yeah, Demon, but I mean, no disrespect to Steve when saying that. That's just, I don't believe that's true. So
his attack was motivated by his bizarre interest in criminals, the criminal mind, and criminology. It could have been a desire to know what it feels like to murder someone. I don't know the motivation, and frankly don't care about the motivation. I care only about motive as it relates to what a jury will want to hear. That's all I would care about, because to me it doesn't matter why he did it. It matters that he did it. Question to you, and I know you've been asked this before. How did the whole thing start for you?
Welcome, Esther.
When, where, how did you learn something horrible had happened?
We were sitting at home as a family. Almost everybody was here. Olivia was just living down in Southern California, but everyone else was here. We were watching a football game, and we started. The phone rang, and we heard that something was going on. As a father of 5 kids, I can't tell you how many times we think something bad's happened, and we can't find one of the kids, and they're just hiding underneath the table or something. So you try to stay calm.
Yeah, that's exactly how I understand it, Stitches. Is that teacher? I just saw the name. I posted it real quick there. Michelle Bolger is the one that sent him to that school for that reason. So that's been talked about and factually proved. So,
and you try to tell yourself that this is just some rumor, something that's been blown out of proportion. Maybe there was some type of accident, but it's not like what has been described to you. So you just sit there and you start getting active. We all started grabbing computers, laptops, and started searching, and then we did see that King Road. It's on King Road. So then we're thinking it's a bad.
By the way, Mom, you have a link in Discord if you're interested, dear. You're welcome to join us as well. Always have a spot for you. So just so you know, you don't have to. I'm just giving you the option if you want it.
A fight, some kind of quarrel between a relationship with something. The things that you typically hear out here in Idaho, where you're going to have those types of fights and those type of news stories, but you're never thinking it's going to be a homicide of 4 people. That just doesn't go there. And
all right, hold on a minute. Listen. We're not going to have I said this at the beginning, nobody's going to be rude, and we cannot come in here. Okay. And I'm not I mean this in all due respect, anyone. I do not want anybody coming in here that does not have absolute proof of certain statements, putting out information that has not been proven as to be factual yet. Okay. And I'm not being mean or rude. That is what caused and has caused all the ridiculous rumors and all the ridiculousness that's happened within this case. We need to stick to factual information, period. That's what needs to be talked about. And if you don't like it, that you know, the PCA stuff, that's understandable. I don't like a lot of it, but we can't bring in false information that hasn't been proven and put it out there as factual. That's just not something we do in here. So that's all I'm stating. Okay.
I don't think we even understood what happened for weeks. You know, we were just in a daze, like what you're describing. Like I couldn't even hear music. You know, music stopped harmonizing. Things just don't make sense anymore. You're just broken, and you're just trying to figure out who's responsible and what you're going to do about it and how you're going to get to the hold them accountable and figure out the truth. You know, I really needed to know the truth. And since that day, we've been on a mission to make sure that we do everything to get to the bottom of this.
You know, Steve, I remember when I first learned on the phone from Keith's sister that he was dead. First of all, I didn't believe it. I thought there had been an accident of some sort. And if I could just get there really quickly, I could fix it. I could talk to the doctors. I could talk to the EMT somehow. I didn't even know where he was. And I remember not believing he was dead until I was reading upside down what my pastor was writing and said Bernstein Funeral Home. Then it started kind of dawning on me, and I assumed it had been an accident until he told me
Exactly, Bobby.
that Keith had been murdered, shot. When you first got that call, Mr. Gonsalves, what were you told that allowed you to think, well, there's been some misunderstanding, there's been an accident, I'm going to find out what's really happening? Like she's hiding under the table, like when she did when she was little. What were you told to make you think, okay, I can fix this, I'm going to find out what's happening?
You know, I had so many other children around me that were in so much pain that I really didn't have a lot of time to even think about myself. I grew up on a football team all the way up to college, and your coach is just pounding your head that it's not about you, it's about your team, it's about the people around you. So I kind of just turned myself off and then just focused on all these kids that were in pain. And then I said, I'm kind of old fashioned. So I just said, you know what, guys, we have to pick up the phone. We have to figure out what happened. You need to call all of her friends. And that's what they did. They got out on social media. They started finding everything. And that's when it became, it still wasn't real though. It wasn't real because I know my girls. I know Maddie. These are like some of the sweetest, most gentle souls that you've ever met. So gentle people don't get murdered. It's just not, it's not something that even makes sense to you. So I don't know when it actually became real. I know when you talk about going to the funeral, I remember thinking just how appalling the whole thing was and how gross it was and how I had to go into this place and I'm conducting business. That's where I switched. You know, I can't be a victim. I'm one of those guys that was like, I'm going to turn this on whoever did this, and I'm coming for them, and I'm going to get them, and we're going to bring wrath on this individual. And if that means I got to wake up at 4 a.m. and do interviews and talk to people and work with willing people, strangers, become friends, then that's what we did. You know, that's what we're doing right now. To this day, I'm still trying to connect dots with anyone who's listening, you know, and that includes the prosecution team, whoever wants to pick up the phone and reach out to us if they have something. We're still here. We're still collecting data.
When everything originally happened, the lack of confirmation, at first it was rumors of murder, suicide, that was ruled out. Things like that, when you live in a small college town, it hurts to not know exactly. And even 48 hours later, when we were still on scene, students were feeling like they wanted more from local authorities, and especially wanted more for the families of the victims.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children.
Just around 3 a.m., in fact, it might have been even a little earlier, a man named Brian Christopher Koberger was taken into custody in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That is nearly 3,000 miles away. In fact, much more than 2,500 miles away from the crime scene here in Moscow, Idaho.
That's right. Arrested 3,000 miles away from the crime scene at King Road. The spot where Steve Gonsalves believes the murder plan was actually hatched. Who is Brian Koberger? Well, we can come up with all the theories we want, but I want you to see
a regular dude.
Koberger on video.
What's that, bud?
I say he was a regular dude.
Yep. That's what I've gathered thus far too, truly.
Now, this is after a female traffic cop. I want to emphasize a female, a lady cop had pulled him over for a traffic violation. Watch this.
Yeah, I was just...
And I'm sorry, before this even goes anywhere, I don't see what he did. I don't see anything here in this video of how he acted towards her. He may have been being a little cocky maybe with what he did, but I truly don't even think it was that, you guys. I think he just was explaining what he did. That's just his personality, in my opinion. I didn't see anything wrong. He wasn't like rude to her, or he didn't like get nasty with her that I saw.
No,
and of course, Nancy makes all sorts of crazy fucking accusations about this, in my opinion, too. But whatever.
Any knives in the car, sir?
Yeah, I'm sure she'd have noticed it if he had him right there.
Big ass keyboard? Probably.
Right. Yeah. This was, a lot of people said, see, he's looking her up and down, and he wanted to kill her. People have made such a big deal about this.
What?
Not true. Oh God, dude, you have no idea. I've seen and heard people, I was in chats listening to other people say that Brian was casing this woman up and down, checking her out in that way. Said that he wanted to, you could tell by looking at him that he wanted to kill her. I have heard so much stupid shit with this. This is where people have taken this stuff. The guy got pulled over because he pulled into the intersection and then ran a light. We've all done it. He said he wasn't, and I kind of believe him, because I know for a fact, and you can attest
his case.
Right. You can attest to this about the driving laws in Pennsylvania are different from the way they are in Moscow in some senses, okay?
We don't have crosswalks.
Right. That's the truth. Okay.
Unless you go to like a city area.
Which he didn't live in. Okay. So
no,
yeah.
Albertville, hell no.
This was made into something else that it wasn't because of the situation once again. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But anyway.
Yeah.
Slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines. Like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Yeah. So I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah. I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can find it for you.
Here we go.
Normal. He's actually challenging the lady cop on her knowledge of the traffic law. And
so
look.
This is what I mean. Even her doing this is bullshit. Okay, he's not challenging. She said something about it. He wants to know. The dude is in he works in law. I mean, not law enforcement, but he's learning and working in this stuff. I would have asked the same question, to be honest with you.
What are you supposed to bow down? Like, what the hell?
Come on, it's ridiculous now. A little too much there. Calm down, Nancy, please. Welcome, Patricia. Good to see you. Yes, we hit ag
Nobody
rhythm.
ever
That's
got
awesome.
pulled over and the cops like, you're going 80 and you're like, come on, I was going like 70. Like, come on. Like
100%. 100%. You know,
everybody
and
just quickly acts like they've never been in this position in their life.
it's this is ridiculous. Come on now. Calm down, Nancy.
The law. Listen.
Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's basically it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications.
And it goes on and on and on. Joining us tonight live is the dad of Kelly Gonsalves. Steve is with us, but to Dr. Bethany Marshall, joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of Beverly Hills, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock.
Oh, yay. Chris McDonough. Show. Jesus. So there's two people that irritate me on the panel. I can't handle this, guys. So if you see me snicker or
listen to Chris.
That's just don't mind me, folks. I can't handle him. Just telling you.
You're just joking. Luckily, I got hopped on anyway, but it was a nice combo, brother.
Always, every time, brother. Hope to see you soon. Anytime we're around, you know you're always welcome, brother.
All right, you guys have a good night.
You too, bub.
All right, see you, chat.
And welcome, Mom. How are you tonight?
Bro, how are you?
Hello. I am wonderful, ma'am, especially now that you're here. How's your evening going? And thank you for joining me.
I had to do the parent thing. There was an event at school, so we had to take her to school. And then, of course, I was forced against my will with my arm twisted behind my back to go eat at Mission Barbecue. And
I bet you were. Yeah, I'm sure. 100%. Yes. That's where I went for Father's Day this past year. Pretty good.
Oh, we love it.
It's pretty good. I like the fact that they give you the different sauces and stuff you can try with it.
Oh, yeah.
It's big, good stuff. They made something there, and I can't think of what it was that I really loved. Damn it, I can't think of what it was. It was really good, though. The whole meal was good. Don't get me wrong, but I think it was their fries. I think I had their fries, and I liked them.
Yeah, their fries are fire, but tonight I did I call it naked barbecue because I don't want all that bread and shit. I just want my meat and green beans.
Yeah. Their green beans are good.
Taters.
Yes. I had the fries and I had their fried catfish. That's what I had. Very good. Very good. Yeah, my pause game is good. Nancy, I don't know what face she's making, but on we go. On we go.
Dr. Bethany, we see not only that and the dismissive treatment, the challenging of the lady officer. His car is in the crosswalk while people are trying to cross. Okay, simple, easy. But then we fast forward to helping out, and I'm putting that in quotes, a female colleague with her home security video when he actually hooks it up so he can watch her at home. What? Changing clothes? Going to the bathroom? Who comes to...
Where was that ever put out at? That was never put out there, guys, that he hooked it up so he could watch her at home. Did anybody ever, or am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I will absolutely admit that. I never heard that anywhere. Ever.
I've never heard that.
I don't believe that was ever stated. I know that girl stated that something, but definitely not that. Definitely not that, folks. So that's bullshit. Okay, I'm calling bullshit. with a capital B. Miss Barbara's in here. You can do it for me if you'd like to, but that was never, ever, ever put out there from anyone of any importance that I saw. Susie Smith, welcome. I've never heard it. If it was said, guys, I'm sorry, but I never heard that ever. I remember the whole story. Phil says it's been debunked, as I thought it would be. But of course, Nancy's going to go with it because she thinks Brian did this, and that's what we're going to do. Really? I've never heard that before, Leslie, ever. It is interesting, but never heard it. Wow. Oh, wow. Sounds good, Mark. I had raviolis tonight, and I'm happy with that. So on we go. Sorry.
To her front door, sitting on the sofa, watching TV. I mean, it goes from one thing to the next regarding women. We see him being asked to leave bars because he freaks women out, walking up to them saying, hey, what's your home address? It's just on and on and on with him and women. I'm curious as to how that played in to him fixing on Kelly.
Nancy, for psychopaths, which he most certainly is, sex and violence are fused. They are considered one and the same. They go hand in hand. So with the female cop, we can see that he's lying prolifically. He says there are no crosswalks in his state. He's fascinated by the law because that is the thing that gives him proximity to thinking about crimes. A man who wants to commit murder will surround himself with criminality. But to answer your question, I've always felt that these girls are so beautiful and lovely that he wanted to eradicate something good.
You know, when we think about what Dr. Bethany just said, the aspect, Steve, which I know no one likes to think about, but proving this case will require this. The lying in wait aspect, there's no question about it. Yes, the state has said in open court there's no evidence of stalking, but we know his phone turned up along that strip behind the King Road address multiple times. We know he was watching the house and your daughter.
Yeah, for people who aren't familiar with this area, you don't just randomly take a right turn and find yourself in another state. You purposely have to drive and take like, at one time we looked it up, it was like 15 different intersections and turns to get from Pullman to anywhere close to where these girls in Ethan were. So it's just not like a random, oh, I just took wrong turn here and I found myself in another state, in a town that I'm.
Once again, no disrespect to Steve by any means whatsoever. There are multiple people that live in Washington that go to Moscow all the time. That's been proven already. Twiz went there, lived there, lives there, and says it all the time that people go, they like going to Moscow. It's a normal thing. And it's only another state because it's right. It's literally minutes away. That's why it's on the line. Okay. Anyway, and again, no disrespect intended towards Steve, but I think this is a bit of an exaggeration, and Nancy's playing it. So
I'm not familiar with. This person was very familiar with those areas, and there's not a lot of real reasons why he should be over in those areas that often. And I'm sure that is going to be dug into.
There's a vegan restaurant right there. The man's vegan. There's one reason, or there's a place that serves vegan food. There's one reason, and it's been stated through I think a lot of other people that live there that people like to go to Moscow that live in Pullman. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Walt. It's like going from Hubbard to Sharon. It's literally that close. So,
Jesus, quite deeply once we get into trial time.
When I think about the number of times that we know of, I wonder how many times are there that we don't know of that he was in
Good
that
point,
area
Mr.
watching that house. I heard Dr. Bethany say something about him. It's hard for regular people like us to relate to what I'm about to say. A person that
That
wants
too,
to
Susie.
eradicate, destroy something good. Steve, tell me about your daughter, my girl and boy. You know, I have twins, the same age. And I can't imagine why someone would want to hurt them. Tell me about Kelly.
Kaylee was a beautiful friend. She got along with everyone. We never even had to ever have any kind of conflict with a school or teacher or anything along those lines. So, and Maddie, I know Maddie exactly was the same type of person. So I feel like if you are a corrupted soul and you want to strike out at society, you're going to look for somebody who is going to matter, somebody that the world looks at and says, that's a beautiful person. That's who I want to be like. That's the pinnacle of achieving being a good human being. So I think that in the end is what made them targets. It was their beauty, their smile, their laughter, the way they treated others. They played by the rules, doing things the way that you want your children and you raise your children to do. So in a way, he was striking out when it was a statement he was making.
No, Demon, she just looks like she is. Sorry.
When he picked them. I don't like him looking like he did a white collar crime. This isn't a white collar crime, people. This is people, you work your whole life to get them to go to college. Everybody has a dream of their children going to college. You trust the community, you trust the school, you send them off, and then they get killed while they're asleep that night.
In their beds. You know?
And we're going to treat this guy like he just traded insider trading of his own company stocks. It's not white collar. The person who did this crime looked at one of the victims and said, I'm here to help you. If that's not malice, if that's the most type of evil that you could ever hear of, that shouldn't be rewarded with a suit.
And a fresh haircut every time.
And a vegan meal. That's wild. That's wild.
We've been told that he does have shackles around his knees or whatnot, but it's like, I don't want it to be hidden.
You are hearing Mr. and Mrs. Gonsalves, the parents of Katie Gonsalves, speaking out to Steve Gonsalves joining us tonight. This is Kelly's father. What do you make of Kohberger's new look with his, looks kind of metrosexual, and apparently there are female fans of his going crazy on.
What the actual hell is he talking about? The dude didn't shave for a couple of days. That was all it was. Oh my God. This is stupid.
I mean, how bass-ackwards is that? That this guy would have fans demanding a hair salon, trim, new clothes every time he goes to court, not in a jury's presence. It's like he's getting everything he wants. Every demand is given to him at his whim.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why we felt the need to get a lawyer, to make sure that everything was done by the book. And I questioned that everything was, 100% done on paper. Where were these rights coming from? Who was making the decisions to give him the ability to not have normal cuffs? I just don't think any father is going to be okay with their accused mass murderer being treated with any kind of preferential treatment whatsoever. I'm not asking for him to be in shackles in orange during his trial. Everybody deserves a fair trial, and a fair trial means you look presentable and you don't look like a criminal. But we're not even there yet. They're trying to delay everything, and nobody's arguing that they're not trying to push things back and asking for more time and I need more years and my mitigation, which for people who don't know comes at the end of the trial, but my mitigation expert witness is I need to delay it. We're frustrated that he's being treated with these preferential things, and we can't find them on paper. Show me who made this decision. I can hold that person accountable. These are elected officials. I can hold people accountable. But if you don't put it on paper, it makes it very hard for me to understand who did it. So this new judge is doing it by the book. Everything I've seen, I like. And that's all I'm asking. We're not asking for him to come in there with the ball and chain and a mask over the top of him. We're just saying, why is this man being treated different than the criminal that comes in an hour after him or an hour before him? Why is he being treated one way as a mass murderer and these other individuals are being treated in a different manner? That's what we're pointing out, and that's what we're using like forums like this to bring to people's attention, that some of these things are questionable, and we don't like them. We don't like them one bit.
Mr. Gonsalves, have you seen him in court?
Yes, I've definitely seen him in court multiple times. The very first chance I was given an opportunity to see him in person, I was there, and we're going to keep that same position where when we can be there and it's a court hearing of any magnitude, of any real decision being making, we're going to be there.
Did he look at you?
No, I've heard that.
Metrosexual demon. Used to be called metrosexual. My wife and other people. I'm somebody that's very worried about having their hair perfect and clean shaven, or even if you have a beard, very neatly trimmed, cologne and prim and proper, tucked in shirts. Just very, very worried about your appearance, and just basically, that's my understanding of it. That's what I was always told. I used to be that way a long time ago. Very, very, very bad about it. I've been told at some points I still am, but I don't think I am at this point. It just doesn't make any difference anymore, but still. And I don't think Brian's metrosexual. He's going to court. His attorney has told him, you need to look good. It presents you in this form. Think of it, folks. Any case we've ever seen. If the public sees you coming in this, the way we saw Richard Allen coming into court, dragging chains and in the prison orange that's too big for him because he lost all the weight. Okay. Unshaven, looking shitty. Like, if the public sees you that way as compared to how we see Brian, it's going to give you a better image of that person in your mind. Brian comes in there looking like he works for the damn FBI. Richard Allen looks like he's been in prison for 25 years, okay? It's going to give the public an impression. And as much propaganda that's been put out about Brian, they want to give the public the very best possible impression of this kid that they can. His defense team does. That's why he's doing this. Anybody else would do the same thing. It's not a personal preference thing. It's not a Brian Koberger thing. It's a criminal that's on trial for murder thing, period. So, just saying. Danger? Danger what? What am I saying? Is Dan in here? No way. No way. Where? No shit. Danny! Danger Zone in the house. What is happening, brother? It's been a minute. Good to see you. Wonderful to see you, my friend. Great to have you here. Wow. I'm just saying, Phil, it's a bunch of bullshit. This is stupid. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to Steve. I get why he's saying what he's saying. But Nancy's taking this and running like crazy with this. And it's just stupid. He has better lawyers, perhaps, than the people an hour later. Very good point. Very good point. Again, it's wonderful to see you, Dan. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. Yes, 2-year return. Dan the man. Wow. That made my whole night seeing you in here, bro. We have missed seeing you for sure. It is. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's absolute stupid, guys. If Brian is guilty and they have the proof, he's going to be found guilty. It has nothing to do with extra special treatment or innocent. Either side of it. It doesn't have anything to do with either side of that, guys. That's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. So very sorry.
Sometimes he has looked in that direction, but I've never seen him look at me.
I want to tell you what happened, Mr. Gonsalves. When I did go to my fiance's murder trial, which was a big blur. I thought my dad drove me, but my mom also drove me. I had to take off of work. And my dad at the time was working for the railroad his whole life. And my mom was a payroll clerk.
Every time and any time, Dan, you are always welcome here, my brother. Always, always have been, always will be. And it's wonderful to see you tonight, sir. Absolutely. Excuse me. That's the thing, right, Bobby? He's not a convicted criminal, therefore has the right to appear in court as an innocent person because he is innocent until he's proven guilty. Facts, okay? And again, don't get me wrong. Steve Gonsalves is a victim in this case. His daughter's life was taken for no reason, horribly. In his life, this is the man that did it. So there is no care for anything for that. And I can respect that wholeheartedly. But putting out information that's wrong and putting out more propaganda about the defendant is wrong, guys. It's just not right. Okay. And that's why, in my opinion, the defense had to move the venue because so much propaganda, negative propaganda has been put out against Brian. He doesn't have a chance, folks. Truly. Okay, so that's what this is about. Presumption of innocence is the law, not a fun time concept. Amen to that one, brother, for sure. Absolutely.
And they would take off to drive me, over 2 hours one way to get there. And I never focused on the defendant. But at the end of my testimony, I came down off a very tall witness stand. It was equal to the judge. And I was walking out and I looked down at the state's table and I saw Keith's bloody clothes, which I had never seen until that moment. And then I kept walking and I came to the defense table and I looked at the lawyers first because he was flanked by a bunch of lawyers. And I looked them in the eyes and they looked down. And then I looked at the defendant, I guess for the first time, in the face, in the eyes. And he looked down and none of them would look up at me standing at the table. And then I walked out. It was dead quiet in the courtroom. And all I could hear were my boots on that marble floor walking out. And I'm curious, what went through your mind when you first saw Brian Kohberger?
I don't know where I actually heard it, but I've always heard, and it's always stuck with me, that the eyes are the opening of a man's soul. So yes, I wanted to peer through this man's soul and understand the best that it's possible what kind of person this person is. So yeah, it's not easy, but I have an obligation, and I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about what this person stepped into when he picked my daughter. And yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation. We get people requesting all the time for us to sign off so they can get their hands on these photos, these autopsy photos, or these photos of the crime scene. It's disgusting, and we've made it known that.
Steve, I don't understand who is wanting you to sign off to release those photos. I mean,
I'm assuming they're from other countries.
I've never seen the crime scene photos in my fiance's case. I've never tried to see them, except I was so young when that happened. I had never even been in a courthouse. I didn't even know what a defendant and a plaintiff was. I knew nothing. I've never
Nothing's
gone
changed,
back to the
Nancy.
scene where he was murdered, because for me, that just means reliving it. And I have children to raise now, and I don't want to be in that again, ever. But when you say people want you to release the crime scene photos of your daughter, what are they thinking? They're like vultures circling. I don't understand that. How dare they?
Yeah, it's clickbait, it's viewers, it's disgusting. And
Thank you,
we
Doodle.
don't want it. We want nothing to do with any of that disgusting behavior. And hopefully it's not even possible. But as just a regular parent, you don't know. You don't know what's possible. I mean, so much of this is so new to us, and it doesn't make sense. So if one day I woke up and there was pictures of our children on a newspaper with some blurred out stuff, I wouldn't even know what to say or what to do or what my rights would be. So yeah, there's definitely people out there right now who want to make money off of a crime, and they know that that's something.
Great to hear it, Dan. It's been wonderful to see you, my friend. Like I said, it made my whole night. Much appreciated, and I do hope to see you again more often. Be safe out there, my friend, and have a great night, sir.
That would bring people to them. And we're in an attention economy, and these people want that. They actually are hunting it down.
Suspected Idaho students killer Brian Koberger gets a win as Judge grants change of venue request.
The Gonsalves family has attended every hearing in Brian Koberger's prosecution, but is now forced to fundraise to afford relocating to Boise for the trial. The family of 10 released a statement expressing their extreme disappointment in the decision, criticizing the state's failure to cross-examine the defense's witnesses.
Anytime, brother. All the time. Every time. Have a great night, sir.
Effectively. Now they are hoping to raise enough money to rent a home, feed themselves, and account for 3 months of lost work.
Joining us tonight, Steve Gonsalves. This is Kelly's father. He's living in pure hell every day, waking up to relive the day before. This while he's got other children, his wife, of course, who is suffering as well. And now dealing with having to travel to Boise, hours away, miss work, set up housekeeping there, and drag himself to court every day. Mr. Gonsalves, again, please know for what solace it is to you that you and your family are the object of so many prayers. And I hate what you are about to go through. It's a horrible ordeal where you'll have to relive everything that happened from the first moment you picked that phone up and learned that something was wrong up to the moment in court. And you will be looking right at Brian Koberger the entire time, if he will even meet your gaze, which I doubt. Why is this trial moved? I understand to protect it on appeal if we get a conviction. But my question to you, the hardship is going to bring upon you and your family. You've set up a GoFundMe. I want to talk about why it's important that you have the GoFundMe. Help Kelly Gonsalves' family attend trial. Explain the hardship it will bring on you and your family, Steve.
I'm literally running to like the equivalent of a train wreck that has my daughter in it and Maddie. I don't want to be in that courtroom. I don't want to see and hear what I'm going to have to hear, but my daughter deserves it. She's beautiful. She's everything to us, and I have to be there for her. And I'm going to be willing to hear and see things that I never ever thought I'd ever have to be facing, but I have to. Knowing what I know, I can't sit on the sideline. I mean, I have a lawyer who was a prosecutor who prosecuted murder cases, and he said nothing is more impactful to that jury than to see firsthand the damage that this person has done to the people that are important to them. So they're going to see.
Steve, you have to be there. I know in your own heart, you feel you have to be there. But as a felony prosecutor over a decade, you have to be there, and you have to have your wife there, and you have to have the entire family.
Because Nancy is a very biased person, Leslie, just like a lot of other people are. Whoever the police go with, a lot of these people stick with them, go with them, regardless of the information that's out there. That's all there is to it, you know? So she believes that Brian did it based on what's been put out. Obviously, she doesn't pay attention to the other stuff and doesn't see the other stuff like we all do. She just sees what law enforcement has put out and the fact that they have him arrested. So she automatically assumes and agrees that this is who did it. End of story. So that's one sad thing about some of these stories, or some of these things that she covers. I don't believe she's seen any other information, or she would question it. Truly, that's my opinion. That's the only reason I can think of that she is so hell-bent on him being the one that did it. She doesn't know anything else. Now, if she does, then she just has her opinion that he did it then, and she believes the information. It's the only thing I can think of, Leslie. Well, and that's not just that, Leslie. I mean, there's a lot of people that believe that Brian did it. Okay, she's just in that boat that a lot of us aren't in. I don't know why. Nancy does seem to jump on the side of law enforcement almost every time. Okay, that's my opinion as to why she's like that. But maybe she does see things for what they are. Maybe she just doesn't believe in the other stuff. I don't know. But I take it as that she just takes the side of law enforcement with it every time. That's how I see it. Because every time I've covered anything that she's had, she's on that side of things. So that's just my opinion. I thought she was a prosecutor. I think she did work for prosecution. I'm trying to remember now what I had been told, the story behind it.
Yeah, Nancy was a prosecuting attorney.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And I mean, am I wrong though, Mom? Do you think, like, everything I've ever seen?
I've seen her tear law enforcement's ass apart in missing cases. I've seen her tear into their asses.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's case by case basis, and she just got her opinion, and she's passionate, and when you actually meet these families and you deal with these families and you talk to them privately, and whether you have them on a panel, which is nothing more than what she's doing, is having them on a panel, you build a relationship with the families, especially as an advocate. So you learn to love these people, and I guess sometimes it can cloud your opinion.
I think that does, and no offense to you. I mean, truly, no offense to you.
None taken. None taken.
I've seen a lot of advocates that do fall to the side of prosecution and the victims in a lot of ways, and I understand why. I do too in some senses, but at the same time, I have always been a person that is a show it all to me before I'm going to go there with you. You know what I mean? I want to see everything because I truly believe there's so many people that have been wrongfully accused. I've seen a lot of situations where they have been, and I want to know it all. I want you to show me every bit of information you have, and then at the end of that, I still feel if it hasn't changed my mind, then we'll go there. But until then, I want to see it all before I say anything about anybody, truly. So,
one of the biggest wrongful conviction cases that you can look into, that there's Netflix documentaries, and I actually have contact with people that are close to the family, would be Brandon Dassey and Stephen Avery. They pulled an autistic child into an interrogation room, and they interrogated him for hours and hours and forced him into signing a confession. He didn't even have a clue what he was signing. He had no idea he was fixing to spend the rest of his life in prison. This is a kid that he's a grown man, but he likes Pokemon and coloring books, and he loves for us to interact with him, write him letters, send him gifts. He just say hi or tell his
And
dad
they,
hi and it gets back to him. He loves it because, you know, and that's a
they
case that if you really, really want to look into like a good documented, rip your heart out, shit down your throat case, look up Making of a Murderer. Look up Brandon Dassey
oh, I've
and
watched
Stephen
Making Emma.
Avery. And,
Okay.
you know, I'm like I said, I'm close to people that are close to the family. Becca is a really, really good friend of mine. Linda passed away. She was a really good friend of mine, and Artix. And, you know, I've been in chats with his dad and have communicated with him and watched protests in front of the courthouse. And, you know, it's just that
Right.
is a good wrongful conviction case right there where you can absolutely see they had nothing on a child.
Yeah, it's
And
that.
if you're on Twitter, you follow me on Twitter, you'll get to see updated photos of him and stuff that is made for him and stuff that he makes and sends to Becca to show all of us. And, you know,
Right.
he doesn't know any different. We're just like his friends that are on the outside of the fence.
Right. No, that reminds me of the Central Park 5 situation. It was a bunch of kids that were forced basically into a situation they had no idea because they were scared to death and interrogated and told, you did this, right? And you did this with him, right? And that happened, right? And that happened, right? If I tell you yes, can I go home? Absolutely. They never went home. So yeah, I get what you're saying with that type of situation.
Mata Hardy's in chat too. She's another one. We were all really, really good friends. I took a 3-month break when Linda died. Checking Convictions was her channel name, and that's what she did, was wrongful conviction, until we migrated her to the missing community. And
Yeah.
apparently her channel's still up. I haven't been over there in a long time because it really gets me in a place where I don't do so well. And
With wrongful conviction?
she was a very good person, and I don't go back. I haven't been back over there since her daughter went live the last time and was talking about her because it was unexpected how fast that we lost her. But if you really want the guts of that case that doesn't come from Netflix, Checking Convictions is a great place. A great place to go. And I'm going to go back on mute. Yeah.
Okay. I wrote that down. Cool. All right. Onward.
Family there, and they have to be on the very front row behind the prosecution. There's no way for this cup to be taken away from you. There's no way. You can't show up. You understand that, right?
I do, and I don't want to put it on anyone else, but I hope all families find the strength to at least be there at certain key moments, because all these children, people need to understand how much pain and how beautiful these people were. And the only way that you can really show them that is through your face, through your emotions, through you being there, supporting them. And yes, it's ghoulish, and yes, it's gross, and we don't want to be there, but I feel I have to be there. My family will be there, but I know we're not the only victims, and I know that some people think that we're just trying to draw the attention to ours. It's not that. I just can't ask other people to walk my path. I can only walk mine. In my family, I can walk and coach and counsel them, but I hope everybody finds some strength to let that courtroom understand what the world is missing.
Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for being with us tonight. And I cannot imagine any father doing a better job for his child than you are doing tonight and every night for Kelly. And I'm just very proud that we got to speak with you. For those of you watching or listening now, please help Kelly Gonzalez's family attend her trial. It will be a long and arduous ordeal for them. They are leaving their home, they are leaving their jobs and doing without to be in court and fight for her. I want to thank Mr. Gonzalez for being with us.
I also want to thank you for joining us here tonight and every night.
Okay. Oh Lord, I mean it with all due respect. All due respect towards Steve. I think some information that is being stated is not completely true or the right way to put it out. And he has that right at this point, in my opinion. I think it just confuses people though sometimes, and they get these ideals and they run like crazy with it, and nobody will hear. They won't hear anything else. I feel horrible for what they're going through. I'll say that much. But I don't think, especially on a show like Nancy Grace, that's not a good interview platform for him, in my opinion. Okay. Some of the stuff he said, and I truly believe is untrue, but he's being fed that from a source. So that's not completely his fault. The man wants to know the truth as to what happened with his daughter. He has every right to get that. And he wants to understand why. I think everybody wants to understand why this had to happen. Okay. There's never going to be a good reason for it ever, but he of all people deserves to know an answer to that. And I get that 100%. So, that is very sad. Now, I wanted to show you guys today the interview that we watched this morning on the morning show. It is not the morning show. Let's see here. Here it is. Oh, this is the newest piece of information I found, unless something's been released since, about the Idaho 4 situation. This is a newer interview. It would be weird, Alicia. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Let's see here. Let me double check my chat to make sure you guys are. I don't think that I don't always have issues with Nancy. I don't like the way she approaches some of these cases, is what my issue with her is. There's some cases that I have liked her and she's asked hard questions. She's put people in the spotlight, and I deserve that they should be. This circumstance, though, when you're putting out information that is not true, okay, or it hasn't been proven to be true, it's not a good thing. We've all learned that throughout this case. And because she is such a larger platform, she should have these things checked before she says it, is what I'm saying. So I don't hate her by any means. I'm not a huge fan of hers. I disagree with her opinions on a lot of things, but there are some things of hers that I have liked. I'll just put it that way, because of the way she's approached it. This was not a good way to do this in this situation, in my opinion. That's just an opinion of mine. Again, nobody has to agree. That's just how I feel. So. Okay. So this is the newest interview that was put out. We watched it, like I said, this morning. And as I claimed this morning, we were going to come and have a show on this stuff tonight and watch this interview then too. So here we are. Let's check it out.
Welcome to the 630. Good to be with you tonight. I'm Sean Alsey, and our 360 at 630 Vandal Strong. Tomorrow will mark 2 years since we woke up to the unimaginable news. 4 University of Idaho students murdered in the middle of the night. The prime suspect, Brian Koberger, awaiting a trial that would determine his fate. Nonstop Local's John Webb spoke this afternoon to the Gonsalves family. That happened a short time ago. That's coming up. First, it has been a road of anguish, intense emotion, and legal maneuvering since the crime happened 2 years ago.
November 13th, 2022, the University of Idaho pushes out an alert that there had been a homicide. Moscow police then confirm 4 people found dead in their off-campus home on King Road. November 14th, police identifying the victims: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, and Xana Cornoto. November 16th, police hold a news conference guaranteeing there wasn't a threat to the community.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time.
December 7th, police say they're looking to speak with someone with a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. December 15th, an Indiana trooper pulls Brian Koberger over in an unrelated traffic stop.
It's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes?
December 30th, law enforcement breaks through the doors and windows of Koberger's parents' home to arrest him.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger.
January 5th, 23, Koberger makes his first court appearance in Idaho. August 2nd, Koberger's attorneys say his alibi was late-night drives. August 23rd, Koberger waives his right to a speedy trial, pushing the trial back from the original October start date. On December 28th, the house where the four were killed is demolished. January 30th, 2024, Koberger's attorneys request to move the trial out of Latah County. On September 6th, Judge John Judge leaves it up to the Supreme Court to decide if the trial should be moved, and he steps down from the case. September 15th, only Nonstop Local captures Koberger flying from Moscow to Boise. And most recently, on November 7th, a hearing held to strike the death penalty if Koberger is convicted.
And right now, we are still waiting for a written decision from Judge Stephen Hippler. Continuing our 360 coverage tonight, here's Nonstop Local's John Webb with Gonsalves family.
Stephen Christie, thank you for taking time as always. We do appreciate it. 2 years apart, 730 days on this day. How are you guys doing 2 years after the fact?
Honestly, I am not doing well. It hasn't been easy for me. It's been very hard. And I don't know if it's just the accumulation of the trial and missing Kaylee, or if it's just missing Kaylee or just being, strung through all this just disastrous procedures. But it's been really hard, really hard. I've been missing her just so much, just dying to hear her voice, just, to walk in the door, just constantly looking at pictures, constantly looking at, I found some baby pictures of her.
Yeah. We have a new judge in this case, Judge Stephen Hippler. Undoubtedly, that set back the trial a little bit more with the new judge. He wants to wait for a full juror pool after the summer months because people are out doing things. Do you think this has gone on too long?
I think it's gone on way too long, but I do think that if we had Judge Hippler from the beginning, I think we'd be way ahead of the game at this point. So I don't really think that it's his fault. I think that in Latah County, we were just spinning in circles. I think we were literally just treading water. We weren't getting anywhere.
Yeah, that last hearing was talking about whether or not the death penalty should remain on the table. You guys were obviously there. We heard arguments from the defense saying that the suspect has anxiety and fear, not knowing how he's going to go. Do you believe that the death penalty should stay on the table?
100%.
What did you make of that when defense made that argument about him having fear and anxiety?
I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. Say we have the right person here, and he is tried and he is convicted. Did my daughter know the way she was going to go? Did Maddie know? Did any of the kids know the way they were going to go? Did they know that they had 2 hours left, 1 hour left, 5 minutes left?
We've talked about this before. 4 beautiful kids, the kindest people you ever meet in your entire life. What would be the motive?
I think if you want to make an impact, if you want to make a brutal, raw statement and try to get people's attention because nobody pays attention to you, those 4 beautiful people would make a heck of a statement.
Jealousy.
Total jealousy.
I think it was total jealousy.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that you could say to Brian Koberger, what would it be?
Pick the wrong family. There's no right family for something like this, but I think that
you will burn in hell.
Final question. Just want to give you guys an open mic, whatever you guys would like to say to our viewers tonight.
We just want to thank everybody. I'm sure everybody knows about the GoFundMe that we have out there for the trip to Boise this summer, and we would like to thank everybody that's been donating to that. We're almost to our goal, and we couldn't be there without everybody's help.
Well, Christy, Steve, our thoughts and prayers are with you tomorrow, and thank you for taking time. We always appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Always appreciate their time.
That was definitely a different interview from what we've seen in the past from them. It's obviously really affecting Christy at this point, and I wholeheartedly can understand. I can get it 100%. And that's sad to me because that's another part of this, guys, that it's taken so long with this. I'm sure that's making it way worse. I really do. Welcome, Holly. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. That's heartbreaking to watch it, Dan. I agree with you on that one. It really is. She seemed a lot stronger in the previous interviews, maybe because there was a lot more hope with this and that it would wrap up faster. This is an opinion. I'm not giving facts. I'm just saying this is an opinion. I don't think I've ever seen her that broken looking at that point. She should be, of course. I would be. Anybody would be. That was sad to me. And Steve even looked a little shook, okay? That was very sad, and it's hard to watch that. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know that, this whole thing hasn't, because of the length of time it's taken and all the bull it's had with it. It's and I told you guys a long time ago, I don't think they had the ability, and I said it again this morning, I don't think they had the ability to grieve the proper way in this situation, guys. Because they went right into defensive mode and investigative mode. Steve went right for getting answers and never I don't think they got to grieve like they should have. Truly, this is again my opinion. They deserved more time to grieve. They deserved the ability to do it their way. Maybe, this might be Steve's way, but I just don't think it was. There was not enough time for them to separate the legality of it from the trauma of it, if that makes any sense. Okay. They never got to do that. So there's been no breathing room, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms. 100%. Yeah. That's another point too, Bobby. I think this interview was taken a few days ago, but it's been 2 years and there's still no justice at this point. And there's still no, Kaylee's gone. She's still gone. Nothing's changed. And that justice is probably not going to give that any closure either at that point, if and when it happens. So it's sad. I knew at some point we were going to see this. And I feel bad for all of the families, So this is just very sad to me. It is. The whole thing is sad. It's a sad day. And truly, I'll be honest with you guys, when I first started covering this case 2 years ago, I never imagined we'd be 2 years out from this and there would be no closure on this. Nobody convicted, none of that. I never imagined. I should have imagined, being a death penalty case, but I just thought it was going to go by quicker. I did, unfortunately. Hell, well, no, I guess that took a period of time. It was about 2 years that the Delphi case took, a little bit more, but in total, it was 7 years, but you know what I mean? Once they got the man arrested and all that. So let's see something here, guys. Okay, so this dropped 12 hours ago, which was about 9:30 this morning. Let's see what they got to say here.
Marks 2 years since the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students, and for the families of the victims, 2 years of grieving as they await a trial and closure.
Does it get easier?
Nah, not really. You don't get over losing a kid.
Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were killed in the early morning hours in their off-campus home in the small town of Moscow. A surviving roommate saying she saw a male figure wearing black clothes and a mask walking towards the back door. Autopsy results showing the victims were likely attacked with a large knife and died from multiple stab wounds. It took 7 weeks before police made an arrest in Pennsylvania, charging then 28-year-old criminology student Brian Koberger with their murders.
Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
A judge has entered a not guilty plea on Koberger's behalf, with a trial finally scheduled for August after a series of delays, including a venue change.
Justice is slow, super slow, but as long as we get it, it's worth the wait.
State versus Koberger.
At a recent hearing in Boise, a judge granting Koberger's request to wear street clothes in court as his attorneys push to take the death penalty off the table.
The death penalty really ought to be abolished.
Meantime, on the University of Idaho campus this morning, students still feeling the impact.
The fact that 4 of your peers were murdered by someone, it's hard to kind of grasp that, and I don't know if I still fully have, even 2 years later.
In an attempt to heal, the university tearing down the house where the murders happened.
This is what it now looks like here. Weeds are growing where the home once stood. All that's left, this small memorial, a reminder that the lives lost here have not been forgotten.
And in Kaylee's hometown, these benches recently dedicated in their honor. Steve Gonzalez sharing memories of his daughter, including her love of adventure, travel, and even true crime.
You missed her spirit,
Yeah,
her gumption.
definitely her spirit, her gumption. She definitely brought an aspect to our family that is missing.
Now, Kaylee's family says they plan to spend today doing some of the things that she loved the most. We're also hearing from Ethan's family as they try to heal. They say that the foundation they've set up in his honor has already given out $50,000 in scholarship money. And with the trial now 9 months away, the families are hoping that by this time next year, they'll finally have justice and hopefully some closure. Guys.
All right, Liz Kreutz for us there in Idaho. Liz, thank you.
We'll return to NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, good morning. At last, there is a trial date, about 9 months. It's supposed to start the end of next summer. So what happens between now and then?
Yeah, I think some people at home might be wondering, why would it take so long? 2 years now, what's left to do? But remember, they now have to go through all the forensic evidence, and there's quite a bit in this case that the defense is going to want to keep out because that's the most compelling. The prosecution also has its work cut out for it because it has to prepare these witnesses, including those 2 surviving roommates who are going to have to get on the stand likely and tell their story. Remember, one of the roommates saying that she saw a masked man. She's going to be cross-examined about that. It's going to be grueling. They have to prepare for that.
Let's talk about the death penalty for a moment, because again, Koberger's team trying to get that off the table. Yeah. How realistic is that possibility?
I just would be shocked if that's a winner, mostly because it's sort of a settled point of law at this point. Now, the death penalty is not used that frequently in Idaho. It's only been like 3 times since the 1970s, but that's mostly because they can't get the drugs for lethal injection, not because there's some policy against the death penalty. And if it was to get overturned, it's going to happen on appeal after years. Remember, most people sit on death row for more than 10 years. So even if he is convicted, he'll have a right to appeal. And this could stretch on for years and years and years. But of course, getting to the trial is what the families really, really want here, guys.
Laura, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel. Today all day.
All right, let's see here. Give me a second. Hold on. All right, next thing up. Again, this is all because it's been 2 years as of today.
To Idaho today. Today marks a hard day for Idaho. On this day, 4 University of Idaho students were killed at a home just off campus. And since then, it has captured attention around the world. We're joined today by Howard Blum, a journalist and author of the true crime book, When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. Mr. Blum, it is so great to have you join us here. Greatly appreciate it.
Glad to speak with you.
You know, my first obvious question here is, you are a former journalist, but what drew you to investigate and write about this particular case? Because this book actually that you wrote right here is actually your own personal investigation into what unfolded in North Idaho. But why write this?
2 years ago, I was sitting around the Thanksgiving table with my family, and people started talking about this case. It just happened a week earlier. And the more they talked about it, the more perplexing it became. It became a real life mystery. Why would someone go into this student house? Why were the 4 people killed? Why did he whoever the suspect was, why did he
Danger says, got to bounce. Officially, have a good night. Good to see everyone again, except for you, Mr. Blum. Yes, I'm right with you on that one, Dan. Have a good night, brother. Again, be safe, sound, happy, and healthy. And please know there's always an open invitation. You're always welcome. My door's always open to you, sir. And I hope to see you again more often. Thank you again for joining us tonight, Danger. Have a great night, brother.
disappear? There was no sign of him. It was a mystery. And I had been a New York Times investigative reporter. I had been nominated for 2 Pulitzers by the paper. And I thought, well, this is a mystery. I'd like to try to see what was happening, try to find out what the town was like. How did all the pieces in this story fit together? So I went out there for my first trip and began to just literally knock on doors.
Yeah. Okay. So in the book, too, though, you not only cover the murder itself, but you also take readers inside the lives of the victims and then the impact that their deaths have had on their families, on the community. Can you share a bit about the personal stories that you uncovered during your research?
Yes. I mean, the subtitle of the book is A Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders. And I wanted the book to be a fitting tribute to the lives that have been lost and what they could have become. One of the victims, Xana, I remember, wore to her high school graduation, inside her high school graduation mortarboard, she had written, "For the lives I will change." And the fact that these students, young, beautiful, full of so much promise, will never get to change any more lives. That was very affecting to me as a parent. And I wanted to detail their journeys. I mean, here that ends is one of the fathers of the victim said, you send your daughter off to college and she comes back to you in a box. How can you deal with that? And as a father, I tried to make sense of all this and what was happening to the families. Unfortunately, this is ultimately a story all about victims. The parents, the survivors, even the people in the town become victims.
Yes. Okay. The trial is coming up for the summer of 2025. What do you think is at stake in this trial, both for the victims, families, as mentioned, and for the broader public's understanding of justice in such a high-profile case like this?
Well, you have a trial like this to try to get some sense of justice. And for some of the people involved, unfortunately, it's become also vengeance. And I say unfortunately, but how can you blame them? You lose your child to someone, you want to make sure that something happens to them. And yet the trial, I believe, after all my investigation, that the suspect is guilty. That doesn't mean that he's going to be found guilty in a court of law. There are lots of issues. There's a DNA evidence. It's touch DNA, which can be impugned by various critics. There's cell phone triangulation, putting him in the area. That's pretty broad. It covers 13 miles. The case against him is not legally airtight. And there's still discovery information to be presented. And the governmental authorities seem to be holding back some of the information on the genetic investigative procedures that were used. And one wonders why they're holding them back. And if the defense ever gets this, it too could raise questions. So you could have a situation.
I was just going to say that there's just so much, right, to go through and to uncover in the case. I just want to say thank you so much, Howard Blum, a former journalist, author who wrote When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders, your personal investigation into this story. Thank you so much, Mr. Blum. And a reminder to all of our viewers out there, KTVB has the coverage that you need now, and we'll continue to follow the trial and cover that next summer.
I pray to God it happens when they say it, because it's been so long now. If they were to put it off, it would just, no, it can't happen anymore. All right, here, let me double check something. There we go. thought this was a really nice thing I wanted to share as well. Good point again, Bobby.
Well, today marks 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in an off-campus home in Moscow. Happening tonight, students in the community are invited to gather there to share memories of the 4 students. That event begins at 6 p.m. It's at the Vandal Healing Garden tonight.
Today marks 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in that off-campus home on King Road in Moscow.
As the college town continues to heal even today, the man accused of killing them waits for his trial in the Ada County Jail.
And we take a look at how we got here and what's next as the state and those families seek justice. Here's Abby Davis.
To answer your question, Virginia. Sorry, guys. As of right now, it is open. They're leaving it open. I don't know if Hitler's going to change his mind. Fingers crossed that he doesn't. I pray to God he don't. As of now, it's able to be televised via YouTube like it has been so far. I hope that stays that way, because I'm telling you, if they shut this trial, they close it off, I'm going to lose a grip. We lost Delphi. That was bad enough. And if they shut this one down, I won't be able to handle that, guys. Now, with all the time we put into this and all the time we've had watching this, we need to see it. I think a lot of us really need to see this and see everything presented to be able to be okay with it. So that's my opinion again. No, it was not where the house was. That was the what they put together, the memorial they put together on campus there.
November 13th, 2022, a devastating day for the tight-knit college town of Moscow.
We begin with breaking news out of North Idaho. Students at the University of Idaho were asked to shelter in place earlier today.
Police found 4 University of Idaho students stabbed to death in an off-campus home. The next day, they identified Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan as the victims.
I believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Many students went home, finishing the semester online.
It's safe and no suspect. I'm just confused about what's going on.
Police asked for help looking for the driver of a white Hyundai Elantra, saying it was near the home around the time of the murders. They later linked an Elantra with Pennsylvania plates to their suspect, Brian Koberger. The WSU criminology grad student lived in Pullman, Washington, less than 10 miles away from Moscow. A month after the murders, Koberger and his dad drove the car across country to his Pennsylvania family home. On their drive, police stopped the vehicle twice in Indiana.
Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay.
Police say they later collected DNA from his family's trash in Pennsylvania, providing them the information they needed to link Koberger to DNA found on the knife sheath from the murder scene. And on December 30th, state police arrested him. He was extradited to Latah County for his first court appearance days later. At the same time, police released their probable cause affidavit, revealing major details in the investigation, including a Reddit post in which they say Koberger asked how people commit crimes. Search warrants also detail what investigators took from Koberger's Pullman apartment and storage unit.
Police department search warrant, come to the door.
After a grand jury indicted him in May 2023, a judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Your Honor, we will be standing aside.
Meantime, the university decided to tear down the home on King Road. Koberger's attorneys began arguing they wouldn't be able to find a fair and impartial jury in Latah County.
Being told that I am tainting the jury pool, I'm angry.
Please go ahead and be as angry as you like as you continue your work for the defense in this case.
An Idaho Supreme Court judge moved the trial to Ada County this fall. Around the same time, law enforcement took Koberger to the county jail. His trial is scheduled for August 2025. It's expected to last 3 months. As Koberger.
Thank you so much for that. Phil, get to the membership. I can't see right at this moment who received it, but whoever did, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce or back to the sauce. I really, really appreciate you and grateful to have you as part of the community. And Phil, that was very generous and very much appreciated. So welcome, Cloudy. Appreciate you, and it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you again, Phil.
Awaits his fate, Moscow continues to heal. Students wrapped up construction on the Vandal Healing Garden this summer, a space dedicated to remembering Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Madison.
The one thing I think it's really done is solidify what it means to be a member of the Vandal family. We are there for one another. We care for one another. We support one another.
Families of the victims also continue sharing memories of their loved ones.
When this is all said and done, if you remember these 4 kids, that's the end goal that we're all working towards.
We were a great family before, and we have to go on and continue to be that.
And that brings us to now, as Kohberger's defense team waits for the judge to decide whether the death penalty is on the table as possible punishment if he is convicted. More Wake Up Idaho after this.
Today marks 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. And as the college town continues to heal, the man accused of killing them waits for his trial. So let's take a look at how he got here and what is next as the state seeks justice. On November 22nd, 2013, police found 4 University of Idaho students stabbed to death in an off-campus home. The next day, they identified Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, and Skagit County native Ethan Chapin as the victims. And on December 30th, state police arrested Brian Kohberger after linking him with a car that was seen near the crime scene.
Thank you, Miss Paula. Gifted a membership. That's awesome as well. So very generous and so very grateful to you for that. Miss Sarah got that membership. That's very, very awesome. And congratulations, Miss Sarah and Cloudy Outcome. You guys I'm grateful to have you guys in the sauce with us. And thank you. That was again so very generous and gracious, Miss Paula. God bless. We love you and appreciate you so much.
Scene. The WSU criminology grad student lived in Pullman, Washington, less than 10 miles away from Moscow. He was arrested at his family's home in Pennsylvania. Police say they later collected DNA from his family's trash, linking him to the knife sheath found near one of the victims. Police then released their probable cause affidavit, revealing major details in the investigation, including a Reddit post in which they say Kohberger asked how people commit crimes. Since then, the university decided to tear down the home on King Road. An Idaho Supreme Court judge moved the trial to Ada County this fall. So Kohberger's trial is scheduled to start next August, and it is expected to last 3 months. If convicted, he could face the death penalty, but this week, his attorneys asked a judge to take the death penalty off the table. They are arguing international, federal, and state law all make it inappropriate for the case. His legal team says sentencing him to death would constitute cruel and unusual punishment and would violate his right to due process. The defense attorneys argue Idaho has no viable method for executing someone, pointing to the unsuccessful execution of Thomas Creech by lethal injection earlier this year as proof.
When somebody sits on death row and there's no real means of executing them, that is dehumanizing to that person.
If you're going to challenge the means of execution, you have to, as a condition proceeding, provide a available or an alternate, I should say, means of execution.
The prosecution believes the case qualifies for capital punishment under Idaho law. The judge did not make a ruling at the hearing this week. Right now, you can find extended coverage on King 5 Plus, including profiles on all 4 victims. We will continue to follow this case as we get closer to the trial next year.
Today marks 2 years since 4 University of Idaho students were killed at their off-campus home.
And today, community members, friends, and family are remembering Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Now, you may remember on this day last year, the University of Idaho community held a vigil. Friends of each of the 4 victims spoke on their favorite memories with Xana, Madison, Ethan, and Kaylee. Each speech was followed by a moment of silence. Now, recently, the mother of Ethan Chapin told ABC News, Kana Whitworth, 2 years have passed. And while that seems like a long time ago, it also feels like yesterday. We continue to heal and miss Ethan as we work diligently to find the silver linings in the worst circumstances.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us tonight for Crimson News at 10. I'm Cody Proctor. A lawsuit's been filed against the Meade School District.
All right, guys. Sorry. Oh, it looks like Phil gifted one. Is that another one? Yep, Phil gifted one too. So that's 3, and that one went to Christine M. Welcome to the sauce, Christine. Thank you, Phil. Congrats, Christine. And that's gracious and so generous of you as well, Phil. You guys are awesome tonight with that. Thank you guys so very much. God bless. So very much appreciated. That is awesome. You guys are amazing. Okay. So yesterday, just so everybody knows, this is what was dropped document-wise in Idaho yesterday. This is the only thing dropped, actually. And it's the state's response to the defendant's 18th supplementary request for discovery. We know how that reads. I've read that 7 million times. The state incorporates the following responses as fully set forth in this point. Filed. Let me see. I don't want to read the same things to you guys that I've read 62 million times. It's all the same documentation. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal 16 and applicable law, and reserves any and all objections thereunder. That's dated yesterday's date. Ashley Jennings signed it. And that's it. It's just the standard. Welcome, Taylor. It's the standard, request for discovery, and it's the return on it. That's it. So sadly, there's nothing new besides that. Except the 7th, and I think we covered order for permission to file under sealed documents related to the closed hearing held on 10/8 of 24. And it was just a motion about that, so there's nothing else there. Yeah, there's nothing else there. Yeah, Cyrey, that his testimony. There's information that was missing, guys. There was that we heard that in a couple different hearings actually. So I don't think there's anything really else out here. One moment, I'm looking just to make sure. Hold on, guys. I'm just double checking to make sure that I've found everything. Oh, now this is a little off to the side of the case. But I do want to show this tonight. It's another Nancy Grace situation. But I'm really curious what Nancy thinks of this scenario here. And it's kind of proof too, guys. So it's a little sideways from Idaho, but it's about Madeline Soto's case. And I thought it was kind of important for a lot of people to see this. And it kind of shows proof that it's happened. So it won't take too long here. Like I said, it's kind of important as well. And there really isn't anything else in the Idaho case to put out from today that's been put out new, other than I showed all the interviews. But again, y'all, this is kind of an important scenario involving the mother. So, you still here, Mom?
Yep, I'm here.
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I tried to give you a little
Yeah, I'm
space
all
there.
right. Sometimes it just takes a minute to breathe.
Like I said, I was just giving you. I wanted to give you a little space there for a few minutes, and then I get it,
You're
100%.
good. I'm fine. I just, sometimes it just like a baseball bat to the chest.
I understand completely. This case that we're about to hear about does that to me just about every time. So yes, this is interesting.
Like, you know how I
Aggravating.
feel about Maddie's case.
Yeah. So Jeff, you know how I feel about it too. 100%. This kind of angers me, and that's why I'm showing it to you guys. It angers a lot of people. I'll be honest with you. So I'm just gonna tell you, you might get a little triggered off this. Just be careful.
Grace, this is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest.
Can you hear it okay, Mom?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay.
Bedroom so that
It's clear.
I sleep. I think we need to get you a lawyer. But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy, not that he had done all this to her. I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her.
What you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine. I look back now and just like, he was lying. He was faking.
We can go even worse. She's pregnant. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home?
I have 2 underneath the kitchen, the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Joining us, an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning now. Not only do we learn that Maddie Soto's mother, Jen Soto, has gotten a form of immunity. What was so important that the state needed from Jen Soto, that she's getting almost a free pass. First, to Shannon Butler joining us, investigative reporter from WFTV 9. Shannon, thank you for being with us. What do you believe it is the state can get from Mom Jen Soto that's so valuable they would give her immunity from prosecution?
Well, they didn't tell us that they had any valuable information. What they said is they couldn't find anything that would connect her to any crime. So I think what they're doing is trying to use her to help with this case more than try to continue to go after her. And
Welcome, Jeffrey. Good to see you tonight, sir. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, bud.
Case that hurts the case down the road. She at least knows his behavior. So she does provide them some information, but they told us they just didn't have enough to charge her with anything in any of these scenarios.
Shannon, nobody gets immunity ever from the state unless they've got something to add testimony-wise. If you cannot pin a crime on someone, if they're not connected to a crime, fine, don't prosecute them. But you don't have to give them immunity. Listen.
I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. I suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks.
We have obtained crime scene photos. Jen Soto and her then live-in boyfriend were kicked out of the condo while police effected a search. We've obtained those photos. First, let's look at Maddie's room. Her room was essentially part of the downstairs living room, and it was essentially a bed cordoned off by this see-through partition there on the bottom level of the home. What more do we learn in the crime scene photos? Those boxers right there belong to Stefan Stern. They were pictured at, and that's Maddie's bedroom area. Those boxers in her laundry basket were pictured in the videos that were found on his phone. And then in the next photo, you see her bedding, Maddie Soto's bedding, which also appeared in the sex molestation videos on Stefan Stern's home, according to police. That bedding proves it happened in the home. So we now know that, according to police, and the murder happened in the home. It's extremely poignant that on her bed are her little stuffed animals. But to another shot, all of that bedding, of course, becomes state's exhibits. We believe this is another room where Stefan Stearns slept on occasion. And we know that the room where he slept with Maddie at her mother's direction had a lock on the door. And I mean, not just the kind that go with the doorknob, full on locks. You were seeing crime scene photos that.
Is this on the inside of the door?
Yeah, that's a flapper like you'd see in a hotel room.
Yeah, right. And then the chain lock too on the inside of the door.
It's a little creepy. But then again, with what we know what was in that room, I'm not surprised it was there.
It's a lot creepy.
Sadly.
It's disgusting. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. And again, as we just saw, that child's bedroom was in the living room with a see-through partition when they had a very that could have been her own bedroom by itself. And
Yeah,
I
but
was
you got to
just
think
thinking,
Jen was getting money out of renters, so why would she, want her daughter to have her own room when she's a teenager and not to be out of pocket, but going through changes and, all that stuff? What, how does that make sense that you would want your teenage daughter to have her own damn space?
it doesn't. And I was just thinking of something, Mom. The fact that she sent them that night to go together to sleep in another room almost makes her liable for Maddie's death.
Yeah, it does. I mean, in my unprofessional, unlaw enforcement opinion, it should be considered wanton endangerment. It should be considered abuse. It should be considered shitty parenting, which I think a lot of us already consider it that. But I seriously think that it should be wanton endangerment to let a teenage girl that is within the age
And that's
of
what I
being a
mean.
woman sleep in the bed with a grown ass man.
Right. But
that is
the
not
point,
her father.
Not even close. Right. And here's the point, though, for what I'm saying is, Michelle Farrell, wonderful to see you tonight. Oh my God, you guys are like making my whole week popping in here like this, all of you. Wonderful to see you, Michelle. Thank you so much and I miss you just as much, my dear. It's wonderful to see you tonight. I hope you're doing well, and absolutely we've missed you as well. The fact that she sent her that night, specifically the night that she died, to go with that man, and she died that night by his hand, makes her liable, in my opinion, for her murder. If she'd have kept her in the room with her, it would have never happened.
I don't understand why the bitch ain't. Sorry, I don't understand why she's
You're
walking
fine.
free to this day. I don't get it. Like, normally Florida is really good about the law and upholding the law and protecting our children, as sad as job as some of these counties do. I don't understand why the hell she's walking free. What does she have that was so damn important
To get
to get
immunity, too.
immunity?
Thank you. Yes.
It's partial immunity, but still, anything she said in that interview cannot be used against her, and that's bullshit. She doesn't have full immunity. Like, she
No.
didn't get a free get out of jail card. And when they find out the bitch is a habitual liar, she's going to
Yeah.
lose that immunity. And you almost have to wonder, Orange County is not backwoods forest
No.
town. This is
No.
Orlando. Kissimmee, Orlando. Like, we're talking feet from Orlando. Like, I don't mean like, 20 miles. I mean feet from Orlando where they lived.
Right near Disney.
And
right.
it absolutely just
That's
it
why I still
infuriates
think
the hell out of me.
I think that she might. I think they had enough on Stefan to not need her. So I have to wonder if this is leading to the possibility of being linked to something else, as I've been saying.
Well, like I said, trigger warning, but they have the photos, they have CCTV footage of him at the apartment with Maddie in the car, they have him dumping her stuff in the dumpster and CCTV footage, they have license plate readers, they have an eyewitness that saw him out on Hickory Tree. They have CCTV camera footage of him on top of the hotel moving Maddie's body into the trunk of the car. What does this bitch have that
That's what I mean.
that's what I want to know. What does this bitch have that they need?
And that's why
Because
I keep
they
going.
have plenty.
That's why I keep going back to the St. Cloud situation, very possibly. And or something else like that maybe she has some information on that would be like dropping the ball on top of this whole thing, okay? And really, really like jamming it in hard to a huge maybe production of something or an organization of people maybe involved in something like this. Maybe that's the only thing I can think that would make sense. They don't need her to prosecute him at all.
No, they don't. And just the fact that her friend, not his, her friend lives out there where Maddie's body was dumped. Her
Mhm.
friend, not his.
That's right.
And if you keep going around Old Hickory, like when you come over the little scary looking bridge,
Mm-hmm.
come around the curve. When you come around the curve, there's two fields on both sides. One field is a clear field that's usually full of cattle. And what would be the driver's side if you're coming from how we go in,
Yeah.
which would be the way that Stefan went in.
Right.
On the left-hand side, there's a fence that runs down. I mean, there's a fence that runs down both sides, but you have the fence. You have about 15 feet. I don't know. I'm guesstimating here. And then
Okay.
you have the bamboo. Well, when you pass where her body was dumped, there's a farm right there.
Mm-hmm.
And, thanks to the Sunshine Law, everybody under creation that's covered this case or followed this case knows the man's name.
Yeah.
Which I don't agree with. But
I don't
go
either.
around that curve, and that curve takes you into St. Cloud.
Right. It's right there.
I mean, I'm not talking like, oh, well, you got to go this way and you got to turn left and you got to hit this dirt road and pass that oak tree. I'm talking about a freaking damn near straight shot by the way of the crow.
Mm-hmm.
You go around the big curve and it takes you into St. Cloud.
Right. Thank you so very much, Michelle, for the super sticker. God bless. That is so very generous of you. And I am so appreciative. It's absolutely gracious and amazing. God bless. And thank you so much again for being here tonight, Michelle. I have definitely missed you, and it's wonderful to see you, as well as everybody else that's been jumping in here and surprising me and making my whole night. So, guys, thank you so much for that. Phil, that's what I'm talking about. The much bigger fish theory is what I'm leaning at right now, because once again, guys, we know they did not need her. Anything she had, they didn't need to prosecute him and put him away forever. Okay? With what he had alone. Why did you have to give this woman immunity? And what does she know? What does she actually know or have information on that is that important?
Exactly.
That's what I've been wondering. That's what I've been wondering. And Phil, that's exactly the point I was making. I gotta wonder, guys. I've been wondering this for a while. Again, and like I said, indirectly, Jennifer Soto is responsible for her own daughter's death. Indirectly. Okay.
I totally agree.
Indirectly, don't get me wrong, it's indirect, but still, if that woman would have been a real mother and kept her child in her room with her that night, just that night, she'd still be alive, possibly. Okay.
If she would have gone up her lazy ass and been a mother to that child and actually showed love to that child, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing her right now, in my opinion.
No,
She would
I
have had a
agree with
relationship
you.
with her dad and her stepmom who thought that she hung the moon. She would
Right.
have had a real childhood growing up. But
Mm-hmm.
when you've got your head stuck so far up your ass you can't see straight,
Mm-hmm.
that you're going to let somebody back in your house. I mean, an ex is an ex for a reason. An ex is an ex for a reason.
Well, I gotta wonder if they were in need of money, and that's why Stephen came back for whatever reason. If they needed Stephen to make some money somehow, because Jen needed money, just starting a new job. I've been wondering on this for a while. I've been stewing on this theory, a little theory of mine, in this bigger fish. Okay, it doesn't make any sense to me. So that is the only thing I can come up with. And like I said, St. Cloud is right there, right
Yeah,
there.
it is. It's literally
And
right there. The next time
the
we go down there, if you want me to, we will go and I will film and I will go up in that neighborhood where
absolutely, so we
Santa
can
Claus
show
or
them
whatever the hell his name is.
the Santa Claus pornography ring. Okay, that was busted right around the same time, roughly. I've
About a
been
week
stuck on that.
later.
I can't. Yeah, about a week's worth of time. I can't get off of that theory. I just can't.
My car is going in the shop tomorrow. So, and it's about due time that I take her some more stuff up there. And I've still got locks left if anybody wants a love lock for Maddie. But
Well, we can definitely do a live while you do that if you'd like, and stream it while you're doing it for 100%, just for Maddie.
yeah,
Truly.
when I get down, like when we get down right before the bridge, my signal starts cutting in and out. So it'll buffer, but I always come right back because you have to understand that, and I don't mean you, I know you do, but people that
No.
are not familiar with the case or familiar with the area, you're literally in BFE. Like you're leaving a very populated area with condos and grocery stores and businesses. You take a right-hand turn, you go down, you take a left-hand turn, you take a right-hand turn, and when you take that right-hand turn, you drive for roughly about, I think he's asleep. I think it's about 15 minutes. I don't know. When I'm out there, I lose track of time. So you're talking at least 15 minutes away from civilization. They're literally cows, one farm, and a couple of memorials where people have had wrecks.
Right.
And that is the place that he chose.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm telling you guys, Norma, Siggy, a lot of you guys are on the same path that I've been on with this since pretty much the beginning of this. And now the fact that we know that there's factual information that she was given that type of immunity, and nobody understands why, because we know that Stearns was locked down. They didn't need anything to get him. Okay. So in that essence, guys, I'm going to say it again. I've said it 100 times. They didn't need her. They didn't need to give her immunity. Not even for nothing. Unless there's something bigger that they're looking at that she may have information on. It's the only thing I can think of.
It's very possible because if you look at the timeline, like look at the timeline of when this happened. Okay. Look at the timeline. It was all over the news down here. It was, when she went missing, it was probably, I don't know, I'd have to grab his phone and go back to his notifications because he screenshotted it when it happened. Because I get alerts from Daytona and he gets alerts from here in Orlando.
February 20th, I think it was.
So, no, I'm talking about the time. The time like the time, because the alert didn't immediately go out. I think it was the next morning, but I don't remember what time it was.
It was. I don't think the alert went out till the next morning. I know that they called police at 7 p.m. the night that she went missing, and police were on scene at her mother's insurance agency about 7:20, taking all the information. Because I remember looking at the clock on the wall when we watched that video. Okay.
It was between 8 and 10 o'clock, and I'm gonna stick my guns to between 8 and 10 o'clock because I get up early. I go to work at 8, and I was on first break.
Right.
So it had to be somewhere in between there because I don't always take my first break at 10. So it was somewhere in. Excuse me, I'm eating strawberry candy, y'all, but it was somewhere in between there when he got the first alert. And
Mhm.
he gets the alerts. He screenshots them, sends them to me. They get buried in my thousands and thousands of missing flyers and whatnot on my phone, but it's still there somewhere. I'd have to dig it up and pull up the information on the photo. But
Right.
thank you, baby. You know, and then a week later, sorry, I got on a tangent, y'all. There is a point to my madness.
You're fine.
So roughly about a week to 10 days later, I don't even think it was 10 days, was it? Whatever the time frame was. You have Homeland Security, you have every freaking law enforcement you can think of in this Santa Claus's neighborhood.
Yes.
And
Yep.
he did what he did.
And it was bad enough.
And do you
It was
think that
so bad that his son killed himself before they could even get him.
Yep.
So yeah.
Exactly. He did what he did. The neighborhood kids, the people that came out and was like, "Oh, our kids used to go up there and play, and he's just a nice old man in the neighborhood," And
Yeah.
then his son did what he did while the police were outside.
Right.
So what does that tell you? That one or the other or both may have had close ties to Stefan or Miss Jennifer.
That's that's where I've been with this for a long time, Mom. And now that we're seeing that she's getting this immunity, I have to wonder, is that why? Because they need to get in deeper with this. Is there somebody above? Was there somebody above Santa Claus with this? How big is this ring? How far does it go? You know what I mean?
Well, I'll
Is
tell
it
you,
connected to trafficking as well?
when they
Okay.
do busts down here, they don't bust 3 or 4 of them, Dago.
Oh, I
You
know.
see 30, 40, 50, 100 people with their fancy little pictures, and usually Grady
Right.
Judd
Grady
has got
Judd,
them
right.
plastered on a freaking billboard at the press conference, which he's got a new
100%.
fancy setup now, but no, that's neither here nor there. It's off subject, but they don't just bust 3 or 4 of these fucks.
No,
They
go
go
in for the
after
real
a
haul.
group of
Yeah.
them.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm wondering, guys. Is it did they hit a a gold line on this, or what the hell do you call that? A vein and a gold a gold mine on this with this this whole link up thing? Because if it goes up and it links into a trafficking situation, possibly, you know what I'm saying? It could be huge. Her
Yeah.
testimony or her information could bust this wide open. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
So
And these
to
sick
offer
folks don't keep this to themselves. They may keep the person or the child that they're using for their own purposes to
Mhm.
themselves, but those photos and those videos, and I mean no disrespect, because for those that don't know me, I am a victim's advocate, and Maddie is a case that is very, very, very close to my heart. And anybody that's Blue or Dago can tell you how close I am. Those are priceless to a sick fuck like him.
Of course they are. They're big. That's big money. That's big money, you guys. You get more money for that than drugs put out right now. Okay, because there's some sick people that love this shit, and that's what I'm saying. There is
Oh, yeah.
nothing that they needed from her on Stern's side. I'm just gonna say it again. If this testimony that she has, and she's like, listen, I'm, we saw her cry finally when she got to the point where she's thinking she might go to jail for this herself. It's the only time she's cried. She wasn't crying for her child, that's for damn sure.
No.
So in that interview itself, there's other questions that may not have been put in that video we saw because it doesn't pertain to this investigation. Do you see what I'm saying? They may have asked her about some other stuff, given her that immunity and said, listen, you're fine, Jen. You don't have to worry about it. You're not going to be in any trouble. Just tell us who, or what, when, how much, where. And that's that, folks. They do use these people for that shit. And that, which is good because it shuts this stuff down. But I got to wonder that. I've been wondering that for a long, long time with this because we haven't heard anything else about this ring, guys. Nothing else. They took him into custody. They told us what they told us. And that was the last of it way back in February or beginning of March. I'm sorry. It was beginning of March. So just saying, I got to wonder.
That we obtained from police files. Back to Shannon Butler joining us, WFTV 9. Shannon, many would argue that sending your daughter to go sleep with your adult living boyfriend is gross neglect that exposed her.
I mean, the public here in Central Florida has said over and over again, we don't understand. We don't understand how she's not held to any accountability in this situation. But like I've told you before, police just don't seem to have anything they want to charge her with.
And speaking of mom, Jen Soto's response after Maddie first goes missing, this is what she said.
When you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing?
Okay, Shannon Butler joining me, investigative reporter, WFTV 9. Did I just hear mommy correctly? She says, when you showed me the picture of her, which I think is a euphemism for her boyfriend, her daughter, and videoing it on his cell phone, I think that's the picture that she's talking about. Quote, I believe the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe he had done anything evil to her.
Yeah, and you can hear from that interaction with those deputies, there was a lot of pause that they took, even after we talked about this later on, about why she didn't quite understand that what was happening there, at least in that interview, was evil and was wrong. There was a lot of concern about that in the beginning. That's what started them really trying to take a look to see if there was any involvement with Jen Soto and what had happened to Madeline Soto. It was that comment right there that kind of started that ball rolling.
She better have something explosive in exchange for immunity, which means she will not be prosecuted for anything deriving from those statements that she gave under immunity. But that's not all. Even after she realizes police are focusing on her live-in, listen.
But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth right now. I started saying to him, like, I think.
Well, wait a minute, though. Going back to that statement where she said, I believe the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he did something horrible or evil. Why do you believe the sexual stuff? Because you knew about it?
She had to know about it. Think about it, Dago. And I know I'm beating a dead horse here. Think about it. How many children wash their own freaking ass laundry? How many kids wash their own laundry? How many kids wash their own bedding? Her bed was in the fucking living room. Anybody that was living in that place that walked past her room, her little area, if you will, with that damn petition would have seen there would have been big red flags. There would have been big red flags if, and I'm not going to get into the details. If you look at what was done to her, there would have been physical evidence. You would have been able to tell by the way she walked, she carried herself, big black bags under her eyes, not sleeping.
I agree. I know. I was waiting to see that. There it goes. 10:22. Hold on, guys. Sorry. At least it didn't take me completely.
He'll be back in a minute, y'all. Yeah, Mike, and I agree with you. Disney is a huge employer, and it is very odd how many of these sick fucks work there. But you know as well as I do, if you sign up for a temporary agency down here, they put you to work at Disney. I almost took a job as a travel agent, which, lo and behold, what the fuck did Jen do? She was a travel agent for Disney right there at the end.
Yes, she was. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you knew That statement is bugging me. The way she said, I can believe the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he did something evil. Why can you believe that so easily to say that? Because you knew. That's why. Or is it an experience you
Because she
already know
knew.
with? That's
Exactly,
exactly
because
what
she
that tells me.
fucking knew. And in my opinion, she handed her daughter upon a platter to this fucking monster and didn't give two shits worse or less what was going on with her daughter because it was good for lining her fucking pockets.
And in my
Like,
opinion,
I think they're
again,
focusing in on you.
she indirectly killed her own child, in my opinion.
I agree, 110%. I think she
The
should be
only way
held
I can
accountable.
look at
I think the bitch should be behind bars.
Yep. That is how I'm putting this from this point on. This woman indirectly killed her own child by sending her to go to bed with him that night. If she'd have kept her there with him or with her instead, Maddie wouldn't be dead at this point. That's just all there is to it, folks. If you look at it black and white, that's all there is to it. That's sick. This whole thing is sick. Anyway, I'll let this.
I love this detective. This detective sees through her like we do.
Oh, of course, yeah.
If you
He's
did you
not playing
watch
her
this
game.
whole interview? He rips
Yeah,
her ass apart, and I love
I
it.
played
I
it
love
when it
Orange
first came
County
out.
detectives are not the one to mess with.
Yeah,
They're not the
I
one.
played it. I played it when this first dropped out here on this. So yeah, and it was great. And like I said, that's the first and only time I have ever seen Jennifer Soto cry a real tear. Is when this man got in her face and basically tried and told her, I got your card. I know your game. You did this. You knew this. Okay. Basically, without saying those words, she gets it. She's smart enough to know where he's going with this and starts crying because now she knows she could be in trouble. Very good detective. So again, I'm waiting to see if there's something she throws out here that I didn't catch initially because I wasn't listening for it that would explain why the immunity was given.
Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person, and he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating, that they're focusing on the wrong person.
Okay. Raymond Giudice, veteran defense attorney, former prosecutor. The mom says, hey, live in. They're focusing on you. We got to get you a lawyer pronto. What? Okay. Whoa. So she knows her daughter's missing. She knows the boyfriend was last with the daughter. She knows the boyfriend somehow knows what the daughter's wearing when she goes missing. She's sending them to bed together when she wants a good night's sleep. How she could sleep through that, I do not know. But now, when police let it be known, he is the suspect, the prime suspect. She's saying, hey, honey, we got to get you a lawyer. I mean, my fingers are tingling. What I would do if someone touched the twins. And she's trying to get him a lawyer?
Nancy, clearly, prosecution here, and I think not to attack these deputies, they should have had a much more experienced either assistant district attorney or a serious investigator that specializes in crimes against women and children. They did not need to do the statement this way and give her immunity. She hasn't. She hasn't been accused of anything. And I think that's the way it's going to be unless the prosecution, and it's a very high burden, can find evidence of a crime against her outside of this statement. And the burden shifts to the prosecution to prove that the statement did not lead to the finding of any new evidence. They had enough evidence on his phone alone to put him with a no bond, and that would be here in Atlanta, on the images, the child porn images on his phone. You let him sit, you let him stew, and you continue to investigate the case. But she's got immunity, and the prosecution, unless they know something else up their sleeve against her, she's got that pass, Nancy, to get out of jail.
I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. I think we need to get you a lawyer. But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy, not that he had done all this to her.
The most important thing today is to tell the truth. I also explained derivative use immunity, which means if you said that there was a gun in Obviously, there's no gun in this case buried in your attorney's yard. We couldn't go dig up that gun if he told us that, oh yeah, there's the gun that was used is right there. We wouldn't be able to do that. We would have to show that we learned all those things independently from this interview.
It's called derivative use immunity. Lawyers love to make everything sound so complicated, and they also like to throw in Latin phrases, so be ready for that. Derivative use immunity. Immunity is like an immunization, right? That protects you from, let's just say, the measles or the mumps, the vaccine. Immunity in this case means immunity from prosecution in exchange for your statement. Derivative use immunity means you can't be prosecuted from anything that comes from your statement. That is what derivative use immunity means. In a nutshell, Ray, yes, no.
Yes, absolutely. I would have charged
I knew you
her.
couldn't do it in one word. You owe me $1. Okay. Yes. All right. Now, Ray, I want you to hear the bit that we've managed to obtain. Then I'll bring in the rest of the panel. We've gotten some of her new statement that she gave after getting immunity. For those of you just joining us, Maddie Soto was for years under her own mother's roof by mommy's part-time live-in. When I say part-time, the rest of the time, he lived in his own mother's house. Okay, not judging. That said, this went on for years. Little Maddie used to tell people, isn't this right, Shannon Butler, joining us, WFTV9, that she would tell people as soon as she was old enough, which I believe she thought was 13, she was leaving the home and going to live in the woods. I'm going to have to bring in a shrink on this, Dr. Melina Ryba joining us. But Shannon, I've never heard one of my children say, I'm moving out and I'm going to live in the wild rather than live in this house. That should have been a big red flag to everybody, that she wanted to go live in a tree house rather than in her own condo.
There was all sorts of things that the friends had said, and one of those was about living in the woods. But then another friend would say, she really, really liked Stephen Stearns, and they were very, very close, and she was with him a lot, and they had a really close relationship. So I think that maybe that had been more of a red flag if there wasn't such a flip-flop on that she wanted to leave home, but that her friends just thought they had this really, really close relationship. I mean, for those of us who know the story now, that should have been a red flag too, but it just wasn't to her little friends. They just thought, that he was a nice guy, a boyfriend of her mom's that really took I don't want to say liking, but it made a close relationship with Madeline. But that too, now we know, was probably a bit of a red flag.
Joining me, Allie Neal, longtime colleague, co-founder of Revved Up Kids, fighting to protect children from sex abuse and trafficking. It's worth a look at revvedupkids.org. Allie, thank you for being with us. Allie, that's a common misconception. Let me just first throw you something that you've taught for years. An adult doesn't need a child's help. So if a child says, this guy asked me to find his puppy, don't get near that car. An adult doesn't need a child to help find the puppy. Same thing here. What is a grown man doing befriending a little girl and showing her such special interest? That should have been a signal.
So, Nancy, that's a yes and a no, because this is the mother's longtime partner. This is a family dynamic. So it's different than a stranger asking someone to help with a lost puppy. This is somebody who lives in her home. I'm sort of sticking on this runaway to live in the woods piece of it right now. And part of it might have been that this was a really dysfunctional couple, and that causes trauma to a child in the home too. So I assume some of it was the sexual abuse that was occurring, but this man probably had groomed her to a place where she thought this was okay, and she thought this was part of loving somebody, and she may have had a very blurry line regarding the sexual abuse. But in all of this stuff that I've read and heard, these were two people who were highly dysfunctional, and when one of them was down, they typically dragged the other one down. So it was just a really dysfunctional family environment that Madeline was swirling in, and all of it is incredibly unfortunate.
You know, look at this video. It's body cam video of Stefan Sturms with Jen Soto. This is after
Me too,
Maddie
Virginia.
goes missing. And maybe I'm the crazy one, Dr. Marlena Ryba, but they don't look that upset. Look how calm he is. He knows, according to police, that he has, and I mean, this child for years. She's just turned 13. And he knows that she's dead in this video. And he's just chatting everybody up. How does that happen, Marlena Ryba? I mean, if I even tell a lie, my face gets hot. I'm sure I'm going to get found out, which I always have. I even think back on it and I almost feel sick to my stomach. How can you stand there so calm when you have just murdered a little girl and discarded her body?
Yeah. So I think in this situation, unfortunately, it seems like there's a pattern of behavior that could be characteristic of someone that potentially demonstrates characteristics of someone with antisocial personality disorder.
Joining me also is Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, and Dr. Todd Barr, forensic pathologist. But guys, I want you to hear, after she's been warned to tell the truth, they're giving her immunity. This is what she says.
So now you've broken up with Stefan in December of 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's still paying rent and he's there full time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We'd broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year and I didn't want to affect her in any way.
Mm-hmm.
So we just played it off, acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on. And then once she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's December of 2022 that you and Stefan kind of break up,
Yes,
but he still remains in the townhome.
yes.
Why is that?
So even though we were broken up, I still considered him one of my best friends. I wanted to give him the opportunity to live there, and he had just gotten a job at Disney and was doing well.
Okay.
And I didn't want him to continue to lose that because he had been struggling for a long time to get a job or do anything with his own mental health issues.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give him a chance to do something, be something.
Okay, let me understand something. Shannon Butler joining me, WFTV 9. Does Stefan Stearns have a job at Disney with children? Or is this more like a top mom Casey Anthony thing where she tells her whole family she works at Universal and even wears the uniform, but she really just sits on the sofa and eats chips all day when they leave? Did he really have a job at Disney?
So there was a lot of confusion about that. So he didn't have a job at Disney at the time. He didn't have a job at the time. But there were reports that he had previously worked at Disney because there was a woman who said, I met him. We started dating because I met him when we worked at Disney. But when we had reached out to Disney when this case first came about, Disney's like, he never worked here. So there was a lot of confusion of whether or not he worked there or not. We still don't really know. I mean, we know what the women said. We met him when we all worked at Disney.
Okay.
But Disney claims he never
I got a
worked there.
question. Allie Neal, you got to help me. You hear Shannon Butler, WFTV 9. What is with women? A guy says, let's see, I'm a brain surgeon and I work at Mount Sinai. What? You don't check that out? You bring a guy into your home and let him physically sleep with your little girl night after night after night, and you don't check him out? This guy didn't work at Disney any more than I do.
Honestly, in this day and age, Nancy, it shocks me that anybody doesn't do a deep dive background check on any new person coming into their life, especially if they have children. It's just unfathomable to me that people don't go to Google and figure this stuff out. But also, there might have been nothing on Google that would have told her that he was a problem. He could put on his LinkedIn that he worked at Disney, and unless she called for a reference check, how would she know for sure? Or asked for his Disney ID, maybe.
Go to Disney. You think I haven't been to my husband's office? Oh, yes, I have. There's more.
Yeah.
There's more about the breakup and mommy deciding for some reason, some obscure reason, he should stay there because of his fake job. There's more.
So now you've broken up with Stefan in December of 2022, right? He's still paying rent and he's there full time in bedroom number 4. Is that where he goes after you break up?
No, he stayed in my room for a few months. We've broken up, but we weren't sure how to discuss it with Maddie because it was the middle of the school year and I didn't want to affect her in any way. So we just played it off, acted like everything was normal and fine for the first 6 months. And then eventually she caught on. And then once she did, we admitted to her that we were broken up. And then, at that point is when he moved up to bedroom 4.
Okay, Tom Smith, former NYPD co-host of Gold Shields podcast. Tom, isn't that taking the charade a little too far? Did you hear for the first 6 months, how long was she going to give him? He slept in her bed after the breakup because he was her.
Honestly, I think these are all excuses. These are all excuses as to the truth as to why she kept him around. That's my opinion again, but I think they're really excuses. She got to make it sound good. You got to have a good answer as to why you kept this man around. You can't tell him because he was making you money and he was doing certain things. I know this sounds disgusting, you guys, but this is what I'm getting at this. Because then they're going to look
She's
at you
manipulative. She
Yeah.
thinks that she is the master manipulator. Look at the difference in her interviews. Look at the interviews she did with Welsh 2 and the local news around here. Look at the interviews the bitch did with Telemundo. Completely different person. If you watch the interviews that she did with Telemundo, they're completely different. Her demeanor is
personality.
completely different.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Her personality changes 100%, guys. And that, to me, tells me she's putting on an act. Okay? Truly. Like, she knows what she's doing at this point. This interview here is she's putting on a show. Each one of these is a different personality, it looks like. Okay? The way she's coming out. I don't believe a damn word this woman's saying at this point.
I don't believe
not at
nothing
all.
she says. When she sat there and was coddling this piece of shit with
can't even
his hot
listen
sauce eyeballs.
Yeah.
I mean, that right there alone should have told people red flags. Can we go get a whole package of 100 red flags and hold them all up together for fuck's
Yeah,
sake?
right. Yeah, that's when I started catching on watching that interview more than once, and I went, well, "Wait a minute, what?" And little by little, everything else came out. So yeah, this
We dropped her off. He dropped her off. Like it just I can't with
Absolutely.
her. It boils
Yes,
my
ma'am.
blood.
Very true. Very true. Very true.
Her quote best friend. What is wrong with this?
Well, she enabled everything that happened in this situation to happen. She didn't check him out. He's a predator. He is an evil, evil person that just preyed on her daughter. And she just shrugged it off. I mean, you hear the way she talks and her just calmness of everything going on. You know, part of interviews, Nancy, as you know, is getting the information, but also observing how it's being talked about and how it's being given to you. And those are signs that should lead detectives looking more into what her actions are and what she knows and what the enabling part of this situation was her fault.
You know, Ray Giudice, I agree with Tom Smith, but did you hear what she said, Raymond? And by the way, you are seeing crime scene photos that we have obtained from the police investigation. Ray Giudice, she said he paid rent.
Nancy, look, dysfunctional family is not a crime. She hasn't been charged with anything. She hasn't been indicted. And again, I agree with what Detective Smith just said. He and I have done shows with you together. I have a lot of respect for him, but that's not a crime. And somewhere in that interview, if the detectives felt that they were stumbling or about to stumble on a crime, they should have terminated that interview, retracted and cut off the immunity at that point, gone up to the DA's office and gotten a charge against her, but they don't have one, and they're probably not gonna have one. And again, I'll go back to it again. She didn't have a lawyer to negotiate this immunity, and they just handed it over.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve.
It's not fine. I look back now and just like, he was lying. He was faking.
Once he moved up to bedroom 4, were there instances where Madeline would sleep alone upstairs with him?
I'm going to say,
I want you to think carefully before you answer, because obviously we've gone through your phone and we've seen all the conversations that you've had with Stefan. So it's clear that that's occurring. So I'm giving you the chance to answer the question.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many times it's happened.
Okay.
This is the testimony for which the state has given mommy immunity, derivative use immunity. And she's broken up with Stefan Stearns, according to her, but they sleep in the same bed for at least the next 6 months, except when he's sleeping alone with her 12-year-old daughter, Maddie Soto, now dead. This is particularly heartbreaking. We hear Jen Soto describe her daughter, Maddie, desperately wanting to sleep at her little friend's house. Listen.
She wanted to really sleep over her best friend's house, and I just kept saying, no, you never know what could happen. I don't know the dad, I don't know the brother, I don't know.
That's not why you said no. That's not why you said no. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that at all. I think she said no because she had to keep the situation the way it was. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah, and she couldn't take a chance of Maddie getting close to another female and
I'm
maybe
telling.
having a positive female influence in her life that actually gave a shit and started talking and telling what's going on. My mom allows this to happen. My mom's boyfriend lives in the house. This has been going on since I was 8 years old.
That's exactly it right there. She doesn't want her to have friends. They don't want her to have boyfriends. They don't want her close to nobody because she will tell this she'll put it out. That would ruin everything. End of the game. This is disgusting.
I don't know anybody there. Like, I don't know what could happen to you. So, just afraid of her getting assaulted.
Excuse me, Jackie, is my earpiece working? Because I'm pretty sure, Shannon Butler, I heard the mom saying, no, you cannot sleep over a little friend's house because I don't know the dad and I wouldn't want you to get sex assaulted.
I know. Every time we listen back to these interviews, we find something else that we're like, what did she just say? She claims to not have known about the abuse in her own home. This is always what struck me. Look at this picture, Nancy, that you just put up there. His boxer shorts in her hamper. I always wondered why there wasn't a question by her to say, how did your underwear get in my daughter's makeshift bedroom? I mean, they're right there.
Joining us now, Dr. Melina Ryba, joining us.
Because she knew. And she was obviously a slob and didn't do any laundry or any cleaning. So why would she notice that? Okay.
Out of Myrtle Beach, forensic psychologist and research consultant. Dr. Marlena, how do you not know what's in your laundry, your dirty laundry?
That's the point, Paula. She's not. Nobody, and I mean, unless you have, and I hate saying this, but unless you're mentally challenged, okay, like legally mentally challenged, nobody is that stupid, that naive, and that trusting. If she was that trusting, she would not have made the statement she just made about why Maddie couldn't go stay at her friend's house, because I don't know his dad, or I don't know her dad. I don't want something to happen. That's bullshit. That's why that's bullshit. She contradicts herself in that sense. Okay. So no. That's how you can tell she's being manipulative is what she's doing. She's telling people what they need to hear, what she thinks they want to hear to keep her out of the shit, to keep her out of the fire. Okay. This woman's a lot smarter than I thought she was, to be honest with you. I at some point I really did think maybe she's just that stupid. Maybe she's really that dumb. No, I don't think that at all. Not anywhere near like that. I just don't. I think back about the other interviews and the faces and the stupid comments she was making and how she was sounding so like derpy and unknowing. No, I think this goes above and beyond. I think she was very smart in that sense, and I think she knows exactly what she's doing, what she was doing, and how to pull herself away from it. In my opinion, the evidence that was allegedly found in a storage unit could be when, what, and who or what. Jen, thank you. That's exactly it, Molly. That is very possible right there, and they needed more information on that, which is why they were questioning her with the immunity. Very smart. Good point, Molly.
I see way too much of our family dirty laundry. I know what's in there.
Yeah, and so I think, to the average person hearing that, that immediately raises a huge red flag. And so I think this really all comes back to the mother's parental fitness, right? And her capacity to protect her child. And so there's obviously a lot of details in this case that would suggest that she was not really doing a good job in any capacity in that regard, right? So we have the fact that she introduced unfit people to her children. There was a lack of reaction from her, in terms of being concerned about what was going on up until the disappearance of her child. There's certainly evidence that she was very permissive in terms of what was going on between her daughter and her boyfriend. And it seems to me also that sort of the measures that she was, taking.
Following up on what Dr. Marlena Reiba just said, here you see the mom, Jen Soto, worried about another person that could molest Maddie.
Maddie had the opportunity to go visit her biological father in the fall out in Texas. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember texting the biological father, hope nobody touches Maddie or tries or films her under the bathroom? You remember sending that text?
No.
Orange County Sheriff's Office back in February?
No.
Because that seems like a very oddly specific thing to text the father. So you didn't know anything about what was going on filming underneath bathroom doors?
No idea. I don't know why I would have texted them.
Yeah, I don't know why I would have done that. Ray.
More lies. More lies. Absolute lies. That should be right there what got her to lose the immunity, because she lied right through that. That's such bullshit. Jesus, because that was going on in her own house. That's a lie. Don't forget the Woody Allen statement either, you guys.
Giudice, you do know that another person that lived in the condo, this condo belonged to Maddie Soto's grandfather, and the grandfather rented out different bedrooms to different people, and they could all use a common area. Okay, that's how that worked. One of the other people that lived there, Raymond, was a lady, a woman. And as it comes out on Stefan Sturm's phone, when they're looking at all these pictures of him, Maddie, her picture comes up, the renter, naked in her room. And what Stefan Sturm had been doing was putting his iPhone at the bottom of the door where there's a crack, to where you could look up and see the woman walking around naked. She had no idea that that was happening. Now, what I'm asking you, you keep saying there's no evidence of a crime. I hear you. I don't necessarily agree, but I get what you're saying. What about this? What is she, clairvoyant? Like Scott Peterson, this is going to be my first Christmas without my wife. She's dead. And then poof, she was. Here, Jen Soto is saying to the bio dad, I hope nobody touches Maddie or tries expletive or films her under the bathroom door. Wow. Isn't that quite the coinkydink, Ray?
Well, Inspector Clouseau gives her the get out of jail pass, and that now includes, as we continue to expand this interview, any of these text messages that she may or may not have sent to link it to any charges against her. So, she's not charged with anything. I keep repeating it. And probably the reason is, or at least a solid reason, is this ridiculously tactically improper interview and the grant of the immunity. So Nancy, she should get a lawyer, but these guys really, quite frankly, have made it that she doesn't have to waste the money.
Joining us now is Dr. Todd Barr, board certified anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathologist. He is at the Franklin County Forensic Science Center and the Office of the Coroner in Columbus, and featured in Thin Places, Essays from In Between. Dr. Barr, thank you for being with us. Dr. Barr, we also learn that Maddie's mother, Jen Soto, kept a very scientific chart of Maddie's menstrual periods and even had multiple pregnancy tests in the homes. It would be arguable that she knew her 12-year-old daughter was having sex, but with who?
You would think so. I mean, she is as much admitted to this, that she knew about this, that this was going on, and makes excuses for him, which I just don't understand this. I mean, she basically had the power to save her own daughter's life.
Dr. Todd Barr joining us, guys, board certified anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathologist. Even with the degree of decomp, now it had only been a couple of days before her body was found, but she is out in the elements, and it is Florida.
Right.
How would you be able to tell? And this is precautionary, doctor, and you've been through plenty of trials to understand my concern. I think the video will come in off of his cell phone, but what if it doesn't? The state's got to be ready to prove that he, Stefan Stearns, Maddie Soto, who had just turned 13 years old. So how can we go about proving, even with the body in a partial state of decomposition, how can we prove she was, and how can we prove she was?
Well, they would most likely have collected a sexual assault kit in this particular case. Now, sexual assault kits are only valuable up to a point. After 3 or 4 days of decomposition, being able to get viable sperm from a sexual assault kit would be difficult. That being said, it has been done, but the longer time goes on, the less evidence you're going to have. But they would also be able to obtain evidentiary information from the clothing that she was wearing. Whatever swabs that they could collect from the clothing, from her body, and do DNA testing. Of course, with him living in the condo with her, his DNA is going to be on her.
The night that Jen Soto's condo is searched, she and Stearns have to get out. So where do they go? They go to a hotel along with Stearns's parents. Listen what happens in the middle of the night.
We checked into the rooms. They had 239, I had 203. Opposite ends of the building. I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
After you guys went to your separate ways, when's the next time you talked to Stefan?
I got up at 6:30, 3 hours sleep, and went to the office because I figured he would be sleeping in, crashed and burned, and didn't speak to Jen until 10:45-ish, and she called and asked if Stefan was with me, and I said, no. Why? Well, he's not here.
Well, I think we know where he was. Shannon Butler joining me, WFTV 9. Shannon, isn't it true that he and Jen Soto are at one end of the hotel, his parents are at the other, his dad and stepmother at the other end of the hotel, and he sneaks out around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and drives 300 miles?
Yeah, if you know where Northport, Florida is, it is south, near Sarasota. He drove there because that's where his parents lived. Police say that he drove there not only to look a hard drive and a flash drive, but that he wanted to use their internet so he could log on to Wi-Fi, and they believe delete images that he had of sexually explicit things. It's a long, long drive to use somebody.
You're seeing the car trunk and car that police believe transported Maddie's dead body. according to police who followed, we now know, tracked the two cars, including Jen Soto's car, through license grabbers, red light cams, surveillance cams, to a garage where he reportedly took Maddie's body out of the seatbelt and put it in the trunk. So, hey, Ray Giudice, that's not odd at all that you wake up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and drive 150 miles each way to your mom's home and try to log on to the Wi-Fi. Not odd at all, right?
Well, his story doesn't line up, and I keep going back to why did they take this statement and give immunity? Because as we go through this story today, in a systematic approach, the detectives had all of that tracking. They have what you just brought up, which is extremely suspicious at the minimum, and lots of evidence. So why did they give her immunity? I guess they really feel that she didn't commit a crime. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, take a listen to what this is. Stefan Stern's father, Christopher, speaking in a police interview. Here's Stefan Stern's explanation of why he was missing for 300 miles. Okay. That's several hours driving through Florida in the middle of the night. Listen.
Well, he had an energy drink in his hand. He said he got lost. And, on the back roads. Hell, I got lost, and I had a GPS.
So like my partner said, we're not here to waste your time. You've been in this line of work before. Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he didn't, based on the reaction.
To Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, co-host of a hit podcast, Gold Shields. You can find him at thegoldshieldShow.com. Tom, so the little girl is missing. They have to get out of the condo for the condo to be processed by police. And he drives about 6 hours round trip in the middle of the night, shows up and says he got lost.
Yeah, not buying it. Sorry. 30 years of experience would lead me to believe that's a lie. But here's the other thing. If you're up on him and you're thinking of him as a suspect and they move away from that area, set up a surveillance on him. Set us up a surveillance on where he's staying, just in case something like this happens. You don't have her body yet, which means it's still out there. The more police pressure that's put on him, the more he's going to panic and make a move like this. So why not set something up in the area just in case something like this happened? You follow him, then you got him.
So what does Stefan Stearns' mother, Deborah, have to say when she finds out he showed up at her house 150 miles away in the middle of the night to log on to her Wi-Fi and delete photos? Listen.
That mother, you know what stopped him from getting in the house? He didn't have a garage door opener. The front door lock is not working well.
Yep.
And I had put the lock on the slider.
Okay.
He couldn't get in.
Detectives now believe Stearns never intended to enter his parents' home, but wanted to use their Wi-Fi to delete images and videos depicting his years-long abuse of Maddie from his Google account. Stearns was unsuccessful, and investigators recovered the deleted files. Despite the turn away from Christopher Stearns' storage unit, he still decides to search the items inside. Stearns discovers 2 flash drives in a box of his son's belongings. Investigators find one of the drives containing nearly 35,000 images of child pornography.
35,000 images of child porn to Shannon Butler, WFTV9. What?
I know even we were shocked at that number when they first charged him, because remember, they charged him with that before they charged him with Madeline Soto's murder. And we knew that there was video on the phones. They told us that very early on. But then when they got this flash drive and told us 35,000 images, we were like, how long has this been going on? How long has he been, downloading these videos? We still don't have an answer to that. I mean, we know it was years, but we don't know if it was 20 years or just the years he had been abusing her. It just got worse and worse as time went on, as we started to look into this case.
And then he moves in with Maddie Soto. Now, speaking of his walkabout, gone 6 hours in the middle of the night while Maddie is apparently missing. This is what Stefan Stearns has to say happened that night.
Is there some explanation of I came up Wednesday morning, met you at the hotel early in the morning, and is there some explanation why you left and went where you went?
I was driving around. I had wanted to grab a few things and get my ducks in a row, kind of prepare myself for whatever was coming, but I couldn't find what I was looking for. And then I ended up just kind of driving around aimlessly.
Yeah, he was looking for his mom's Wi-Fi password. That's what he was looking for. So, long story short, you were hearing a video call from behind bars. When will they learn, to you, Tom Smith, that every phone call is recorded?
They never learn, and thankfully for that. You have the right to remain silent goes over their head, and don't talk on the phone goes over their head, and thankfully for that, because there's so much information that's given or taken from those calls that are vital to the investigation, just like this one.
Well, this is what Father Christopher Stearns has to say.
Look, he spent a lifetime lying to us, okay, and it's just never gotten better. And he fed me some bull the other day, and before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, "Do we really know Stefan? Can we honestly say we really know?" Yeah. And she got really kind of defensive a little bit. I said, "No, I'm not saying that he did something, but can we honestly say we really know?"
Will he be able to convince a jury of his innocence? Remember, both he and Jen Soto are innocent in our country until proven guilty in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt. At this time, Jen Soto has not been named a suspect or a person of interest. In fact, the state has entered a deal with her, giving her immunity in exchange for testimony. We stop now and remember an American hero, Sergeant Patrick Michael Sondran, Peach County Sheriff's, Georgia. Shot and killed in the line of duty. Sondran, a U.S. Air Force vet, and served with Peach County 13 years, survived by wife, now widow, Melissa, and 3 children, Skylar, Ethan, and Sierra. American hero, Sergeant Patrick Michael Sondran. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight and every night. Nancy Gray signing off.
It's always hard to hear this shit, but hopefully the real justice comes out of this for Maddie, truly, in the end. Anything, Mom?
Like I said, I will follow this. If I live to the day that they put him down,
Mm-hmm. I'm there with
I
you.
will be sitting there. I will do my damn best to be in the viewing room. If not, you better believe I'll be standing outside.
Right.
And I'm going to be, I may not be there the whole damn trial, but you better believe I'm going to be sitting in that courtroom come hell or high water if I have to take unpaid time off work. I'm going to be sitting in that courtroom because I'm going to see this to the end.
Good.
And if they don't take their sweet ass time to put him down, I will be there for that too.
Well, good. Like I said, maybe you can report it to us then. We can be live with it for that too, because I can't.
Already got a notebook. I've got a notebook ready to go. It's a black leather notebook that's got a brand new notepad on it. And I'm absolutely ready.
Do you think that they'll keep this open? The trial, I mean, to the public?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be open. This will be open to the public. In my opinion, yeah, it's going to be open to the public. And let me tell you, if it's not open to the public, don't you think for a second I'm not going to be one of these fools out here in a lawn chair out in front of the courthouse with a poster.
Of course. Like, the whole world needs to know about this. That's absolute, because it's that horrible. And
but it being Florida?
Yeah.
I don't think they'll close the courtroom.
And especially if they find some other connection they can add to this 100%. Like, everybody needs to know that these people exist. And the whole world needs to see him for who he really is. This was just disgusting.
This is a death penalty case,
Yep.
Cheryl. He is not going to weasel his way out of this. Let me tell you what. This town, Kissimmee, and Osceola, this affected a lot of people. And that's us as a community, law enforcement, detectives in 3 different counties that surround the area where she was murdered, the area where her body was dumped.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think he's going to weasel his way out of this. And I honestly believe that even if they did try to get around something, because this is a death penalty case, an attempt to give him a plea, there would be riots.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There
Definitely.
will be riots.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to let him get away with that, or them get away with that for sure.
I have never once been to her memorial and there not been 2 or 3 cars sitting there, and at least a car pull up while we're there, or 2 cars pull up while we're there.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is just insane. This guy needs to fry, and go to hell and fry there too. I do agree.
Hell's too good for him.
Yeah. And I still believe that her mother needs to have charges put against her, because I truly believe at this point in this case that Jennifer Soto is indirectly responsible for her daughter's death. Period. There's no other 2 ways to look at it.
I agree. I think he should get the death penalty, put a needle in his arm, get done with him, just be done and over with the piece of shit. And she should have at least 25 years to life.
And
that's
very
just
least,
my
yes.
honest opinion.
You facilitated her death. That's exactly what you did by telling her to go. You didn't ask her to. You told her to go sleep with him in that room that night, so you facilitated it happening. You are responsible for your child's death, believe it or not.
Exactly.
Oh
Exactly.
my God, I can't.
And she has a whole army behind her, and that's here on social media and here in this community and physically here in the community.
Absolutely.
She has a whole army behind her. And I'm not talking about Jen, I'm talking about Maddie. Has a whole army behind her of people that have come together. And like the Transformers, they've built this huge Transformer warrior to be her voice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I watched that memorial grow from, what was it, 5 stuffed animals, a couple of pinwheels, and the stuff that we had taken up there. Some posters hung on the fence, to the point where they literally had to put up a sign that said, "Don't put anything past this point."
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it just grew outwards, and just like the video you showed earlier, that it absolutely, sorry to circle back, but it absolutely breaks my heart to see the memorial in Idaho.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
All these people that are locals, and even some of them that have YouTube channels, they get up and they want to talk about how they want to see justice and all this other stuff. Why did their memorial look like that? That absolutely made me want to get a freaking plane ticket, fly out there and clean up the dead flowers and pull the weeds and put some of my pretties that I have here for Maddie, you know what I mean, up there for them. And
I agree.
It just, I don't know.
It's sad. It is sad. The whole thing is. So, yeah, and I feel so bad for her father, Tyler. I feel so bad for that guy.
It breaks my heart.
I'm sure he's carrying some guilt, truly. even though it's not his fault. I'm sure he's carrying guilt. And there's nothing he can ever do to change the situation. Nothing. So.
No, and she was kept from him. She was used as a weapon against him.
Oh, because he didn't want to be with her, right? That's all that is.
That and I mean that's exactly what it was. This man loved her. He loved her. You know, I had access to his name and photographs way before it got made public what his name was.
Oh yeah, I had it early on too.
And you know, it just he's heartbroken, and it's not just him. She had a stepmother that loved her dearly.
Yep. She'd have probably had the most wonderful life if she was able to go live with them, but no, because money, in my opinion, was more important to keep her around for, to use her for what they did. It was more important than her having a good life. Because I'm never going to drop what I think.
I agree with you 100%. You know, Jennifer should have put her big girl panties on, got a real fucking job, and let that baby go live with her daddy.
Yeah.
But in all reality, she was, you know, in my opinion, allegedly exploiting her own child.
Yep.
And there's no pretty way to put it. There's not.
No, you can't sugarcoat that. It is what it is. There's no two ways about it.
There's no pretty way to put it. However you look at it, it's not. And I mean, and like I said, the red flags were there. And this is why we preach. If you see something, say something. If you're in a Reddit group and there's some fucking weirdo doing some weird shit in there, take it upon yourself to maybe let somebody know.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm not going to put any names or anything out there, but there is a group and a channel that built their channel off Maddie's back, that a pedo for YouTube purposes infiltrated that group. The most private part of what should be a safe place for people to go and share memories and photos and loving thoughts and updates, trial dates and visual dates. You know, one of these sick fucks made their way in. How do we know this sick fuck wasn't tied to Stefan or Jennifer?
That's a good point. Very, very, very good point, truly. Oh, God, this case really makes me sick. Really, really makes me sick.
Yeah, it infuriates me. It makes me sick to my stomach. It infuriates the hell out of me. It cuts me to the bottom of my heart. But it's one of those things that, you know, if it wasn't for people like you, who's talking about Maddie right now? Eric, Paula, and you. And that's why. And when I go live, you know, I talk about Maddie.
Right.
You know, I go down there and I go to her memorial and, you know, I do whatever I can. But it's that next big case. So without people like you, myself, and a handful of others, she wouldn't even have a voice right now.
Exactly. That's why I refuse to not talk about her.
And she spent her whole life with her voice shadowed and cut off.
Yep. Another reason why I talk about her as often as I do, too, because she's never had her own voice. Never.
And she was so groomed. And I hate that word with a passion, but that's the full of it. She was so groomed in her mind. I honestly believe that's what those freaking stupid coins were about.
Yeah, I agree.
The human brain has to process things to where it brings a normality, or you will go freaking crazy. You will. Even if it's not right the way humans are made, you're going to bring some normality to whatever's happening in your life to try to make it make sense.
That is absolutely true. Absolutely
In the
true.
great words of Arnick, the math ain't mathin'. Well, your brain works that way too. And after something happens for that many years, she may have lost or never even known how to properly balance that.
No, I think at some point she may have thought that there was a relationship at some side of it and didn't like it. Okay, maybe she didn't like it at some point when she realized and got old enough to understand what was going on, and what's other friends talking about different things and seeing things on TV and blah blah so on and so forth, and realize, wait a minute, this is my mother's boyfriend, not mine. This is not how this is supposed to be. And maybe she wasn't happy with it. It tried to back out of it, and then he's drugging her at this point when she maybe when it came. I kind of think that it came to a realization for her when she got to a certain age and she was like,
I think
no.
so too. That's why a lot of,
And I think he started drugging her then,
not trying to trigger
or
anybody,
they
but
did.
a lot of these images, you're going to hear this come out. If you're not following it, you're not reading documents, you're going to hear this. A lot of these images, she was asleep.
Yeah. And I think that's what happened to her. Truly, I think she came out of whatever was given to her, possibly realized and tried to fight back and started to scream, and he shut her down. And that's what happened to her. Truly, that's what I think happened. That is because I do believe.
We've heard through the grapevine that she had eyes on a little boy.
Yeah, which can
Well, what
promote
do you
jealousy.
fuck, huh?
Which probably promoted jealousy within him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You got to think. What do you think that did to this sick fuck's mind? He's fixing to lose a play toy. He's fixing to lose his little trophy that he's got. However the
Right.
hell you want to put it, as sick as it is.
Welcome, Callie. I agree, Mom. I do. I agree.
I'm that age where you don't, and I love Nancy with all my heart, but she gets some of her wires crossed. One of her first friends that came out and talked, it was a Spanish interview on Telemundo. And he talked about how, because it was, I had to have one of my Meki, matter of fact, translate it for me so I could translate it correctly, because I don't speak or understand enough to trust myself when it came to something like this. And he said something along the lines of Stefan was bad to her. She did not like him. He was bad to her. He was mean to her.
That's exactly it. Because, like I said, I think when she was younger, it was a thing. And when she got old enough to say, hey, no, this is not right, he got angry about it. You're not going to stop this now. And then he started drugging her. I'm telling you guys, with the tranquilizers that he was taking himself, or at least he claimed to be. And I'm real pretty much on point with thinking that she came out of being, it wasn't enough, because he was probably worried he was giving her too much and didn't want to give her too much to cause some kind of a problem. So he didn't give her enough. She came out of it. She tried to scream or fight, and he shut her down. That's truly what I think happened. Honest to God.
Think about the little Easter egg that, freaking Mom of the Year here. Well, I don't know if he gave Maddie medicine and I gave Maddie medicine. What the hell does he have access to her medicine? Why the hell does he have access to anything?
He shouldn't have any access of any of that stuff.
This was not a custodial parent. This was an ex-fuck buddy that lived there.
And they were broken up too. That's the other side of it. And the whole, we were happy to be together. They were happy that I was back. Well, were they? Why was it time to make some more money? You piece of shit. God, I wish this case would hurry up and go to trial. When's the trial date again?
February.
Yeah, that's right. It was. I remember. Yeah. You were right. It can't come fast enough.
It'll take me a minute to pull up the document.
It's all right. It's all right. It won't come. It can't come fast enough, in my opinion.
It's 11:30. My brain quits working, especially when I get all. Rah.
No, I get it. You know, he made a statement in that last set of phone calls that we listened to the other day when he was talking to his dad and said, you know, when his father said to him that, I would like to be able to sit down and have a conversation to figure out when and how this all started and how you got involved in this situation. And he said, well, I didn't start it. And his dad said, well, you were involved in it. That's just as bad, if not worse. That I didn't start it thing has stuck with me like glue. Okay. I don't know if he's just saying that, which is very possible because he's a compulsive liar. Or does he mean it? He didn't start it. Did somebody else start it with her? And we know who I'm talking about. Did somebody offer a big old sum of money and say, hey, provide me this, 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 and this, and you'll have this? We all know that money is the root of all evil, folks. I won't put that past
Don't hold me to that, Dago, because I can't see my.
What'd you say?
My eyes are blurry. I think it's the 22nd, but don't hold me to that because I had to pull it back up on the document. I was trying to check my Discord.
Don't worry
I
about
closed it. So.
I'll find it. No big deal.
I was trying to open the link and click the wrong freaking X.
It's all right. It's all right. We're done for tonight anyway. But I just those are the things to think about with this for sure. And his mother asked him if he told about her involvement in it. Right, Norma, that's another part of it. I'm telling you guys, that's the link. That is the link right there. There were two generalized statements that lead right back to that same person, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I'm just I can't get that out of my head. And I hope, and they're probably right. She probably won't get charged with shit. And that pisses me off to no end.
Damn, I can't believe I remember the date. I'm horrible with dates, but I'm pretty sure it's the 22nd, y'all, of February.
Well, it's coming up pretty quick, folks. I hope it comes fast. I want to watch them fry him, and I pray to you that something happens where they're able to charge her somehow. I really do. Because I know she needs it. I know she deserves it. I think we all do.
No, it's the 24th. This is the 24th, not the 22nd. And I wish they would fry him too, but they don't have the electric chair down here.
Yeah, well.
I wish they'd fry his ass. Because as bad as it sounds, I don't think he deserves a peaceful, easy way out.
Well, in these cases, you guys know I'm very much an eye for an eye. I really am. So that'll tell you how I feel.
Oh, I am too. Oh, I'm being censored out of respect for you and the channel, but many people
don't. I told you before, you don't have to censor nothing, Mom. Not in this. By any means, no. Oh,
very,
my God.
very graphic stuff.
Oh, I've already
in my
said
opinion, should be used.
I do agree. And we'll continue.
I mean, and they're treating him. And his parents. And I understand that your kid's your kid, but for fuck's sake, they're treating him like he's in a hotel.
No way.
You know what I mean? Let's put money on his books. And let me tell you guys, if you have never had somebody that's in jail down here, they have this stupid fucking program where you can order care packages, and they have coffee and chips and burritos and sugar and mayonnaise, and you can get books and pictures, and you can order videos to download on your tablet, and it literally makes me fucking sick. Like, seriously.
It's very true. People like this.
For $35 a month, your loved one can have, just like they're at home, they can eat ramen noodles and have coffee, real coffee in the morning. Fuck that. He doesn't deserve.
They sell that stuff at the prisons and the jails, the commissary. They can get all that right there.
Yeah, but they've got these care packages where you get like name brand shit, like not the. I'm not talking about
Yeah,
jail
you can
commissary.
you can put the packages together. They get clothes, they get sweatsuits and Nike
Oh,
tennis
honey,
shoes,
they can buy
all sorts of
Jordans
shit.
down here. They can buy
Yes, TVs.
Jordans.
They got TVs and their tablets that they have. I mean, it's like living in a country club, folks. They can go off into the pool room and rec rooms and libraries and go out in the yard and then you can actually order gourmet meals, Mom. A lot of these
Yeah, I
people that
know.
get the invitation,
That's
they
what I'm
can get
saying.
like a full blown Angus beef burger, cheeseburger with fries and a vanilla milkshake. And when people come to visit you, it costs a whole lot more than what you would get on the general menu. But still, that's what this is. You're, as far as I'm concerned, anybody that commits crimes like this, you are no longer human. You no longer deserve to be treated with any kind of respect whatsoever. Period. It's like living, yeah, Mikey. It's a country club. It's not fucking prison. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not. And and I will say this until the cows come home. They should have left his happy ass in Orange County in the real fucking jail instead of moving him out to Osceola in the middle of freaking nowhere. They should have left him here in Orange County with the real criminals. And then we wouldn't have to waste our tax dollars on a damn trial.
Yeah, they have a lot of things. If you have money, you can get a lot in there, and they get the best medical care of anybody. They get better medical care than any of us do, you guys. That's fact. So it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. As far as I'm concerned, you know what, Taylor? I don't think she was because I think if she would have been pregnant, there would have been an extra charge there, and there's not.
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on the gestation, he would have been charged with 2 counts. It would not just be 1 count if she was.
Now, like you just said, though, depending on the gestation, if I don't know how soon it or how far along you have to be for it to be a viable charge, but I don't know. But I don't think she was because I think that would have came out already.
I don't think so either. And it has to be like I looked it up before. It's like weeks. Like we're talking like weeks. We're not talking like a month or 2 months. You're talking like very, very small window of time. And it just recently changed in the past, I think it was 5 years. It's been a while since I looked it up. But, I would never say his name or piss down his guts, but there was somebody that took it upon themselves to do a whole clickbait show about it one night. And that's what started all this shit. About her possibly being pregnant. And I'm not from here. So I looked it up and was like, no, because he would have 2 charges because they don't play that shit down here.
Yeah, that would have came out right away with the charge whenever he was finally charged. But yeah. Yeah, they are. They're treated way better than homeless people, Stiggy. Hell, they're treated better than some of us blue collar people. To be honest with you, it's sick. It's sick. I think, to be honest with you, if you committed that crime, you should be living in a 3x5 hole in the wall with no window and a door with no window. Completely segregated from the world with nothing in there but the concrete floor, and you get 2 slices of bread a day and 2 glasses of water a day, if that's what I think you deserve at that point. And that's, once again, just my opinion. And they get so much more. They get more than most good people in good standings get, guys, and it makes me nuts. So, oh Jesus. Anyway, I am burnt, guys. It's been a long day. Again, 2-year anniversary of the Idaho 4 murders. Very sad situation. Hopefully, we get to that point where we get some justice in that case. This case here, again, another one. God, I can't wait for this trial, and I can't wait for him to stop sucking air. That's just my opinion. He's an air thief, an oxygen thief, as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't deserve any bit of it, and neither does she either. So,
nope.
That being said, folks, yes, I need to go try to sleep. I really do.
Well,
so thank you guys. No. It's It's not about letting you. It's hoping that you will come up, Mom. That's how it works with me. So.
Well, you know, I love you, brother, and I love chatting. I love being here. Again, I apologize for getting emotional earlier, guys, and going into my little cave for a few minutes. But
You do not
some
need to
things,
apologize for being real, Mother.
hardcore mom is still kind of mushy squishy on certain things.
We all are. It's never apologize for having emotions, please. So, that being said, thank you again, Mom. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you here. I appreciate you every time. Guys, I'll be live, of course, in the morning for the morning show. It is TGIF tomorrow night, if you're around, Mom. Oh, shit. I forgot it again. Tomorrow's Friday, and tomorrow night is Paranormal, Creepy, and Unexplained. Friday night, we are going to be looking into the... Oh, Jesus. Why do I keep forgetting this? I actually had it ahead of time.
I don't know. Now I'm intrigued.
Oh, my God.
Somebody
help me. I said it earlier. Put it back out there for me, guys. The missing colony, Roanoke, out of North Carolina. Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
So we're going to be looking into that tomorrow night, guys. Right. Of course, the morning show tomorrow with Doodle and Arctic and whoever else is there, if they're there. Will be what we are doing in the morning, and I hope to see you all for that tomorrow. And then tomorrow night, the missing colony of Roanoke, North Carolina. So I hope you guys are there for that too. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I am too, actually. I love that story. Have a great night, Mom. Get some sleep, and I can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Thank you again for your insight, your input, and your amazingness.
All right, y'all make good choices.
Have a great night, dear. Everybody in chat, guys, God bless. Much appreciated. It was wonderful to see everybody that popped in here that I haven't seen in a while. God bless. That made my whole night. The rest of you guys are amazing. You know what? Thank you to the Blue Crew for everything you do. Thank you to anybody that chose to donate to the channel via the Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. God bless. We never expected, folks, but it's amazing. We appreciate it so very much. It keeps me going every day. You guys are awesome and amazing for everything you do and just for being you, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change anything. You're the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Good night. God bless, and goodbye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls out the strings. A hero in the darkness.